you're joining us around the world, I'm Bertrand Rome, Managing Director of World Design Organization, and thrilled to be kicking off Let's Get Ethical, this year's World Industrial Design Day broadcast in partnership with Andreu World. If you've been part of WID before, you know this day is all about celebrating the power of design to shape the world we live in. Every year on 29 June, designers from across the globe come together to recognize the merits of our profession, to explore not just what we do as designers, but how we design and who we design for. Every decision we make as designers has an impact on people, on the planet, on the future. So what guides those decisions? What do we stand for? For WDO, this year's World Industrial Design Day theme of Let's Get Ethical represents an important moment to engage with these questions in a meaningful way. There's truly never been a better or more critical time to embrace the building blocks of ethical design. Designers have a real opportunity and responsibility to lead ethically. We need to ensure that we're designing not just for the sake of innovation, but for fairness, sustainability, and human dignity. Ethical design challenges us to consider the broader impact of our work, to engage with diverse perspectives, and to create more inclusive solutions for tomorrow. Through the program today, we're going to hear from designers from almost every corner of the globe, sharing real stories, ideas, insights, and honest reflection on what it means to design ethically. We'll explore a broad range of topics, from AI and emerging technologies to design for the climate crisis, to social impact and design justice. We'll be streaming through the day right here on WDO's YouTube channel. So tune in, follow along, and share your thoughts, reflections, and comments with us. We're also extremely excited to be collaborating with Andreu World for this event, a longtime WDO corporate member that has always stood for ethical design. Andreu World's commitment to sustainable materials, to circular practices, and doing business the right way makes them a natural partner for this year's WID Dialogue. Later today, we'll be joining the team at Andreu World and the Design Foundation of the region of Valencia at La Harinera, the headquarters of Valencia Innovation Capital, for a series of live discussions with design leaders from across Valencia. Together, we'll explore ethical insights from the professional sector, industry, and academia. As we get ready to dive into today's program, I invite you to take this moment to reflect on your own practice, to consider how you can move towards more ethical approaches and embrace the responsibility we have as designers. We hope you enjoyed today's conversation, and we look forward to seeing how you recognize the power of ethics in our design community. Here's to getting ethical this World Industrial Design Day and every day.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jesus Linares, the CEO of Andreu World, and I'm delighted to welcome you to Let's Get Ethical, a global celebration of World Industrial Design Day. We are very proud to co-host this year event with the World Design Organization because we believe deeply that design must be more than beautiful or functional. It must be ethical. This principle has driven us for 70 years, since our founding in 1955. In this anniversary year, we are proud to reaffirm that commitment louder than ever. As a certified B Corp, a zero waste, and a carbon neutral footprint company, we are dedicated to putting people and the planet at the heart of design. From responsibly sourced materials to recyclable and circular products, our approach is guided by the belief that good design should leave a positive footprint or none at all. These values were elevated even further when Valencia was named World Design Capital in 2022. As a company with deep roots in this region, we carry the legacy forward, championing a design culture that blends innovation, responsibility, and long-term thinking. Our partnership with WDO for this event is a reflection of that shared vision that ethical design isn't just desirable, it's essential. We invite you to stay with us during the day, especially for our live session this afternoon from La Harinera in Valencia, where we will continue this important conversation with designers and change makers from around the world. Thank you very much, and let's get ethical.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Let's Get Ethical in celebration of World Industrial Design Day 2025. My name is Sarah Virginie, and I'm the Programs and Communications Officer here at World Design Organization.
And I'm Natalie Dutiel, WDO's Communications Manager. And we're so glad you're joining us to kick off today's program, hosted in partnership with our friends at Andreu World. If you've participated in one of our World Industrial Design Day broadcasts before, you might recognize Sarah and I. We're back. And we'll be here for the duration of our international content stream, guiding you across these sessions on design and ethics. While you may not be present for all 16 hours of our content today, know that it'll be available for you on YouTube when you're ready to catch up. In just over 6 hours, our event will be broadcast live from Valencia, Spain, where we'll be joining the Andreu World team later today for a series of live design conversations at La Harinera, the headquarters of Valencia's innovation capital.
In addition to Valencia, today's program will take us across the globe. From Australia to the Philippines to India, France, and Mexico, we'll be hearing from over 50 design voices from across the design community as they share bold ideas, practical insights, and honest conversations about what it really means to design ethically.
Because truly, there's never been a more important moment to embrace the building blocks of ethical design.
In 2025, designers are navigating a world shaped by rapid technological change, growing environmental urgency, and deep social inequalities. Now, more than ever, ethics can't be an afterthought. It must be embedded in every design decision we make. For us at WDO, Let's Get Ethical is more than just this year's theme for World Industrial Design Day. It's a call to action, an opportunity to connect, learn from one another, and explore the values that shape our work.
So whether you're tuning in from home, your design studio, or your classroom, we hope today inspires your own moment of ethical reflection, dialogue, and action. We'd love to hear where you're watching from and what sessions brought you here. So be sure to use the live chat that's been enabled for this feed and share your thoughts and comments here. You'll also be able to share your thoughts along the way on social media at worlddesign.org as we share program highlights throughout the day. This program truly would not have been possible without the support of our partners at Andreu World, as well as the many designers who will join us today as speakers, as panelists, and presenters, many of whom are WDO members. So thank you to all of our collaborators and to all of you for tuning in.
So Natalie, are you ready to get ethical?
On 29 June and every day.
Cool, let's get started. Our first session comes to us from two WDO members, Korea Institute of Design Promotion and APCI Promotion de Design in France, a collaborative talk exploring climate-conscious approaches that promote ethical design. Let's tune in.
Hi everyone, my name is Gina Park, and I'm an industrial design student at Seoul National University. I'm currently filming this video in our school's media studio, hoping to share a bit of the vibrant atmosphere of Seoul with you. My design process often begins with carefully observing the world around me. Over the past 5 years as an undergraduate, I've noticed so many moments and patterns that people often overlook. One day, while walking around campus, I began noticing the overwhelming amount of disposable cups piling up everywhere. So, with my team, I designed an experimental system that introduced reusable cups and encouraged circulation through small design notes. On another day, I reflected on the huge amount of plastic waste that me and my classmates were generating through countless 3D prototypes. I found potential in the discarded ABS powder we used, and eventually turned that material into this very chair I'm sitting on. Through these experiences, I've come to believe that design is no longer just about aesthetics. It is a powerful tool that can reshape how we live, how we connect with one another, and how we respond to the urgent challenges of our time. The project I'm about to introduce today began in the same way, by observing a familiar yet often overlooked act, giving flowers. I live near the largest flower market in Seoul, and every graduation season, I see countless bouquets lining the streets. What I noticed was the enormous amount of plant waste behind those vibrant flowers, and this is what I did with it.
It all started from my love towards flowers. Whenever I get flowers, I can't help but admire it all day long. But one day, unwrapping a bouquet, I realized how much plastic was used for that single fleeting moment. To make a bouquet, 2.5 square meters of flower wraps are used, most of which are thrown away after single use. Observing flower markets in Seoul, I realized that the packaging supply market is just as big as the flower market itself. And a huge amount of leaves and stems were trimmed and discarded within the supply chain. This made me wonder, what if disposable flower wraps can be replaced into biomaterials? And what if we can recycle resources discarded within the system? So I began experimenting, oiling, pounding, and blending plant waste with mulberry and okra, then forming the mixture into sheets by hand, inspired by traditional Korean paper-making techniques. Some fun variations were also possible in between, like making paper with daisy waste and using it to wrap daisies again. The sheets were dried, coated with rice starch, and became naturally fragrant, flexible, and compostable. The biodegradable ribbon was made from alginate, giving the final touch. This journey wasn't just about making a new biomaterial. It was about imagining a shift in our everyday rituals, where beauty is balanced with responsibility, and where the way we give and receive flowers reflects a more thoughtful, sustainable way of living.
Hello everyone, thank you for your time today. We are HAS, a design agency based in Seoul, South Korea. We bring brands to life under the slogan, The New Breath for Your Brand. For the last 2 decades, we've been creating various methods for brands to keep alive for the consumers. Today, we are excited to share one of our climate-conscious projects that we hope will inspire you. It might sound like a typical question, but do you know BTS? BTS is a global K-pop icon, and HYBE is the agency behind this phenomenon. Together with HYBE, we worked on a project aimed at supporting a more sustainable music industry. Our focus was on the environmental impact of physical albums. Millions are produced and discarded, and most are made of non-recyclable materials, leading to mountains of waste. Our goal was to create a new symbol for HYBE that brings sustainable value to the music industry. Our inspiration came from the tag. A tag can take many forms and serve multiple functions, so we came up with the digital tag, which can be an alternative to physical CDs. Following thoughtful deliberation, we introduced the digital code as a new solution. This digital code brings a fresh, meaningful way to experience an album. It can be a name tag showing the album's identity, or like a social media tag, it can symbolize the connection between fans and artists. Furthermore, the tag is made out of recycled plastic and pulp, which can be a booster for the sustainable music industry. We took the letter H from HYBE and shaped it into a digital tag. It represents both the brand and the interconnection between elements. The tag surface design and presentation methods can be adapted based on the artist and album concept, providing flexibility and personalization. In addition to the sustainability of the kit, the unboxing experience of HYBE's albums was designed to deliver a consistent and unified impression. creating the feeling that Hive's artists are presenting gifts directly to their fans. The packaging goes beyond merely wrapping and transporting products. It becomes a vital tool for expressing the brand more richly and delivering the immersive brand experience to consumers. Through this innovative packaging experience, Hive's digital code is delivered in a fresh and engaging way that not only enhances the overall brand experience for consumers, but also demonstrates the company's commitment to environmental responsibility. Thank you again for being with us today. We hope you enjoyed the presentation. If you are interested in seeing more of our work, please feel free to visit our website.
Hello, I am Noemi Cortizas. I'm an industrial designer and mechanical engineer, and I have been working in the eco-design industry and circular materials for several years. I have been doing projects for all types of markets, be it cosmetic, luxury, retail, furniture, transportation, or even electronics. My vision of conscious design is based in two axes. First one, the best waste is the one that has not been yet generated. Therefore, as designers, we should always aim to create products that are easy to repair, easy to separate by hand, and if possible, they should have recycled materials, but what we use to manufacture them, they should not impact the recyclability. The other axis is that we should always have an industrial mindset behind it. That means that when we create circular materials, when I work in the development of this type of materials or products, I always keep in mind that these materials should be mass-produced of the best possible way. They should be, if possible, competitive in price, and for sure it's mandatory that they should be aligned with the technical, aesthetical, and functional requirements of the market I am designing it for. The Viva Luz project is the first one I'm going to talk. It's a project that was done for a French startup in the circular fashion industry. They wanted me to help them to create a catalog of different products like hangers, desk counters, document holders, or soft accessories like, for example, basket bags and iPad sleeves, for example. The challenge, well, there were two challenges. The first one was to work only with a blend of synthetic fibers from the fast fashion. That means that no organic blend. Why? Because the synthetic fibers blend is a mix that is not always well characterized. We're talking about elastan mixed with neoprene or polyester in proportions that are not always quite clear. So it has a really difficult way to be recycled and not so much outlets in the recycling industry. And the other challenge was to create colors, trendy colors without pigments or additives. So I needed to study ways of sorting all the clothes, obtain fibers, and how to mix them in a repeatable way, because this material and the products should be mass-produced in an industrial facility, and the color should be more or less repeatable. So yes, those were the challenges. Also, the creating of a sturdy furniture that would not have any glues or additives or screw fasteners or something that would complicate the repairability and the recyclability. The second project I'm going to talk is the Recycled Textile Stone. This is a project that was developed in partnership with Wime Studio. The idea of this project is to not only have a circular material, but also a collection of furniture for hotels, interiors, and retails, shops or equipment, like also lights, for example. This material is made mainly of waste of different sources, Like, for example, it has acoustic isolation waste, gypsum or plaster that we recover in renovation architectural sites. It also has food industry waste and textile, but we can change with different waste of other origins. The challenge of this project, it was that it should have an appearance similar to stone because we wanted to be it for premium markets. It should be also mechanized with traditional cutting, drilling, and milling tooling. So no special tooling needs to be developed to give shape and cut in forms this material. And the most important challenge was to create a material that was fire resistant and in line with the European norms of fireproof materials. And so this is how this project was born after a lot of trial and error and innovation and design, studying the waste, how does it come, what is the shape, how can we transform it, and also how can we, after that, develop different products that could adapt to this market. That would be all. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the APSAE for inviting me today. And I hope this was interesting for all of you, and it was a pleasure.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rami Fischler. I'm a designer from Belgium, but my studio is in Paris. I arrived in Paris and in France in 1998, and I studied in Paris at l'ENSI Les Ateliers. And after 1 year at the Villa Medici, in 2010, I opened my own studio. And from the beginning, I choose to not limit myself in one particular fields, but always looking where design can be useful and exciting. So today we are working on many different fields, very complementary, such as F&B, restaurants, hotels all over the world, private residences, but in this case, we very specifically work on highly sophisticated projects for which we design the majority of the furniture, the light fixture, the textiles, and all the details are custom made. It's really a laboratory for design for us. That's why we really like to work on private residence. We create also industrial products, sometimes for care, sometimes for well-being, such as this air purifier that we see on the left side, totally produced in France. Sometimes we connect furniture like this fridge that we propose to avoid plastic packaging and food waste, thanks to a digital application that connect the restaurant that deliver the food in glass containers. We do also furniture, urban furniture, like the terrace and seats that we design for the Champs-Élysées Avenue and that we install just before the Olympic Games. And we also develop our own collection of furniture manufactured by craftsmen, mostly in France, but also in Italy and in Portugal. So when we talk about the place of design in a wider ecosystem, it is always good to remember where we come from. We tend to forget, but the world we live in today has been imagined, exhibited, and even introduced into movies with a clear aim to make us want to access this life, this way of life, and for the industry to be able to produce it with less risk of commercial failure. The 20th century design was based on an ideal of individualism, performance, overconsumptions, the conquest of the universe and the world cities as a dream habitat. But our generation should seek to build the future with different notions, such as common sense, sustainability, connection with the living or the notion of local and proximity. These words should guide our work and our creation in every field. And sometimes a modest contribution to the way we think about making an object or a space can have a major long-term impact on the quality of our lives. Saying that, I try every day to get closer to this ideal in my project, but I don't say it's always easy, as you can imagine. The Eiffel Tower is one of those architectural monuments that embody the Industrial Revolution. It's still standing more than 130 years later, even though it was supposed to be destroyed after 20. On the second floor of the restaurant, a large piece of art symbolizes our approach, which is mixing artisanal know-how with a strong message about climate change. This handmade textile tapestry doesn't represent a French flag as some customer thinks, but the evolution of the temperature from the construction of the Eiffel Tower on the left to the inauguration of the restaurant redesign on the right. More than 130 years separate these two periods, and a few degrees more too, as you can see. I designed the furniture restaurant and the chair specifically, and it was also the opportunity to study the durability of the chair, which is used 4 times a day, 7 days a week. In other words, this chair generally lasts 5 years at best, when the restaurant itself has to last 12 years before being renovated. And this is a real problem because generally, once this piece of furniture have broken down, they generate a great deal of waste as they are thrown away and replaced without being reused. So we decided to design a chair that would last at minimum the same time than the restaurant, on working on all the usual weaknesses. We create a very solid and totally independent wooden structure covered by a leather or fabric skin, which is applied without glue or other mechanical system. This leather cover, which deteriorates much faster than the wood, is often not detachable from the structure. Here, it can be replaced and recycled easily. For me, it's really the way we design furniture that needs to change to anticipate its life cycles.
Thanks so much to Sun Yoon, Gina, Naomi, and Rami for sharing their insights. Next, we move to Australia to meet with several members of the Design Institute of Australia and explore the ethical dilemmas faced in Australian industrial design. Through personal stories and case studies from designers across all stages of their careers, this next contribution examines values such as responsibility, integrity, accountability, and collaboration.
Hi, I'm Jo Kellogg, CEO of the Design Institute of Australia. We represent over 2,000 professional designers across all disciplines. For this year's World Industrial Design Day, we saw an opportunity to respond not just as individuals or studios, but as a collective of design professionals leading the Australian design sector. When designers join the DIA, they commit to upholding a shared code of conduct and a set of ethical principles which include values like integrity, transparency, generosity, excellence, inclusivity, and collaboration. They're lenses through which they approach their work every day. In this video, members have come together to reflect on what those values really mean in practice. Through their voices and stories, we hope to spark a richer conversation about the role of ethics in design and what it means to design responsibly together as a community.
Hi, my name's Liam Georgeson and I'm an industrial designer working within the healthcare sector for the Hurston Biofabrication Institute, which operates in Brisbane, the state capital of Queensland in Australia. So in my role, I work as part of a multidisciplinary team with clinicians, researchers and engineers, and we design medical devices, surgical planning tools, clinical training models and patient-specific solutions that respond to real clinical needs in Queensland hospitals. One ethical dilemma in my work involved patient data, which is something we work regularly with when designing models for surgical planning or clinical training. And in this particular case, we were developing a 3D printed training model using patient-derived data. And the data had been ethically sourced, and we had the necessary permissions to use it. But as the model took shape, it became clear that some identifying anatomy had been included. So specifically facial features that could be potentially recognizable. And even though the data was approved, the fact that the person could be recognized made it feel like we were possibly crossing the line. The issue was raised and we ended up modifying the model to improve those characteristics and remove the identification sort of features, ensuring anonymity. And it was just a small design decision, but one that carried a lot of weight, and it reminded me of how easy it is for well-intentioned work to move and evolve into unethical work. So in situations like that, it really highlights how important it is to have a strong design voice within multidisciplinary teams. And sometimes you need to ask the uncomfortable questions or catch the details that might otherwise be missed, and especially when it is affecting real people. I think if designers want to practice ethically, especially in complex areas like healthcare, we need to be clear about the role we play and the responsibility that comes with that role. So design, it's not just about making things better or more usable. It's really about shaping the conditions people live and work in. And as industrial designers and as the industry shifts and technologies evolve, we need to make sure we're using our skills to steer things in the right direction.
Hi, my name is Neela Rezai. I'm an industrial designer and the chair of Design Institute Australia's New South Wales Council, also known as the DIA New South Wales. In my day-to-day practice, I'm the co-founder of RK Collective, a design and innovation studio with a focus on sustainability and social impact. And I'm also an educator at the University of New South Wales Art and Design faculty, both in design for sustainability and co-design with community subjects. In this segment of the video, I want to talk about one of our core values of generosity and excellence, which is part of the DIA ethical framework. Now, in both roles, as a designer or a design leader and educator, I often think about how do we actually apply ethical design, not just in the things that we create or the products that we create as industrial designers, but actually how do we apply ethical design to really shape the culture of design itself. Now, at DIA, we recognize our responsibility to empower designers to really envision and create a world that's more habitable, regenerative, and resilient. Now, how do we actually do that? Through generosity and through excellence. Now, excellence in design, it's not just about, groundbreaking innovation or cutting edge tech. It is about those things, but also it's about how we work, how we question, how we interrogate, and it's also about generosity. I'm a big believer in this design as an act of generosity. This is actually why we chose to respond as a group and as a collective and as a community. Now, sharing knowledge, I think, is one of the most powerful and generous things we can do, not just as designers, but generally as humans. It's a very powerful tool. Now, when we share our process, our technical knowledge, our context, our challenges, our technology, we really help each other grow within the design community. And when we're helping each other grow, we can actually uplift the entire community, and we can actually really advance the whole field. So this act of generosity and sharing knowledge can really lead to excellence in the design industry. Now, I don't see excellence as a mastery. You can never become a master and you're excellent, that's it. It's really, it's about staying curious. It's about constantly questioning. It's about staying open, but it's also about being okay with the challenges and with the sort of complexity that comes from these topics. So the role of design education becomes really important here, because at the very sort of early start of a designer's career, if design education is really applying the concepts of ethical design correctly, and it's really integrated in the design education, we sort of create these conditions for young designers to be okay with complexity, to ask better questions, and we create the conditions for curiosity in this sense. Now, being generous is also about letting other people in, not holding knowledge too close to the heart or to the chest. And I think especially some of those voices who are not being heard within the industry. I think reflecting on my personal journey, one of the reasons that I started Arche Collective was to really address this issue of not having enough female design leadership in industrial design. I think it's a very well-known fact in our industry in Australia, and I would say globally as well, that we have excellent, amazing female designers, but we don't have enough voice in the design leadership space, especially in the consultancy area. We don't have many consultancies that are led by a female designer for many reasons. And I think I saw that as something that was, in my mind, and I thought, why not start and actually create this platform or create the conditions for other female designers to join or to learn. Now, I always go back to my favorite author and theorist, Victor Papanek, and I want to sort of read out a quote by him. "Design has become the most powerful tool with which we shape our society and ourselves." And I think if you're in a position of design leadership or a design educator or a teacher, that power becomes even more critical. We have the responsibility to build the culture of critical and ethical questioning, care, accountability across disciplines and across our communities. Now, the classroom, the studio, the brief, whatever's in front of us, becomes a place where we can actually model these ethical futures, where we can ask better questions, where we can interrogate our decisions better. What is it that we're creating? What is it that we're putting out in the world? And it's also a place where we can challenge the status quo. We say design is not neutral. So these areas are actually areas where we can really challenge the status quo and make sure that design is not neutral. So they're places where generosity means not holding on to power, sharing knowledge, and excellence mean creating space for others to actually do their best work, to become better, to become more knowledgeable, to become excellent in this case. So I come back to the same question that I ask my students. What kind of designers are we shaping? What kind of designers do we want to be? And how do we stay aware, curious? How do we constantly question the consequences of our outputs? And I think if we want a future-proof profession of industrial design in Australia, we really need to build it together through excellence and through generosity. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eloise Cleary. I'm an industrial designer based in Sydney, Australia, and I'm the Deputy Chair for the Design Institute Australia, New South Wales branch. I'm really excited to be talking today on the topic of ethical dilemmas within design, specifically industrial design. I think it's such an important aspect of our work and how we should be approaching our design process. Specifically, I'm going to be speaking to inclusivity. That's something that on both a personal and professional level I value really highly. And today we're focusing on the Design Institute Australia has recently come out with an ethics policy, which I'm a big advocate for some of the content-based inclusivity and respect within the design process. So early in my career, I could see where it was hard to integrate inclusive design within the process based on the fact that the priorities were speed to market, cost efficiency, but really I think we should have people at the forefront of our design process. So there are a few examples that I think are really important to reflect on that bad examples of design, so they're inaccessible design. One of those are infrared soap dispensers that don't actually acknowledge darker skin tones. Another would be touch screens in elevators. So both of these examples show where these marginalised groups that do make up a percentage of people haven't been considered through the design process, and so therefore they're eliminated from that process and then don't have proper accessibility. I think since COVID-19 there's been a big shift towards accessibility and therefore inclusive design. Immediately this shift came from inclusive communication, but also a shift to working from home, where we needed to have digital accessibility. As a result of this, a lot of people started talking about access, mobility needs, cognitive needs, and mental health awareness. So I think all of this was a really positive shift towards greater inclusion. A really good example of inclusive design done best was the Xbox adaptive controller. This design considered a whole range of user groups, not just mobility, disability, but cognitive and hearing and sight. And so all of these groups were then brought together within a co-design process to actually design this device, which I think is such a great manifestation of it. The fact that it was a modular piece allowed each individual to cater to their needs, not just one universal design for everyone, which I think is the main takeaway. I think personally I'm a big advocate for bringing inclusive design within my personal practice, so I work with a consultancy and it's something that I want to bring into every project. Really early in my design career I worked with a biomedical engineer, and we worked with groups such as those that have cerebral palsy and making sure that they could connect with the world more broadly. From the DIA's ethical policy, I wanted to read an excerpt from the inclusivity and respect component. So it says, "We champion inclusive design that values human dignity, diversity of perspective, and cultural sensitivity and accessibility." And then my favourite bit is ensuring that no voices are marginalised in the design process. I come back to this often and I think, what's the point of innovation without integrity and making sure that we bring that into our everyday design and how we communicate with the world?
I think it's really easy to default to speed, efficiency and cost, but really the things that we create and design are impacting real people on the other end. I think it's really important to question our process and not just design for people, but design with them.
I'm Steve Martinuzzo, co-founder and managing principal of Cobalt Design. We're a product design and engineering group based in Melbourne, Australia. Collaboration is central to almost everything we do as designers, but truly ethical collaboration, especially across disciplines, takes real care. It's not just teamwork, it's about trust, shared understanding, and acknowledging the real value that diverse thinking brings to our projects. At our studio, we work across many industries, from medtech, B2B, transport design and consumer products. That means we work alongside people who bring their own expertise in their own areas. Engineers, clinicians, software developers, regulatory specialists, business and marketing strategists. In these environments, design becomes the common link. And so we often find ourselves acting as mediators between the user and the technology, between the client and the manufacturer. Our role often includes making the invisible visible, balancing the competing needs between each specialist stakeholder. But this only works when we take the time to listen, not just to what's being said, but to the reasons behind people's aims or concerns. Respecting these differences isn't just ethical, it's essential to achieving a balanced and accepted design outcome. One of the recurring challenges in collaborative projects is getting clarity around IP, authorship and roles. Who owns the IP? Who gets credited for what parts? If these questions are not resolved and handled honestly and early, things can get messy down the track, and then trust breaks down. We've also come to realise that ethical collaboration requires mutual recognition, just as designers need to acknowledge the value that other disciplines bring to the design process. It's equally important that our contribution as designers is respected in return. At Cobalt, we believe it's a win-win when clients are open about involving designers in their process, and even champion that involvement publicly. We actively celebrate all our team members who contribute to a project, because we believe good design is always a collective effort. Ethical collaboration isn't something that we write into a contract and forget. It lives in the small, everyday decisions, moments where we choose to include and agree rather than assume and decree, where we listen more carefully and we share credit where credit is due. No one firm or discipline has all the answers. But when different perspectives are brought together with respect and openness, something genuinely powerful can happen. As designers, we're fortunate to help shape that process, and we have a responsibility to do so with integrity.
What is one ethical dilemma you've faced in your design work?
The biggest ethical dilemma I face in my design work day to day is definitely around material selection, and especially working in furniture, the goods are really bulky and there's a lot of material in them. So when it comes to material selection, in every single project that we do, we're balancing this tension between trying to hit commercial outcomes, and that often is delivering the project within a really tight timeline and also hitting a certain price point for the customer, but then also balancing that with the material selection used. Is that environmentally sustainable? Is the product long lasting and fit for use, and also does it deliver on its functionality really beautifully? I think that tension is actually a really good thing, and those constraints are what sometimes pushes us to do our best and most innovative work.
How do you navigate this dilemma? What values or decisions guide you?
I think the goal should be to create products that people want to keep for a long time, that age beautifully, and that really become a part of their lives. That's my why, especially in situations where we might need to consider compromising on cost or materials.
What do you think designers need to do now to practice ethically?
To practice ethically today, I think designers need to resist the pressure of hyperspeed trend cycles, especially in a time where social media drives constant consumption. We have a responsibility to design with intention, and that might mean sometimes we need to push back on the brief or the project timelines for the betterment of the project outcomes. I also think our community is important to hold us accountable in our design practice ethics.
I chose industrial design because I wanted to create things that genuinely help people, not just look good or sell well. In my honors year, I worked on Suits, a modular eye care device for people with keratoconus. I spent time speaking with the users, doctors, to understand the routine, pain points, and emotional strain of living with this condition. That process made me realize ethical design starts with empathy. It's not just about reducing harm, it's about creating space for dignity, autonomy, and access. It shaped how I see my role as a designer, not just as a problem solver in isolation, but as someone responsible for the ripple effects of every decision. After graduation, I moved into consultancy because I wanted to keep doing diverse, meaningful work that benefit both the users and environment, while learning how to deliver it within real-world constraints. That led me to Catapult. What I value most about working here is that ethics isn't treated as a separate checkbox. It's embedded in how we work. We trust the process. From early research to detailed development, there are always moments to ask, is this the right material? Will it last? Can it be recycled? Collaboration is another central value at Catapult. I've always been encouraged to contribute ideas that make products more serviceable, reduce waste, or extend lifespan. And increasingly, clients are more open to those conversations too, especially as global policies around sustainability and repairability continue to evolve. For me, ethical design is about attention. It's about noticing where things can be better for the user, for the environment, and acting on it, even in small ways.
I believe ethical design is designing for diversity, not just the majority. Ethical design is about slowing down and considering voices in the design process that hadn't been considered. I've seen firsthand how exclusion can impact people and the negative impacts it has on their everyday life. We should be considering who we include within our design process right from the start.
I believe ethical design is the act of taking responsibility not just towards the products that we make or our clients, but actually the society around us and the systems we shape. Whatever we design in this world designs us back. It shapes behaviors, it shapes systems in which we live in. So ethical design is not just a checklist, it's actually a lifelong commitment to learning, to reflection, to staying awake, and really using our creative power for the collective good of the society and our design community.
Designers, engineers, hardware, software. The things that connect us are more important than those that set us apart. We all came into our profession to improve the world around us, to solve problems, to improve lives, make things more efficient, and bring joy to people using the things, spaces, and experiences that we create. We believe that ethical design means staying true to that motivation we had when we started our careers, especially when things don't go to plan. Because in the real world of design consulting, things do get messy. Budgets tighten, timelines slip, and creative tensions flare, especially when our own areas of expertise pull us in different directions. That's why we need to remember that design is a team sport. It's important that we do our job and trust others and support them in doing theirs, because positive belief and teamwork is what makes ethical collaboration possible.
One shift I want to see in our industry is continued collaboration as a community. I think it's vital that we keep supporting each other as technology evolves, not just to keep up, but to stay grounded in values that matter. Ethical design is not just about what we make, it's also about who we are as a community.
I think ethical design for me means being really aware of the impact your work can have and genuinely stopping to think about the consequences of what you're designing. That impact could be environmental, social, financials, often all of these things at once. And I think that it's especially true for industrial designers because we work across so many different industries, and what we design can end up literally anywhere, in hospitals, homes, schools. And I think the thing is, those decisions and the materials we pick and the processes we choose and how long something lasts, they will ripple out in ways we don't see straight away, but I think those are all really important decisions. So for me, ethical design isn't just about ticking boxes and meeting standards. It's about being conscious at every stage and asking, is this the best choice? Not just for the product, but for the people using it and for the world that it ends up in. So to me, it's not just about doing less harm, it's about designing in ways that make things better.
Thanks to our friends at Design Institute of Australia for that inspiring session. Next, we're headed to the Philippines for a special 2-hour segment from WDO member and longtime World Industrial Design Day collaborator, Design Center of the Philippines. Tune in for a series of keynotes, talks, and panel discussions from leading Filipino designers emphasizing how they foster ethical accountability and cultural integrity in their work.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to IDX Conversations, We More Than Me. Every June 29, the World Design Organization, of which the Design Center of the Philippines is a member, celebrates World Industrial Design Day. World Industrial Design Day is a global celebration which aims to increase awareness of the profession of industrial design and celebrates the power of design in strengthening economic, cultural, social, and environmental development. This World Industrial Design Day, the Design Center celebrates through IDX Conversations, We More Than Me. We have an exciting set of talks in store for everyone today. But before we begin, please take a moment to settle into your seats and make sure that your phone is in silent mode. To usher us into the program, let me introduce the host and moderator for today's talk. She is a licensed interior designer with a strong focus on developing human-centered products and built environments. She earned her bachelor's degree in interior design at the University of Santo Tomas. and placed first at the 2009 Interior Design Licensure exam. She also graduated with the highest distinction honors in her Master's in Innovation and Business from the Asian Institute of Management. Beyond her academic achievements, our host and moderator also prides herself in pushing for scalable impact in her endeavors, particularly in her role as the Director for Public Relations and Communications at the Philippine Institute of Interior Designers, or PIID. As a co-founder and interior designer at Spaces Design Studio, she orchestrates experience design, weaving cultural and societal values into spaces that transcend functionality and fosters positive collaboration to promote a Filipino values-driven approach. Currently, she serves as the Division Chief of the Design Services Division of the Design Center of the Philippines. Without much ado, let us all welcome to the IDX stage, Ms. Carla May Leonor.
All right, good day everybody, and welcome to the IDX Conversations We More Than Me. This is the Philippine session of World Industrial Design Day, and I'm Carla Leonor. I'm the Design Services Division Chief of the Design Center of the Philippines, and it's my honor to be your host and your moderator for today. So, from its maiden edition in 2017, where sustainable consumption and production practices were fleshed out, to its 2023 edition, where design's new purpose was unraveled, IDX has never failed to live up to its goal of celebrating World Industrial Design Day in a unique, timely, and truly global manner. This year's World Industrial Design Day carries the theme, Let's Get Ethical, shedding light on ethical design and inviting designers to embrace transparency, empathy, and integrity as crucial building blocks in their designs. Now in the Philippines, we are amping up this global design celebration with another thought-provoking and insightful roundtable discussion that brings together the best and the brightest design visionaries and thought leaders to tackle and discuss how Filipino core values of kapwa can be a crucial building block that makes Philippine design distinct and act as a core strength of our country's very first national design policy. So that sounds exciting, right? And I'm sure everyone wants to learn more about this. So before we officially begin, we would like to acknowledge the presence of De La Salle College of St. Benilde Chancellor Ben-Hur Ong. Round of applause, please. De La Salle College of St. Benilde Vice Chancellor for Academics, Mr. Angelo Lacson. De La Salle College of St. Benilde School of Environment and Design, Dean Harvey Vasquez. And of course, De La Salle College of St. Benilde Chairperson for Industrial Design, Mr. Romeo Catap Jr. IDX has always been rooted in collaborative connections among design communities in the Philippines. And this year, IDX blazes strong and high as it forges ties with De La Salle College of St. Benilde, which has been renowned not only for its innovative education programs, but more so for its industry-focused education, particularly in the creative, arts, and design fields. To give due recognition to the relentless support of De La Salle College of St. Benilde, let's all welcome to the IDX stage the head of the Industrial Design Division. We have Mr. Romeo Catap Jr.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, and I'm speaking on behalf of our school dean, Architect Harvey Vasquez. So as the program chair of industrial design, I'm very excited to be here and for us to have this program together. So welcome to this event that is focused on two words, which is me and we. This is a title that may sound very playful, but it also a very powerful tension between individuality and community. And when I saw the title from the very beginning, a lot of things have been coming around. And then what could be the good direction for this one? And it's very interesting because in the world of design, we are often taught to speak with bold clarity, We as designers, we defend our choices, we own our own processes to develop a distinct voice, and that is the me. That is each and every one of us. But what happens if there are multiple me's sitting at the same table, and we'll have that panel here later, and we have an actual table. And that's when the magic of the we begins. So today we are diving into the conversations that shape us, not just the visuals that we create, the values that we carry, and the questions that we ask, and the perspectives that we will listen to. Conversations between us, all of the designers of different fields. I believe it's not just industrial designers, but also from interior design, architecture, fashion. We have a lot. Also in graphic design. And we're not just about critique or collaboration, but this is about co-creation, community, and even conflict. And I'm also very excited with this because finally, I can say this, finally, Design Center of the Philippines and Binilde Industrial Design were under one roof. We've had a lot of fist bumps before, many times when we were exhibiting nung nandun pa yung Design Center dito sa may Pasay. No? We had our exhibitor malapit lang, but then you moved, so sayang. No? Sir Kenneth and I, Sir Kenneth Cowan and Miss Rita, we've been, and Miss Rhea, we've been having those talks, but because of the pandemic, some things didn't work out. But now that we have this opportunity to converse together, and being the only two World Design Organization members so far in the Philippines, and we want more, hopefully more. Let's have this because you have the resources, you have the connections, you have the linkages, and you have the experts. Sir Jude is here, okay, and then and also all of our other speakers, and then we have the learners, very excited learners who is the future of our country, and this is what we want to celebrate together. This is one conversation that we wouldn't want to just pass by, and on behalf of this program, we are very excited to have you here. I'll also take this opportunity to invite you also because Design Center is in charge of the World Industrial Design Day. Allow us to have a week on July 7 to 11. Kami naman, as an academic institution, we will be celebrating the World Industrial Design Week since we are the academic part that is hosting for the rest of the academe here in the Philippines. So our doors are open on July 7 to 11. We'll also have another exhibit which is being led by Sir Gabri Chauco and Ms. Dindin Araneta, so you are all welcome to join us as well. So those are little things that we do together, and then at the end of the day, we are both doing ordinary things extraordinarily well. So let's talk, let's challenge, let's connect, and let's design better together. So welcome to De La Salle College of St. Milde. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Chairperson Romeo Catap for the Industrial Design Program. Now, through IDX conversations, the Design Center of the Philippines continues to emphasize the importance of design in creating sustainable and impactful solutions, while celebrating the unique contributions of Filipino designers to the global design community. To welcome us to this year's IDX, let's hear from no other than the Executive Director of Design Center of the Philippines. We have Ms. Rhea Matute.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Allow me to once again acknowledge our speakers and everyone involved in today's celebration of the World Industrial Design Day. Well, not yet here, but coming, our Secretary for TESDA, Francisco Kiko Benitez, De La Salle College of St. Benilde Chancellor Ben Herong, De La Salle College of St. Benilde Chancellor for Academics, Mr. Angelo Lacson, De La Salle College of St. Benilde School of Environment and Design, Harvey Vasquez, De La Salle College of St. Benilde Chairperson for Industrial Design, Romeo Catap Jr., President of Asian Social Institute and former National Commission for Culture and the Arts Chairperson, Professor Felipe De Leon, our Design Advisory Council Co-Chair, Maylene Abiva, National Design Policy Lead Consultant, Paolo Mercado, and of course, Industria Edition Co-Founder and Creative Lead, Jude Chutico, our esteemed partners and fellow designers, design advocates, design curious, and yes, even design skeptics, and all of you from different parts of design and societal spectrum. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. And for our international audience, good day to you all. It is with great pleasure and gratitude that we welcome you today at the De La Salle College of St. Benilde as we join the World Design Organization community to mark the annual celebration of the World Industrial Design Day. On behalf of the Design Center of the Philippines, we thank De La Salle College of St. Benilde for the opportunity to once again work together for our shared goal of making the Philippines a design-led nation by mobilizing the design and creative sectors as catalysts in nation building. Dean Harvey and I were just together actually last week, and we are closely working to soon institutionalize this partnership to bring our collaboration for greater impact, not only to the new generation of designers and creatives, but to unleash new areas beyond aesthetics where we can truly showcase what design can do. 8 years ago, Design Center of the Philippines made a commitment to the World Design Organization to consistently and to constantly celebrate World Industrial Design Day through IDX. IDX has since served as a powerful platform in honoring the contribution of industrial designers and designers in general in shaping the world. From sparking thought-provoking conversations to inspiring action for positive change, IDX is an opportunity for all of us to challenge our perspectives on design, finding ways to move it from familiar territories and well-worn paths so we can unlearn and learn anew and emerge as better designers and in support of the practice of humanity-centered design. Grounded on World Industrial Design Day's theme for 2025, Let's Get Ethical, IDX Conversations, We, More Than Me, serves to discuss not just the central role of design in transforming the world, but more so to unravel how our values as Filipinos can guide and transform the way we design. It probes how do our virtues and values as Filipinos influence the objects, images, places, and systems that we design. The core value inherent among us Filipinos is the core value of kapwa. Kapwa, the core of Filipino social psychology, is a recognition of a shared identity, an inner self shared with others. Actions rooted in kapwa deeply underscores the importance of empathy, compassion, and systems thinking. And Design Center is going all in on kapwa as our unique voice in design, not just in terms of us and fellow humans in this world, but with all living things, with the entire planet, and truly lend that kapwa consciousness and humanity-centered design. I hope that by the end of this edition of IDX, you will too. The Philippine government, through the Department of Trade and Industry and the Design Center of the Philippines, supports and extends its genuine commitment to empower Filipino designers, especially young designers, to be values-driven and ethical in their practice, so not only can we have good designers that solves problems, but develop great design that prevents problems. Because as designers have come to realize that today's problems were yesterday's solutions. In closing, may this edition of IDX bring new vigor to Filipino designers and empower them to design not just with malasakit, but with kapwa at the core and the core of our design process. May this edition of IDX spark within each of you a sense of responsibility that puts being ethical, sustainable, and strategic at the core of your design practice. Let's build a powerful momentum from here on and design for the we and not just the me. Happy World Industrial Design Day, everyone. Maraming salamat.
Thank you for that wonderful message, our Executive Director, Ria Matute. Now, every year, the Philippines joins the World Design Organization in global celebration of World Industrial Design Day through IDX. And IDX recognizes the importance of industrial design and designers in strengthening economic, social, cultural, and environmental developments around the world. So before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge our partners who have made this event possible. Our co-presenter is the World Design Organization, our institutional partner, De La Salle College of St. Benilde, our program partners, the Design Advisory Council of the Philippines and A. Garcia Lifestyle Inc., our media partners, Adobo Magazine, and of course, Art Plus Magazine. Thank you again for your relentless support. All right, now for everyone here, please don't forget to tag us in your posts and stories with our official event hashtags, hashtag WIDD2025, and hashtag Let's Get Ethical, as well as hashtag IDX2025 and hashtag IDX Conversations. So as Filipinos, the concept of kapwa is something that guides most of our actions, our relationships, and the way we deal with others. It's sort of like our Northern Star and makes our culture distinct from other cultures around the world. However, the concept of kapwa has more than it meets the eye. What it can be used for to make our designs more efficient, more effective, and more ethical. And what if the concept and consciousness of kapwa can also inform the very first national design policy in the country? That's for us to find out today, and we have an amazing set of speakers to enlighten us on these topics. So before I introduce our first speaker, we just have a few reminders for our live audience here today. So to make sure that everyone will benefit from the information that will be presented by our speakers and avoid unnecessary distractions, we kindly request everyone to put their phones on silent mode. Again, we kindly request for everyone to put their phones on silent mode. Thank you. Our presentation today will also have a roundtable discussion and a Q&A portion that you, everyone in the audience, can partake in. So if at any point you have questions or have any insights that you may want to raise or want to clarify, just kindly take note of them, and then later we'll bring them up during the Q&A portion. And for those who are tuning in online on the DTI Design Center Facebook page, you can also send your questions in the platform. Now off to our main event. Our first keynote speaker is one of the leading advocates of Filipino culture and identity. As the former National Commission on Culture and the Arts chairman, he is a champion of our core values on bayanihan, kabutihang loob, and kapwa. He was also the former chair of the Humanities Division of the National Research Council of the Philippines, an agency under the Department of Science and Technology. As a former professor of arts at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, he taught humanities, aesthetics, music theory, and Philippine art and culture. He also served as a lecturer on social transformation courses at the Asian Social Institute in Manila. He has also done many studies in Philippine musicology, particularly on the kundiman and other folk music traditions. So as a composer, he has written music for various plays and has written quite a number of nationalistic songs. He obtained multiple master's degrees from 1973 to 1991. And without further ado, please let us all welcome to the IDX stage, Mr. Felipe De Leon Jr.
Thank you for the introduction. I'd like to greet Executive Director Rhea Matute of the Design Center of the Philippines, other officers of the Design Center, and of course, DTI, and my colleague, co-speaker today, Mr. Paulo Mercado. You know, I always am afraid that I'll go over time. I'll try to control myself because this topic is quite elaborate and very complicated. Culture is one of the most complex phenomena ever. And let's look at our culture from, can I remove this so that I can move a little? No? I don't like to be fixed on a particular place. Anyway, my PowerPoint is visible enough, no? I think. So my title is Upholding Filipino Dignity Through Design. And maybe this is not on.
Forward lang.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay. In Philippine culture, there is an underlying belief in the shared identity of human beings. This is the meaning of kapwa. The other person is also yourself. And this is the core of Filipino psychology, humaneness at the highest level, because it implies a unique moral obligation to treat one another as equal fellow human beings. This is the meaning of kapwa. If you think of the universe as an infinite sun, at the center is God, or the creative living principle, and it's one of us. Bawat isa sa atin is a ray of God. So we all come from the center. That's why we are all one. No? That's the meaning of kapwa. Kapwa means the other person is also yourself. That's why you have to treat the other person as you treat yourself. No? Each one of us is a unique expression of this creative living presence. Bawat isa sa atin ay sinag ng dakilang may likha. So every person is a soul, an individual ray of this infinite source. This induces in the Filipino a deep sense of worth and dignity based on the assumption of oneness with God. Every person is sacred. No? Kapwa is an awareness of the rootedness of each one of us in the one divine essence within. Okay? That's why it implies the golden rule of all the great religions. Treat your neighbor as you treat yourself, because your neighbor is also yourself. Unlike pakikisama, let me see. Nagminalo ko ito. Okay. Why does it jump? Okay. Unlike pakikisama, pakikipagkapwa has no negative connotation. Pakikisama is not a Filipino value. Ang napapakalat lang yan na Filipino value, mga commercial enterprises, no? Makisama kayo, bili kayo ng beer na ito. But pakikisama is not really the Filipino value. How can it be a value? Pwede kayo mapasama sa basag ulo, mapasama sa korupsyon. That's not the Filipino value. It's really pakikipagkapwa, no? Pakikipagkapwa has no negative connotation. Ayaw talaga, no? Where will I direct this so that... dito lang, okay. Okay. So pakikisama is the deepest level of involvement with another person is still considered an outsider. Ang pinakikisamahan, outsider lang. Why? If I am a guest in your house, habang inaasikaso niyo ako, nandito pagkain na, pag nagutom ka, buksan mo lang ang ref, nandito tuwalya if you like to take a bath. Habang inaasikaso niyo ako, I'm still a visitor. And if I'm already part of your household, hindi niyo ko kailangang asikasuhin. Hindi na yun pakikisama, no? Okay. So,
Sabihin na lang po next, tapos...
sige. Sige. Next na lang kasi mabanggal kasi pag next eh. Okay. Next, please. Next. Okay. So pakikipagkapwa in principle excludes any action that may be detrimental or harmful to other human beings. It's definitely inconsistent with exploitative human transaction. Hindi ito gamitan, no? Okay. Hindi matatapos ito. So, Filipino traditional culture is not transactional, not utilitarian. The deep sense of oneness with others makes Filipinos value human connectivity highly. Human beings are not a resource. There's something wrong with the language that talks about human beings as a resource. That's not Filipino, because human beings are sacred and we have to harmonize and work together for a common purpose. Human beings are not soulless machines or mere statistics in the order of things, and Filipinos do not like to be treated as objects, but as persons who feel life deeply. Filipinos are number one in experiencing the widest range of emotions every single day. That's according to many studies. Look, we are the most emotionally aware countries. Number one, the Philippines, El Salvador, Bahrain, Oman, Colombia, Chile, and let me see. Nag-jump, tumalon, no? Tumalon. Can you please go back?
Sabihin mo na lang, sir, next. Ako na po next.
Sige, go back, please. Back, please. Back. Isa pa. Yan. Sige. So, the most, yan. Hanggang dyan, the Ecuador, and then next slide, please. It's worth noting that the least emotionally aware country, Singapore, is the only country in the world now to fully incorporate emotional intelligence skill development. So, kailangan din silang matuto ng emotion, no? Next slide, please. So, emotion, look, what I'll try to give you is how Filipinos have manifested their values. How pakikipagkapwa correlates with certain visual elements. How Filipinos have interpreted their own values to come up with particular designs. No? So, aesthetically speaking, there's a strong correlation between a feeling orientation or emotional expressiveness with color. The more emotional a people are, the more they love colors. Filipinos, especially in our traditional communities, prefer a polychromatic color scheme. A more restrained orientation favors monochromatic designs or those with neutral colors like white, black, and gray. In general, the elites are much less expressive in their color preferences, which coincides with their monotonal speech patterns. Next slide, please. So, typically, generally, if in our traditional cultures, people love color, especially in the rural areas. Next slide, please. Yan. Dahan-dahan lang. Yung una muna, no? Back please. That is Maguindanao. Next. That's Tausug. And that's Samar, from Samar, Basay Samar. Next slide, please. That's Pahias in Lokban. Okay, that's Hernando Ocampo. It continues until modern art. Next slide, please. Okay, so Filipinos are highly relational, nurturing, caring, and compassionate people who seek harmony and oneness with us. Kaya nga, we don't treat each other as a resource, but as one with ourselves. So our culture seems to be infused with so much anima, the mother archetype. Next slide, please. Being a most highly relational people in the world, Filipinos love to connect to others and bring people together. We like to share what we have with others. Sharing of being is a social basis of health and happiness. Kapag may pista, pwedeng makikain kahit kaninong bahay na may handa. Uwi ka, may pabalot pa. Pag may nanalo, malamang may balato. In our food culture, according to Claude Tayag, culinary expert Claude Tayag, sabi niya, in our food culture, we have no recipe for a single person. It's always at least something that 10 people can share. Filipinos are hardly eat alone. Pag may kumakain na nag-iisa, naaawa kayo. Ba't ka nag-iisa? Gusto mo samahan kita. Invite a person to your party, how many will come? You invite one, 10 ang darating. Sambatan yun ang darating. That's why RSVPs are meaningless in our culture. There's always an extra bed kasi palagi may bantay sa mga ospital. And we smile most of the time because that's the easiest way to connect. Next slide, please. We are so eager for social networking. That's why we are texting, Facebook, and selfie capital reward. Bonus makes workers feel part of the family, making them more loyal, honest, and hardworking. Pasalubong is almost a sacred ritual because that's the best way to reconnect after coming home from a distance. That's why lahat na may iuwi mula sa hotel, kinokolekta, pati toilet paper, inuuwi yan. Next slide, please. No? Now, anyway, in spite of the rapid changes our country is going through, a great majority of our people have retained much of our traditional communal, makakapwa, and spiritual values. Note how during the pandemic, so many Filipinos initiated programs to help the poor meet their basic needs, like the community pantries, which mushroomed all throughout the country. Next slide. During time of disaster, bayanihan and volunteer work to save lives and alleviate suffering abound. Pakikipagkapwa, pakikiramdam, malasakit, kagandang loob are very much alive. We should never lose these qualities. So, at their best, Filipinos are a highly nurturing, caring, sharing people with strong maternal orientation, definitely not loners. And we have a genius in interpersonal communication. We are geniuses in interpersonal communication and nurturing, caring attitude. That's why we excel in the service professions or industry. No? Next slide. And we are loving people. Filipinos like to read love stories and watch TV dramas about romance. According to a survey done in 2013, Filipinos came out on top of 136 countries in feeling love. Next slide, please. So, look, now, one correlation. Pakikiramdam is part of kapwa. Knowing through feeling or participatory sensitivity. Pakikiramdam makes the Filipinos especially compassionate, affective, malambing, gentle, and kind. That's why there are many kinds of art that... Next slide, please. Next slide, please. That's why many kinds of art use flowing, mellifluous lines, no? Next slide, please. Oh, Filipinos prefer mediation, not confrontation. That's why pahiwatig, pakiusap, pakikipagkaibiro are only a few of the orchestral ways of techniques for bridging differences. Because that's pakikipagkapwa. So, next slide, please. That's why we love curves rather than angles, no? Next slide, please. Look, the contemporary expression of that could be this kind of chair, and Filipinos love flowing curvilinears, no? Next slide, please. Pagbibigayan, sharing, interdependence is manifested in avoiding stark contrast and engage in micro-interweaving of colors and other elements resulting in great harmony. Next slide, please. The one at the left is very Western. What do the Filipinos do, especially in the provinces, especially in traditional culture? They break up the colors into small parts and put them together in micro positioning so that the red and the green become harmonious. This is what we do. We chop up the different colors in many small parts and distribute them in a micro-harmonic way. That's what we do. Next slide, please. So, we love to touch because touching is one of the most effective way to connect to people. Wala nakakaligtas dyan sa mga palengke na malalamog na sa kahihipo yung mga gulay ko. So we love tactile shapes. We love anything that is inviting the touch, as ancient as before. Next slide, please. This comes from 200 BC. Look, even before the Spaniards came, we already loved tactile things. And this is one way to interest Filipinos. We don't like museums where there is showing, look only. We don't like that. We love to touch. We like to ride on things. We like to join the event. We like to participate. So a museum has to be interactive. That's what the Filipinos like. Next slide, please. Look, that's why this is a fugao basket with a rich texture. Filipinos like that very much, no? Next slide, please. And empathy is much weakened by our westernized education. Filipinos have been through our westernized educational system, which includes the elite, bureaucrats, upper and middle classes, and much of the lower middle class, may not manifest much of the kagandahang loob, pakikiramdam, and pakikipagkapwa. They become individualists. That's the result of academic education, which is very, very Western. Next slide, please. So, Filipinos are not individualistic, no? This is very important. That's why I read it carefully. We are personalistic, not individualistic. When you hire a termite exterminator to cure your house of this pest, you agree to certain terms with him. You may both sign a contract which binds the two of you to its terms. The relationship here is purely functional between two individuals, one a layman, the other a specialist. Once the job is done, you're satisfied. You pay the termite exterminator. No further transactions are needed. This is an official, impersonal, even legal relationship, like all relationships in the bureaucracy and big business. What if this termite expert becomes your neighbor? Unless he is a very private person, you'll get to know his family, his interests, story of his life, vices and virtues, jokes, and even his emotional ups and downs. This is the kind of connection cherished by many Filipinos. Holistic, informal, deep, lasting, and promotes oneness with the community. That is personalism. Filipinos are personalistic people, not individualistic. Next slide, please. So, we like to experience the wholeness of life. We like to know a person wholly. Next slide, please. We don't like a partial, fragmented view of life. Next slide. We respond to life synergistically. Next slide, please. A Filipino is not happy just knowing another person's name. We would also like to inquire about his work, hometown, relatives, marital status, even his salary. Tatanungin lahat yan. Kailangan makonect tayo completely as a whole person. Next slide. So, we are personalistic. We connect to each other with our whole being, Those communal, inclusive, interdependent. Happiness is being one with others, where blessings are shared. Westerners are individualistic, bureaucratic, impersonal. They connect to one another according to their designated social role, specialization, professional or official capacity, giving much value to privacy, independence, exclusiveness, hierarchy, top-down decision making. That's the opposite of who we are. We are participatory, inclusive. Next slide, please. So, before that, there are three cultures in the world. Culture of power, where people are attached to power and privilege, control and domination. This is the culture of the military, government, and politics. Culture of wealth, where people are attached to wealth and material goods, comfort, pleasure. This is the culture of big business, capitalism, Trump's America. Right? And the third culture is the culture of the common good, culture of the higher self, culture of shared being. No? Madaling maging tao, mahirap magpakatao. We like to share. This is a culture that traditionally Filipino. Next slide, please. So, if our culture is the culture of the common good, we'll be personalist. In personalism, which belongs to the culture of common good, personalism belongs to the culture of the common good. It is strive for art that binds communities, that creates a strong feeling of devotion to the home and family. Seen in its painstaking attention to detail and ornament. In other words, homey art with so much attention to detail. It's very, very Filipino in orientation, no? Like this. This one is not. This one is Russian. I'm just showing the equivalent in Russia. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And Babosha dolls. That's the Russian. And this is Filipino. So much detail. Just to show that there's devotion. It's really for the home. You cannot have this much devotion if you are creating just for business, no? This is paete, no? All of these are paete. Next slide, please. And this one is also in paete. The counterpart, next slide, please. Yeah, the counterpart in our contemporary life would be this kind of common chair. This is also very homey in character. Next slide, please. Yes, this one. And also another one could be, and the cabinet, which is very homey in character. It shows devotion to the family. Next slide, please. Or this one of Kenneth Copenhagen also, this very rattan bed. In other words, this is Filipino, very Filipino, because it's the homey quality and it uses native materials. Next slide, please. Yes, Kenneth Copenhagen bed. Next slide, please. Okay. In the culture of power is obsessed with domination, control, and manipulation. The delusion, the delusion of control over everything eliminates decorations. This is not Filipino. A good example is found in modern banks, insurances, and military buildings, where all such details are found together, square buildings with square windows. The least amount of variation and the maximum amount of uniformity. That's not Filipino. No? Wala man lang expression of personality. There's a desire for what? Stability. So it's important to know that the core principles of Filipino ethnicity are built upon the culture of the common good, rather than the culture of power or the culture of wealth. That's why relationships are more important for most Filipinos than economic power. Next slide, please. We do not fragment human beings and natural images. Why? Because we connect with the whole. We don't connect with one part only. Hindi gamitan yan, no? With the Filipinos' deep sense of worth and dignity, believing that every person is sacred and that everything in nature is alive, we do not fragment their images. The attitude is one of harmony with all of creation. We treat one another holistically as a multi-level being, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. We do not fragment human and natural images. The kind of abstraction we make does not isolate one or more parts of the anatomy. We do not dislocate and rearrange parts, as in Picasso's analytical and synthetic cubism. Next slide, please. Ayan, look. Manansala's work. Manansala was a student of Braque and Picasso, but he does not fragment the human being. Next slide, please. Picasso. Manansala, walang fragmentation. Picasso. Manansala. Picasso. Manansala. Picasso. Manansala. And this is the most abstract. This is the most abstract of Manansala, but still no dislocation and fragmentation. Next slide, please. Look, this Picasso portrait of a young girl. We don't do this. We preserve the sacredness of the human being. Next slide, please. And the highest kind of abstraction we make in our traditional culture, the highest kind of abstraction we make is stylization. What is stylization? That is abstraction, is preserve the wholeness. Look, you can see, no? The moon, the snake there. Now you get the essence. It's still the whole, but simplified. Stylization does not fragment. It captures the spirit or essence of a thing. That's the kind of abstraction that we make. This is Kalinga. This is one used by Wang Od, no? And other Kalingas in the north. Stylization rather than what? Fragmentation. Next slide, please. Oh, yan. Stylization. Oh, look at these stylizations. Stylization, together with our highly rhythmic designs, basically affirm Filipino hope, full of optimism, existential joy, and harmony with life. This one, look at the human beings there, stylized, no? Dancing people, dancing man. And at the center is, the left is from Aba, the one at the center is Ilocano Abel. And this is the design of whirlwind, Cosikos. The one at the right is the Tree of Life by Tataw Sug. Abstract, but stylized and not fragmented, no? Next slide, please. Okay, so the culture of the Commonwealth is built upon trust and openness. We are open people, and the Philippines is highly accessible and accommodating. This quality of character manifests in transparency or openness in art. People who are open and accommodating would love transparency in art. And it's not surprising that transparency in Cubism was introduced to the world. It was a Filipino, Vicente Manansala, who introduced transparent Cubism to the world. Next slide, please. Because the Cubism of Braque and Picasso, Braque, this is Braque, and Picasso, girl look into the mirror. Imagine, girl look into the mirror pero opaque pa rin, hindi pa rin transparent. Now, the Cubism of Braque and Picasso is opaque, but Filipino Cubism, next slide please, is transparent. In other words, we introduced to the world transparent Cubism because Filipino psychology values openness, and openness is translated into visual arts in what? Transparency. Next slide, please. Another transparency is native to the Philippines, with piña, barong, hoses, sinamay are all more or less translucent or transparent. Next slide, please. Our houses are basically open, no? And you can, sometimes you don't know which is the interior and which is the exterior. There's impenetrability of exterior and interior, very transparent, like this one. This is not Spanish. We make a mistake if we think that this is Spanish. The only thing that is European there, the only thing that is European here is the furniture and the chandelier. But the design of the house is very Filipino. Wide open windows. You cannot say wide open windows in a temperate zone. Pagdating ng winter, lagot kayo pag ganyan kalalaki mga bintana ninyo. Impossible ito sa Europe. With wide open windows, that can only be Filipino. No? Next slide, please. Look at this, wide open window, wide windows, no? Ito ang mga totoong, these are the authentic Spanish houses. With very small windows, without awnings, roof have no overhangs. The houses are made of stone all throughout. Ito mga talagang Spanish houses. Next slide, please. Yan, no ventanilla. Made of stone or Spanish houses. This is Filipino. There's nothing Spanish here. Ang mga Pilipino, akala nila Kastila ito. No, this is Filipino. Next slide, please. This is Spanish. And this is Filipino with windows all around. Next slide, please. And we love transparency even in modern art. Next slide, please. Orlina. And we have a demand for transparency even in politics. We think that people who are opaque, secretive, aloof, are suspect, no? Next slide, please. So how do we identify ourselves as people? We are people who are highly skilled. We are people who are highly skilled in creating situations, activities, or things that bring people together. We are number one in the world in this skill, bringing people together. Since we love to connect the people, then we enjoy and excel in making things. Hindi pa tapos na. Since we love to connect the people, then we enjoy and excel in making things and activities that connect people. Then we are masters of human connectivity. Being masters of human connectivity, this means we have hundreds of ways. We have hundreds of ways to connect socially. No? Next slide, please. Look at the affixes in our languages. Affixes, no? Mas maraming affixes, mas relational. Ilan ang mabubuo sa English gamit ang pandiwang to it? How many affixes can you form using the word to eat. Apat lang. Eat, eating, eaten, ate. But in our languages, ganong karami ang anyo ng kain. Next slide, please. Kumakain, napakain, pakikain, palakain. Ikain mo ako, I cannot go to your party. Ikakakain, kagsikain. Next slide, please. Magkakain. Lahat na, kakainan na, pagpakain, ipakain, pakain mo sa baboy, pagkakain mo ito, pakiliklik, kinainan mo, ha? Next slide, please. Pagkainan, ano ba pinagkakain mo sa makitan tiyan mo? Makakain nga ng luto, masarap daw, manginain, nangangain ng printer mo, pwede mo na, makain, baka wala ka naman makain bukas, ubos na ang supply, and so on. Pakain naman yan, pagkakain, pakikain, ang dami-dami yan. In English, there are only 4. It shows you that they're individualists. They don't care about relationships as much as we do. And how do you translate this in architecture, in visual design? Next slide, please. How can design cope up with these countless social interactions, functions, relations in Philippine culture? The oldest solution is just to have a big central space surrounded by a smaller space in different levels. This is why, because if you come up with a room for every social function, you will end up with a mansion or a palace. Another is transformability of structures. Here are the parts you can transform. Rolling of bamboo floors. The floors made of tight bamboo slats can be rolled to convert the house into a meeting hall. Open layouts. The absence of rigid doom divisions. The absence of rigid doom divisions allows for flexible use of space. Walls can be added or removed to create different configurations based on changing needs. Next slide, please. Look at this. This is the oldest solution. Just a big room, where you can do functions, and there are many levels for sleeping and doing other things. This is in Palawan. Kanya-kanyang, pang magsatrabaho sa pinakamalaking space. An old solution. Or you can have balconies and verandas, staircases that can move, windows and counters, modular construction. Yan ang paraan para magamit yung multi-relational character natin. Next slide, please. But in spite of living in rapidly changing times, our genius for human connectivity has remained intact. Look, we are very creative in things that bring people together like fiestas. Next slide, please. And art, and dance troops, vocal instrumental performers, theater groups. We are the best choral groups. We have the best choral groups in the world. And we also are very good in bringing people together like beauty pageants and big international events. Next slide, please. So, next slide, please. Public now. The most effective technique that we use to bring people together is multi-significance. Packing things, activities, and objects in multiple uses, functions, and values so that they attract or bring together people of different tastes and preferences. The fiestas we mentioned, but other examples about halo-halo, sinigang, kare-kare, puchero, pito-pito, medley of songs, and many more. Pinakamagaling tayo yan. Next slide, please. 3-in-1, sinigang, medley, Filipino films, halo-halo yan. Next slide, please. Nandiyan na. Tanggalin niya ayaw nyo. Pito-pito. And this one is galinera, traditional solution. A work of art, upuan yan at same time kulungan ng manok. We are always put things together. Next slide, please. When they diversify to bring more people together. When they go shopping, Filipinos bring along their relatives and friends who naturally have varied interests. A bookstore selling only books may excite one person, but not his friends. Kaya ultimately, malulugi ang isang bookstore. Ultimately, malulugi ang isang bookstore na libro lang. Like nawala na yung Alemars, Power Books, halos wala na. But national, nandiyan pa kasi national is nandun yung books, at the same time you have school supplies and many others. National Bookstore is almost a department store. It's best to diversify as much as possible without losing focus so everybody in your family or circle of friends will be happy. Next slide, please. And look, Filipinos always put together, Filipinos always want to be together, so we put everything together. Sari-sari store, an extension of our country becomes tambayan, bookstore becomes a department store, drugstore becomes a grocery, gasoline station becomes an eatery. Next slide, please. But of course, the champion of multi-significance is the Filipino Mall, which we pioneered. It brings together the sari-sari store, park, and plaza in gigantic proportions. Next slide, please. The main reason for the mall's immense popularity is where else in the world you find a mall where you can pay your bills, apply for passports, renew your licenses, have a haircut, do work out in a gym, get medical treatment, attend watch a movie, or go to the supermarket. Next slide, please. It's no accident, therefore, that IKEA of Sweden built its largest store in the world in Pasay City. Next slide. Ayan. Next slide, please. So, in our holistic, communal, and soulful traditional cultures, art is part of everyday life. And almost everyone is an artist. This is I think, a very good philosophy of design. No? Beauty is the essential condition of the soul. In our traditional cultures, whatever the occupation of a person in the community is, farmer, fisherman, metalsmith, house builder, and so on, they will surely endow them with much art and design. Whether they are making a comb, jewelry, ornament, utensils, farm implements, or boats, lalagyan nilang art and design yan. This is the way of our traditional indigenous and folk Filipinos. The result is an amazing diversity and exuberant design concepts and forms. Next slide. The practice of art is for everyone. In particular, the practice of art and functional creativity is not confined to the specialists alone, but is for everyone. Thus, there are also no special venues or spaces for artistic and other creative activities because they occur wherever and whenever there is human activity. The aesthetic makes everything attractive and marketable. There is nothing more attractive and keeps us interested than beauty. Making everything artistic heightens its value, making it very marketable. The immense popularity of Apple products is due to its elegance and beauty, having been designed by Steve Jobs, who enrolled in calligraphy classes. Also note how attractive Japanese packaging is. Oftentimes, you will buy a Japanese product just because of its beautiful packaging. Next slide, please. Art in our culture is integrated with everyday life. Work becomes a creative challenge and saves people from envy, meaninglessness, and promotes health. Being integrated with everyday life, art utilizes a greater range of materials, forms, techniques, and ideas, or whatever is available, for engaging in productive or creative work, allowing for wider and democratic social participation. Look how creative our traditional cultures are. Next slide, please. Gold tradition. How handle this? So look at this. This is but a coconut grater kultura ng nyog. In our traditional culture, because everybody is an artist, lalagyan ng art yung kanyang gamit. Maski isang magsasaka. A farmer will make his plow artistic. One who grates the coconut will make his coconut grater as artistic as well. It's a coconut grater, pangkain ng nyog, among the Maranao. Next slide, please. This is just a tobacco container. Walang nakakaligtas. Lahat ng bagay sa pang-araw-araw, kasi lahat ay artist. Kung yung gamit nyo, gagawin yung art. Okay? This is very good for them. These are just tobacco containers among the Maranao. Next slide, please. Patungan lang ng kulintang. Next slide, please. Patungan ng kulintang sa ceremony of design. Kulintang. And another kulintang set in the National Museum. Look at the beam ends of the Maranao Torogan. Look at how beautiful they are. Next slide, please. And the dresses, how ornate. Next slide, please. Weaving traditions. Yes, malong of Maguindanao. The mat. This is bilaan mat, no? Bilaan mat from Sarangani. Banig lang yan. Sama mat of the Bajau. The Bajau are among the best mat makers in the country. Next slide, please. And this is from Palit, Pampanga, metalist meeting from Palit, Pampanga, yes. And this one. The next one, Parol from San Fernando. Yes, Parol from San Fernando. And so, Filipino values, ideas, and concepts can be a good basis for design principles in contemporary life. Harnessing them and affirming their importance is to showcase Filipino identity and dignity to design. Filipinos have what traditionally expressed their kapwa in the many design concepts that I have shown you. So with this, I hope you can have other alternatives for realizing kapwa through your design concepts. Thank you very much. Maraming po salamat sa inyo.
Okay. I couldn't keep up with the speed of Prof's brain. But I am so excited with everything that he shared, especially on how our values are translating into design, right? Do you agree? So it's like typing away all of my notes. But later, don't worry, we will summarize some of the key insights from Prof. Felipe's talk. But some aspects that we noted here, just give me a moment. I like, it was quite overwhelming. Not quite, it was overwhelming. It was overwhelmingly good for the nerd in me specifically. So thank you so much again, Prof. Felipe, for that very informative and enlightening talk on Kapwa. It really piqued our interest in the way pakikisama is different from pakikipagkapwa. Because unlike pakikisama, pakikipagkapwa has no negative connotation and doesn't treat the other as outside of himself, which very much links to our theme, we more than me. We are interdependent, we are highly relational and communal beings grounded on the culture of common good. And another important point that we found really interesting is that the idea that pakikipagkapwa in Filipino design practice translates to using interweaving of colors instead of monolithic ones. The expression of art that doesn't fragment the forms, but in a way respects. So all of these really use highly tactile textures also in our designs that refrain from fragmenting our human figures and ultimately in striving for multi-significance by putting everything together without losing the spirit and essence of a thing. Again, thank you very much for that insightful lecture, Prof. Felipe. Later, with your questions, we can bring them up and ask Prof. Felipe further insights and clarifications on the things that he discussed. Okay, welcome back to the session. And as we move on to our next speaker, let me remind everyone again to please feel free to post IDX conversations, we more than me, experience using our official hashtags. That's hashtag WIDD2025, hashtag Let's Get Ethical, hashtag IDX Conversations, and hashtag IDX 2025. Make sure also to tag our social media pages. Now, we're all ready for our keynote speaker. Can design, driven by innate Filipino core value of kapwa, nurture our country's national and global competitiveness? Our keynote speaker will enlighten us on that. This speaker is a passionate advocate for the transformative role of creativity in driving business growth, breakthrough innovation, and sustainable development, as well as societal improvement and cultural enrichment. As the founder and president of the Creative Economy Council of the Philippines, he has dedicated himself to advancing the Philippine creative industries and the broader creative economy. He also played a key role in shaping the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act, which aims to position the country as a global creative powerhouse. He was also the first Filipino graduate and valedictorian from the Berlin School of Creative Leadership MBA program. Let us all welcome to the IDX stage our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Paulo Mercado.
Thank you, Carla. To the De La Salle College of St. Benilde officers, Chancellor Ben-Hur Ong, Vice Chancellor Angelo Lacson, Dean Harvey Vasquez, and Chairperson Romeo Catap, thank you for welcoming us here to this wonderful campus. DAC coach, of course, Edie Rea from the Design Center of the Philippines, DAC co-chair Mylene Abiva, the wonderful Professor Felipe De Leon, and of course, Secretary and Testa Director General Kiko Benitez. So thank you. So I'm here to share with you the work that we've been doing for now close to a year on the first national design policy. There we go, yay. So good morning, everyone. I'm going to try to make this as interactive as possible. Okay, so first of all, let me start with this one. And most of you here are industrial design students. But when you say design, what is design? I'm not going to call on you or raise your hand, but oftentimes, just to be very quick about it, oftentimes we think of design objects, and I've seen your displays outside, and a lot of your attention is on that: ergonomics, functionality, aesthetics, etc., how we interact with design objects. But there's also the placemaking part of design, architecture, landscape design, environmental design. So that's really important. There's image making, and image making from graphic design to branding, etc. And then experience. And most of the time, experience now is defined very much in UX and UI design. So these are, let's say, the functional design disciplines. And if you Google best of Filipino design, so the designs of Kenneth Cobonpue and other world-class designers like Neil Felipe also come out very much. So we have this tendency to really look at design from the commercial or the aesthetic side of it. But also, if you Google Philippine design, what is the other thing that you tend to find? Unfortunately, it's not always this side, but it's also this. Design fails, and that is, and everyone knows this story about the PWD ramp that was not designed for a PWD person. And I took this social media post excerpt because it was so clear that it called this out as a failure in design. And it mentions design twice. So there has to be a role of design beyond just image making, place making, object making, and experience making from just a digital context, making a better app. There needs to be a role of design in creating a livable place for people. So this was the ambition that we set forth when we did the work on the National Design Policy, that we wanted to unleash the transformative power of design in the Philippines that cultivates a future where Filipino innovations flourish, global impact is realized, social transformation is enabled, and future generations are empowered to create a brighter tomorrow. I emphasize innovation because oftentimes we look at design as just the aesthetic part, but actually every innovation at the core is a design solution. So we also articulated 4 key things, let's say visions for the future, that while this is a 5-year action plan, we want to set the foundations for something that we want to see in the next 10 years. 10 years from now, by 2035, we want to see the Philippines as a design powerhouse in Southeast Asia, with Philippine design goods, services, and ideas serving as major exports. So we still have an economic impact objective here. And we want this to be a significant contributor to the economy. Second, we want design to be a best practice in business, especially MSMEs. By adopting design thinking, we want design to fuel Filipino innovation and innovative thinking, na hindi lang pagkokopya, pero paggagawa ng bago, to create new things. Third, we want every department in the Philippine government and LGU to have a design mindset, or maybe even a design department, so that good design is not just a private sector endeavor, but it becomes a public sector practice as well. Communities in the Philippines is something that we also want to see at the very community level, that Filipinos are empowered through design to make better decisions for their own communities and local areas regarding housing, climate change, disaster recovery, and community development. And last but not least, that we want original Filipino ideas to inspire and galvanize the succeeding generations to design, create, and innovate for a better future overall. So in short, our policy mission is not just for the design sector itself and for having them create exports that grow the economy. That's an important part of it. But we want design to be something that impacts society as a whole for social good and also become integral as part of our culture. From an economic point of view, we're starting from a very good base. Edie Rea and the team did this study in 2023 called Design Counts, and it counted the value of the design economy, not just design businesses, but the output of design and its contribution to the Philippine economy. And it is 1.2 trillion pesos in value, and that is generated by 700,000 jobs. So it is actually quite significant. If you compare it, it's actually quite, comparative to the BPO sector contribution to the economy. So it's significant already that design contributes so much to jobs, but to added value. But we want more, not only from an economic point of view, but also from a values point of view. A key part of what we want to adopt. So some of you may have seen this already, but I just want to reiterate because we intend to implement it and measure it. This is called the design ladder. In fact, it's the extended design ladder. It was developed by the Design Council of the Danish Design Council more than 20 years ago, in fact, in 2025. And it's mainly the first 4 levels where they wanted to see how deeply do businesses embed design in the way they work. So level 1 is design is not even part of their corporate language. Level 2 is design is aesthetics, palamuti, decoration in the end. Level 3 is it's part of the process. Oh, we have a new product, we have to adopt design thinking into that. So it's a workflow for them. Level 4 is where, no, design is core to our business strategy. Without design, we have no business. That's Apple, by the way. That's a level 4 type of design as a strategic business advantage. We want to take it further, and the Australian Design Council actually took it further to 2 other levels, which is design is not just for business, it is there to create systemic change at a societal level and at the highest level that it is valued by every citizen in the country. That's design as culture. It becomes part of your values. So we are making this part of measuring the impact of the design policy as we implement it. So this is a key part. And as mentioned quite a few times already, the impact is fourfold. The people who work in the design sector, what most of you will be in the near future as designers coming into the workforce, that design sector will impact both private sector in business, and the public sector is what we hope also in better policies and programs. And then at the end of it, the benefit is to the consumer or the end user or the general public. So it's a fourfold impact that we have. Professor Felipe had spoken magnificently on values. I would just like to emphasize, and it was a hard choice, to really select what are the values that will inform and guide the national design policy. What was definitely almost a no-brainer is that kapwa needs to be at the core. Quite recently, maybe about 5-6 years ago, Don Norman, who is one of the icons of design in the world, he actually came up with the term of humanity-centric design. And interestingly, the definition is it's designing not just for the individual, which is at the core of human-centric design thinking. You empathize, but you empathize with the individual need, and then you design. Humanity-centric design takes it a step forward. You design for the community that the individual is in, and you're designing systems changes and not just individual experience or product changes. And it was very funny that they are coming to an insight that apparently has been with Filipinos for millennia already. So kapwa at the core is important. Part of that and integral to that is malasakit, that deep sense of empathy that we have. And I do think we take a stand here against somebody like Elon Musk who says that empathy is a weakness. No, empathy is a superpower. And it is a Filipino superpower, and we have to lean into it. It is not a weakness. May puso, designing with heart, designing with passion. We are not cold designers. We are colorful, we are emotional, and we are we put all of our emotions and our passions in our design. Malikhain. striving to not just copy, but to create new things, madiskarte, knowing that we are not a country of abundance, but oftentimes a country of scarcity, and that resiliency is a value, and that ingenuity is something that we must put in our design. Mabusisi, that tactile dimension that Professor Felipe was mentioning, that it is something that we need to put in our designs, and definitely a striving to be the best. Design excellence, mahusay. Now, I'm not going to go through all the details of the design policy, but I would invite you to remember, whoops, it's getting quite ahead of it. Okay, there we go. I invite you to remember just 5 times 2. The design policy, the action plans are 5 themes that you have here. The create recognition, elevate global competitiveness, embed design in business, infuse design thinking in policy making, and develop design as a national skill set and mindset. And for every theme, there are 2 key actions. And this is what will drive the programs and plans and that will be happening in the next 5 years, moving towards the bigger vision of becoming a country that embraces design, not just in business for growth, but also in public policies for systemic change and ultimately in adopting a design culture. So let me go through the themes at the high level. Number 1, create recognition and pride. That's the important term. Recognition that, uy, Pilipino yan. Uy, proud ako dyan. That's a Filipino design, and I am proud of that. Key activities that will be happening here, and as already mentioned by Edie Rea, we are bidding for the World Design Congress in 2027, but also as part of those activities is launching the Year of Filipino Design starting this year, flowing into next year. The other part of it is that where can you find the best of Filipino design today? What place can you go to that showcases the very best of Filipino design? Anyone? Where? Manila Fame, a temporary event. That's the point. You can only see it in temporary events, whether in Manila Fame, Artefino, etc. So our goal here is we need for design to have a permanent home, where if you want to see the very best of Philippine design, objects, image making, etc., there's a place for that, and there's a place that nurtures that. So this is something that we have been proposing for the last few years now, and we're hoping that that we are able to create this. But wait for it. It's one of the more bold propositions. The second one is global competitiveness, of course. This is the design practitioners themselves. So here, there's a basic part of it is where are they now? Where do they want to go? How to get there? That sort of road mapping and business planning for fashion design, for furniture design, for even graphic design, where actually there are a lot of freelancers in the Philippines servicing global markets, but it's not an organized group doing that. So how can we scale design capabilities? There are a lot of freelance architects as well, whose designs become, they're not recognized that they were the architect because they are working for international architectural firms to do that. But anyway, so that's the other thing. We need to know and accelerate the design sectors and prioritize how we do that. Number 4 is we need to be famous for something. But when you say Filipino design, what does that mean? And this strategic action 4 is putting a stake on the ground that what we want to be known for is to be the global center of expertise for tropical design beyond lifestyle. So lifestyle, yes, that you want the best in tropical wear or tropical furniture, the Philippines is the only place to go. We want that, of course, but we want to go beyond it also. We want to be experts in tropical resiliency, sustainability, regeneration, etc. And part of that is the establishment of a global center of expertise for tropical design, which we ambition to do in partnership with DOST. Priority area 3, is to embed design for business transformation and acceleration. This is the one where it's not just about doing packaging. While packaging design is very important, that's a first step because it is displaying the goodness inside in a way that is attractive outside, but going beyond that as well in terms of embedding design thinking and a mindset of innovation in business. And strategic action 5 is actually providing at a more local level these service hubs where small businesses in the provinces are able to access the best of design thinking and design services as well, that it's not just all NCR based. Priority area 4, perhaps getting to the bolder aspects of the policy, is infusing design thinking to modernize policy making. And we ambition to do this at a national level and at an LGU level. We know that this is quite a heavy task, but the idea is to do it first with a pilot lab on the national level, on really prototyping with a policy lab using design thinking to develop more citizen-centered public services and policies, that we will select use cases, examples, implement, and really lead by example rather than by, top-down implementation. But also embedding that not just in national level, but also in LGUs, where allowing LGUs to really understand and see how do you solve problems from a design thinking point of view, and how do you design the solution, implement, monitor, and improve. So everything that we know, that you guys know and study here, how can we implement that in the public sector as well? Last but not least, and this is the longest term impact of all, is that it has to become a national skill set, mindset, and I wanted to add a word, pero mahaba na, heart set as well. That design is in the heart of every Filipino. So key strategic actions here is who's going to deliver all of those design thinking programs? Who are the trainers for this? So actually strategic action number 9 is that we have to train the trainers, that we have to develop a group of people who will go to not only the small MSMEs in NCR and LGUs, but also those in the provinces who will teach, who will localize design thinking, who will perhaps bridge the things that Professor Felipe talked about in terms of design being integral to Filipino culture, and then sharing that with all of the impact audiences that we want to hit. So that's strategic action 9. And strategic action 10 is actually, you guys are very lucky that you're getting design and design education at a college level, but design should actually be happening at a K-12 level. And that's the most ambitious of all, because it is something that needs a lot of input and a lot of push, because still many parents today think of design, drawing lang yan, art lang yan, walang pera sa drawing, walang pera sa art. I'm sure many of you resonate with that when you told your parents that you were going to go into design. So the key is that now we have to change that value mindset, that design is core, that design is valuable, and that design creates impact. So that's it in a nutshell, actually, that 5x2 framework, 5 themes, 2 actions per theme. That's the national design policy, but the key is how do we implement and create impact? So the key is this, really, the core message, and I come back to it. While the policy will help promote and grow the world-class design talent, products, services that comes out of the Philippines, we ambition to go beyond it. We must champion good design for the greater good of all Filipinos. Because really, design fails cannot become a cultural norm for us. That standards in building things, and this is not only public sector, private sector is guilty as well. The upper images, that's public sector. The design of pedestrian pathways, the fact that EDSA prioritizes vehicles and not people. And you can see that in that image very clearly. But Torre de Manila, that's private sector. It was allowed by the LGU, but it was private sector who didn't care and built it for their own needs, And the rape of Boracay, that's private sector, That's greed getting in the way. Yan ang walang malasakit, where you kill the goose that lays the golden egg by destroying the environment. So those are the things that we need to fight against. Good design must fight against this and not just be something for aesthetic purposes. Good design must become, a design policy must make good design a right for all and not just a luxury for some. So that's my quick overview of the National Design Policy, and thank you very much.
Again, that was Sir Paulo Mercado. Now, just a few insights from what he talked about. It's very exciting. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. And these questions we'll reserve for our discussions later because it is a very interesting topic for all you young designers out here who'll be benefiting from the National Design Policy as it gets implemented. Oops. Hold on, let me just... Give me a quick moment. Okay, so having a national design policy is important indeed, and I strongly agree that design fails cannot be a cultural norm for us. So thank you very much for that great, discussion, Sir Paulo. I'm particularly moved by the idea that the government is setting a very firm foundation in the next 10 years to use design strategically to create a livable place for Filipinos and to improve the lives of Filipinos. Kudos to that. And of course, it's truly about informing the national design policy with Kapwa consciousness that can be a powerful framework in realizing and actualizing design's potential in effecting positive transformation and pushing for our country's national development goals. This 5-fold action plan that you shared sounds promising because of the concrete actions that are planned to be executed in the next 5 years for the Philippines to adopt a design-driven culture. We are particularly interested in the Designing Our Future Society program for LGUs and the Future Design Skills Training for Higher Education and Technical Education, which will link to our next speaker. So again, thank you very much, Sir Paulo, for emphasizing that good design is right for all and not just a luxury. All right, so let's do a quick warm-up, shall we? Because there's a lot of input there and very exciting. So can I request for everyone to stand up? Maybe we can all take a deep breath together. Yes. Shake your legs, shake your arms. All right, so let's take a deep breath through our nose. Hold it for a moment and exhale slowly in 3, 2, 1. All right. Great work, everyone. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Now, we are heading to our third and last speaker, who is an educator and a public servant. He served as a representative of the 3rd District of Negros Occidental from 2019 to 2024 and was a member of the 2nd Congressional Commission on Education. He is the principal author of landmark laws, including RA number 11899, which created the EDCOM 2, and RA 11904, which aims to strengthen creative industries. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA, Director General Secretary Kiko Benitez.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Thank you, Carla, for that introduction. I'd like to give my respects, first of all, to greet Executive Director Ria Matute, Deputy Executive Director Lucky Lopez of the Design Center of the Philippines, Thomas Garvey of the World Design Organization, Dean Harvey Vasquez of the De La Salle School of Environment and Design, to my fellow speakers and panelists, Professor Felipe De Leon, and the ever inspiring Paulo Mercado, and to all our partners, our collaborators, and change makers present today and listening. Isang malikhain at magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Congratulations to the Design Center of the Philippines. Ang ganda at timely na talakayang ito. Thank you for bringing designers, creatives, students, and policymakers together to talk about something we don't always get to talk about enough. But such as how can design shape not just our economy, but also our society and our culture? How can it be about, in fact, designing quality of life? And what I really appreciate is how this conversation is grounded in values, in Filipino values, na hindi lang ito tungkol sa galing or aesthetics, pero sa design na may puso, may malasakit, may saysay, design na marunong makipagkapwa. Design that is in fact proudly Filipino, but also ready to stand on the world stage. And this is in fact a shift in the mindset that I'm glad to be seeing today. And that's why I also want to thank the Design Center for helping us in TESDA reimagine what technical vocational education and training can become in the age of creativity and cultural resurgence. It is that design, and through design and creativity, that we can leapfrog actually from the second, third, and fourth industrial revolution to the fifth, as we move from a knowledge economy to an affective and attention economy to one that is creative and human-centric innovation economy. Kilala po ang TESDA in training people to work with their hands. But now with the help of the Design Center, we hope to make clear that it also includes the heart and the mind, and not just of the individual, but of community building and community formation as well. We are moving from training for skills and teaching people how to produce towards actually teaching them how to imagine, how to solve problems, and how to create value that is rooted in their culture, community, and identity. Design thinking, after all, teaches us that to solve complex problems in this VUCA world, we must begin not with answers, but with questions. And questions grounded, in fact, on empathy and community. That means understanding the needs, aspirations, and contexts of people before designing or proposing solutions. And this is the very heart of what ethical development should look like. Because in this new economy, creativity is not just for artists or designers. It's the mindset. And when our welders, our weavers, our coders, our hairdressers, our farmers start to think like designers, when they begin to see challenges as opportunities and work as a form of expression, that's when real transformation happens. Because our Filipino concept of kapwa, as Dr. De Leon has discussed and has been discussing, in fact, for quite a while, is not abstract. It is an actionable mindset that we can integrate into our development initiatives to ensure that development, in fact, has an address, a site, a place, and development has a face, has a specific person or community involved. That it is, in fact, ultimately about people and communities and the quality of their lives and the culture that binds them together. Kapwa is a call to design our policies and training with malasakit, to create them in such a way na may puso, to be malikhain, madiskarte, to build with care, mabusisi, and to do all this with excellence or mahusay. I would like to remind and suggest to all of us that TVET is actually a type of learning. It is not a trade. That at heart has three components. The first, it's hands-on, using tools and technologies as a way to relate to the world. Second, it is at base experiential, embodied learning. And third, it is experiential, embodied learning that is kinesthetic and based on practice with repetitive cycles so that in fact over time and through practice one improves. That is why design thinking fits actually so naturally into TESDA's evolving mission. Because what is TVET if not a platform to design better things and better lives? Through making and creating things and reiterating the process of making, of designing, we respond to the changing terrains of a complex system and the problems that we are trying to solve. Some of you may know that before I was appointed to TESDA, I served as the congressman of the 3rd District of Negros Occidental, as I was introduced. And I'm proud to say that even then, we were already thinking about how to support the creative economy structurally. During the height of the pandemic, I worked with Congressman Toff de Venecia and the designer of the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act, Mr. Paulo Mercado, who actually instructed the entire Economic Affairs Committee of Congress what a creative industry actually is and was. I worked with them in the long and meticulous process of crafting the Creative Industries Development Act. We made sure that every domain was represented because we knew that creativity was not a niche, but it was the soul of the Filipino economy. Creativity, understood as kapwa ad malasakit, is the competitive advantage of a Filipino. That law gave birth to the Creative Industries Development Council and the Creative Industries Development Office under the DTI, and the flagship initiatives like Malikhaing Pinoy and Tatak Pinoy, which again at base is designed for and as pakikipagkapwa. In the 19th Congress, we also passed the new Heritage Act into law, which now mandates all LGUs to conduct cultural mapping, giving them both the responsibility and the opportunities to take ownership as well as take stock of their local heritage. This includes not only the preservation of built heritage structures and landmarks, but also intangible heritage, our songs, our stories, our ways of thinking and doing, our rituals, our languages, our culinary traditions, and other cultural expressions that define who we are as Filipinos. We also filed for the circular economy framework to create a more green economy and to push what is now in TESDA called a green TVET transition. At the heart of all of this, of course, is, as already been mentioned by Paulo, creative placemaking. The idea that we can transform our ordinary places into thriving hubs of creativity, culture, and commerce. Because at the heart of it, what we're really trying to do is help communities tell their stories, reclaim their spaces, and turn those spaces into centers of culture, creativity, and identity. And to have a manifestation, if you like, of the aspirations for a kind of quality of life that all Filipinos deserve. Creative placemaking means that development doesn't just come from the outside. It's rooted in local voices, local materials, and local heritage. It is how we make sense of where we live and the communities of which we are a part. And a crucial part of creative placemaking is, after all, education and training. And this is where TESDA and our LGUs come in. In TESDA, we have what we call area-based and demand-driven TVET. Our communities and our local governments need to first ask, ano ba ang meron sa atin? Ano ba ang ating cultural assets, creative strengths, and local industries? Only then can we prioritize, invest in, and develop the kinds of training that truly make sense, training that uplifts not just lives, but also identity and local pride. For example, our planning office has identified rising national demand for creative sector programs like visual graphic design, weaving, beauty care services, photography, events management, and so on. But of course, these may not be the priority skills needed in Palawan or in Davao or in any specific locality. That's why localized skills mapping for us is essential, so that we know what each region actually needs and what each region can actually offer. Equally important is working closely with industry partners. Sila ang tunay na nakakaalam kung ano ang kailangan nila sa industriya, sa field. And through our industry TVET boards, we co-create training regulations and curricula aligned with real-world creative practice. So far, we've established, among others, for example, the Printing Industry Board Foundation. The Animation Council of the Philippines is an industry TVET board. The Game Developers Association of the Philippines. And soon we are launching new boards for fashion and for furniture. But we need more, obviously. And we need you, your expertise, your insights, your voice, so we can shape training that truly supports the creative economy. Kaya excited po talaga ako with our potential still, EDRIA, partnership with the Design Center, which I really hope we can sign next week, 2 weeks from now. I am glad that the Design Center is just as eager to collaborate with us on establishing a skills framework for design. Sana maplansya na natin lahat ng detalya so that we can in fact move forward. With a skills framework for the design industry, we'll be able to identify what jobs are out there, what skills are in demand now, and what will be needed in the future. Importante ho sa TESDA ang skills framework, hindi lang dahil sa TESDA, kundi ang skills framework rin ang magiging basihan po ng aming alignment with K-12 and with CHED. This way, everyone from artists to employers can speak the same skills language. It'll help us to train better, work smarter, and make Filipino creatives even more competitive on the global stage. I am also very excited that the Design Center will help us integrate both design thinking and systems thinking into our training framework. When pushed through, these approaches will be piloted in our soon-to-be established regional training and innovation centers, which will be in every region in the country. And we are also looking into micro-credentials for design across all skills and industrial domain so that we have a sense of the disruptive and innovative capacity of design thinking in improving skills training, product design, process design across the country. Kasi hindi lang ito dagdag na subject sa training. It is about rethinking how we teach, how we build our curriculum, and how we co-create our communities. Right, to give a concrete example, we are developing modular training programs where learners working on furniture making, for example, won't just learn how to create furniture. They'll be guided through a design thinking process where they identify a community need, ideate solutions, and prototype sustainable options for furniture. This kind of fusion of hands-on learning with creative and critical thinking is what we wish to disseminate across many sectors. We also plan to launch programs that explore sustainable design, green TVET, circular economy principles and regeneration, and culturally rooted innovation aligned with the standards set, in fact, by the NCCA and DTI. We will be embedding intellectual property rights modules in all design-related TVET courses, so our learners, especially artists and creators, understand how to protect their work, as recommended, in fact, by Mr. Paulo Mercado. We are exploring micro-credentials in creative fields. Dahil ang bilis ng takbo ng creative world ngayon, may AI na, for example. Kung ano-anong digital tools ang lumalabas, tapos todo agawan pa ng atensyon sa social media. Kung artista ka, kailangan mong sumabay at hindi madaling makipagsabayan sa AI. The question is, how do we keep pace? How do we stay relevant? How do we understand it as a tool, and one for which or into which human creativity and community building is still its ethical direction? One smart answer is micro-credentials. Think of them like Lego blocks, bite-sized learning that is quick, focused on skills in areas like editing, animation, design, digital design, music production. In TESDA, these micro-credentials could be a unit of competency, a cluster of competencies, or even a full training regulations, leading to certificates of achievement, certificates of training, certificates of competencies, or a national certificate. The real power of micro-credentials lie in what I call the 3 S's: speed, stackability, and seamlessness. We hope our new micro-credentials program will help creatives stay sharp, stay current, and stay in the game, especially for gig economy freelancers, self-employed creatives, and people who are in between formal jobs but want to keep on growing and keep on learning. Micro-credentials can help us in our harmonization with DepEd and CHED, as well as help push lifelong learning even outside the formal education system. They are helping us ladderize and embed skills clearly and provide seamless exits and entrances for career pathways and progressions. And they are helping us combine the Philippine qualifications framework with the Philippine skills framework for a clearer lifelong learning journey. And in a way, this is part of transforming skills and mindsets towards creativity and embedding design as a culture across the country. So higit sa lahat then, we are expanding our curriculum to include indigenous crafts and intangible heritage. Not to lock these traditions in a museum, but to let them breathe, grow, and evolve through education and training. For example, we are partnering with Patis Tesoro to offer dressmaking and embroidery training for Filipinos in slow fashion, to create traditional barot sayas using local textiles like abaca, pinya, and husi with natural dyes. In Mindoro, we are working hand in hand with 4 Mangyan tribes through a co-collaboration on basketry and weaving. This is not a one-sided approach where TESDA teaches, nor is it about copying indigenous techniques. Rather, it is a mutual partnership. We aim to strengthen traditional weaving practices, not by replacing their ancestral methods, but by enhancing quality and durability while preserving the full cultural integrity of their craft. In Bohol, we are collaborating with the Eskaya community in a co-teaching model. They are teaching us their native script, language, and oral history, while we support them with basic literacy, numeracy, and the comprehensive documentation of the Eskaya language. It's a two-way learning process grounded in respect, inclusion, and cultural empowerment. All of these, I believe, are living examples of Kapwa in action, co-creating communities, not for them. And it's about walking alongside, listening deeply, and building together. Because ultimately, our goal is to empower the next generation, not just to preserve heritage, but to carry it forward with empathy, creativity, and education at the core. Because this, in the end, is our competitive advantage on the global stage. Policies alone, however, are not enough. Programs, government programs alone are not enough. Industry boards alone are not enough. As has already been repeated many times this morning, we need a new kind of mindset to truly bring these policies, programs, and partnerships to life. And that mindset is exactly at heart what design thinking demands. To be able to iterate and involve users, in our case, learners, artisans, employers, and communities into everything that we create. Policy and training that is inclusive, participatory, sustainable, environmentally sustainable, and deeply human-centered. Because as we co-design these programs, we are reshaping what it means to be a skilled Filipino creative in the 21st century. Design thinking reminds us to listen deeply, define clearly, ideate boldly, prototype quickly, test, learn, improve, and always, always return to a user. This is, in fact, the cycle of experiential learning. After all, skills in the 21st century are not just for employment, but for empowerment, for identity, and for nation building. So let us design a future that is ethical, inclusive, sustainable, and full of malasakit. Design for a future for our pakikiisa, pakikipagkapwa. Let us put the human and the human community at the center of our systems and creativity at the core of our development and social transformation. That will be the Filipino promise to the world in terms of our contribution to a global creative economy. Let us build a society where every community is empowered to tell its own story, to provide and shape processes, images, forms, objects that define what and who we are because, as they say, we is greater than me. Where every artisan, designer, and creator has a place in shaping our shared future. Walang imposible, basta tulong-tulong. And like we always say in TESDA, basta't sama-sama sa TESDA, kayang-kaya. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang malikhaing Pilipino.
Thank you very much. Again, that was Secretary Kiko Benitez, the Director General of TESDA. What a remarkable talk and definitely promising. I don't know if you're realizing all of the things that you're hearing because the things that Sec Kiko mentioned is your future. We deeply resonate with your insight, Sec Kiko, and your conviction that design na marunong makikipagkapwa is a design that is truly Filipino. And we also agree that design is not just for the creatives, but really an actionable mindset that we can inculcate to common people to work towards a shared goal of positive transformation here in the Philippines. It is also a good thing that the talk addressed challenges in the current educational system and how technical skills and higher educational skills, when embedded in Kapwa, can be a powerful tool to help Filipinos experience embodied learning, which is more effective kind of learning. A perfect venue to talk about this, of course, we have the program chairs of the different programs in De La Salle, St. Benilde. So it's definitely something that we can all work towards. And lastly, creative placemaking was a very interesting idea that was brought up because implementing such concept will turn ordinary places into creative hubs that every Filipino community deserves. Education, indeed, is fundamental in all of these are promising changes as these transformative endeavors necessitate trainings and learnings that we believe TESDA can effectively provide in cooperation with industry partners, of course, academe, government, design center, of course. This is really Kapwa in action. Yes, Idiria was already, giving me instructions with her eyes earlier. So we have a lot of work to do and we're very excited. Secretary Kiko Benitez, thank you very much. Again, a round of applause, please. Okay, now for everyone here, if you remember, we flashed on the screen a QR code for our Mentimeter. So for this session, we are going to revisit that QR code. I hope everyone was able to input. Yes? Yes? So we have a few answers. Let me just turn. Okay, so the question earlier was, how do you want to redesign with Kapwa in mind? So I'm gonna mention a few words and maybe some of the people here in the audience would like to expound further. Number one is public transportation. I feel like there's such a lot of hugot there for people in St. Benilde. Yes, I see a lot of nods. Can we call on these people who are nodding on the audience? Care to share why public transportation is what you chose to redesign with Kapwa in mind? Anyone? Perfect time to raise these issues. I remember when I was a student, public transportation was still a problem. So maybe this generation can change something, yeah? With the national design policy in place, can you imagine? Can I call on this guy in gray behind the camera? Yes, it's you. He's looking behind like, who is she calling? Yes, I see you with the ponytail. Yes. Stephanie, maybe give a tap to this person in front of you. Yes, it's you, sir. Could you share some insights why? Yes, you were nodding along.
Hi, Paul.
Hi.
I'm so awkward. So I nodded along when you mentioned public transportation because that's how I get here every day. I know, like, one of the things that I've noticed about our public transportation is that it's always so overcrowded. Nakakalit naman tayo dito, no? Palaging crowded yung mga public transport natin. LRT, MRT, jeepney. Not only that, it takes forever for the trains or for the vehicles to get in time. Like, kahit gaano kaaga kang umalis, you still arrive at 7:20 to 7:30. Parang konting time ng dumaan. So, one of the ways that I would like to redesign is maybe, well, the best way to redesign it is to reinvent our way of thinking on how to get to places. Kasi we're so focused on having our own individual vehicles. That's nice. But our country has almost gone past its capacity to hold private vehicles. I think it would be a great step to move more towards public transport as the standard. Because not everyone can buy a vehicle and not everyone has the space to house a vehicle in the first place. That's why public transport is a great candidate for redesigning with the idea of Kapwa in mind, not just for our benefit but for everyone else.
I love that.
That's all.
Thank you. Can I get your name?
Harvey po.
Harvey, from what program?
ID po.
Industrial design. A perfect then avenue. You have your chairperson here. So may assignment ka na, I think, to research on. So definitely good points. I just want to highlight that you were really approaching it with empathy in mind, and the reframing is really good. instead of obsessing over what's bad, you can like look at it in a very different light to solve problems. Thank you very much, Harvey.
Thank you.
Okay, another word that I see here. Well, everything else is somewhat. I see toilet. You guys unhappy with your toilets here? I also see public restrooms. Mount Kamuning. Mount Kamuning. What do you have an issue with, like Mount Kamuning? Clothes on the overpass. I hear an overpass. Maybe someone from the crowd would want to share. This beautiful lady in pink. Overpass. Microphone, please. Oh, there's a clap.
Yeah, it's a supplement for the Mount Kamuning. That's the ewan kung sino aakyat na sa overpass na yun. It's really high. That's why they called it Mount Kamuning. And for years, ngayon lang napansin ni BBM na paltan yon. Yun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, how do you think maybe College of St. Benilde could maybe contribute to that? As simple as idea generation, exchanges, conversations, these things, when reaching the right set of ears, could make a lot of difference, I believe. Okay, another one. And while I'm doing this, I'm actually waiting for our team to set up the stage. We are preparing for the conversations that follow. Yes? During break time. Okay, thank you very much. Another word, maybe the last word, I see here, key holder. Key holder. Anyone from the crowd would want to share who typed in key holder? I feel like this is an industrial design student. Yes? You want to stay anonymous? Okay, maybe build better key holder designs. Yes. Okay. So to me personally, perhaps microphones, right? I specifically like that microphones now can be concealed. Like these are just magnets on your shirt. It could be prettier, I feel. So a lot of vloggers out there, or those who are doing content for the Gen X and the Gen Zs, I'm sure you can relate. So I call on all of our industrial design students here. Maybe we can explore designing for content creators. So what are those products that can support their creative outputs? Yeah. And that is it for our Mentimeter. If you would like to share further, please don't be shy. Later on, we'll have another set of discussions. But in the meantime, we will no break. Okay, so please be patient. We will be closing the curtains as we set up. So if anyone else would like to share their insights, feel free. The right ears, again, like I mentioned earlier, are in this room. So if you have special requests and questions, you can raise it now. You know what? Maybe I could actually ask our panelists. Our previous speakers, we have an industrial designer in the house. We have Mr. Jude Tutico. Sir Jude, if there's anything that you'd like to redesign with Kapwa in mind, maybe care to share? Can we get a microphone to Sir Jude? Yes, I am putting you on the spot.
Good afternoon, everyone. So what was the question?
If you are redesigning something with Kapwa in mind, what would you redesign?
With Kapwa in mind, it would be, for me, as a furniture designer, I'd like to maybe create something that is aesthetically great looking, but definitely for the handicap, like maybe a great looking compact wheelchair or whatever it is that would benefit the handicap, or maybe designing a nice cap for hairless heads like mine. No, that's just joking aside. But definitely for the handicap would be a great start, because a lot of, like with me, my mom still lives with us, and it's such a challenge just to bring her, like, with us, going to the restaurants or everywhere that you'd want the family to be with. And sometimes it's a challenge to just bring in the wheelchair with you or whatever it is. There are some that are automated, same as in robotics. But again, if they can do compact and, nice phones that can be put in the pocket, not necessarily put in the pocket, the wheelchair in the pocket, but something that's very compact, and very functional and multifunctional would be a great way of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you're all familiar. That's Mr. Jude Tutico of Industria Edition. Can we give him a round of applause? Maybe future internship will be there to redesign those projects. So he will be joining us later as one of our reactors. So very exciting. And now that our stage is set up, please again allow me to welcome everyone to IDX Conversations, We More Than We. Mali. We more than me. So before we start the roundtable, may I kindly remind everyone to always put your phones on silent mode and avoid unnecessary distractions. So for those who have insights and questions, please jot them down first on your phones or your notebooks, because we would love to hear your voice and see you guys in the discussion in a bit. Now, allow me to call back on the stage our speakers, Mr. Felipe De Leon. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Mr. Paulo Mercado. And, of course, Secretary Kiko Benitez. Thank you. Now, joining our keynote speakers here on stage are two design leaders and visionaries who will share their insights on the three keynotes presented. For our first reactor, we have an outstanding and admirable leader who has made her mark in the field of business and Philippine educational robotics. Her passion and drive to innovate the business education landscape in the Philippines has garnered her numerous awards. She was also named as one of the 100 most influential Filipino women on LinkedIn in 2021 and was appointed as the first and only World Robot Olympiad ambassador to represent 66 member countries of the World Robot Olympiad. She also served as the jury chair of the 2024 Good Design Award Philippines and is currently appointed as the co-chair for the private sector of the Design Advisory Council of the Philippines. Please help me give a warm welcome to the IDX stage, Ms. Mylene Abiva. Up next, we have a champion of Filipino metalcraft hailing all the way from the furniture capital of the Philippines, Pampanga. Pushing the boundaries of what's possible for metal, he produced iconic furniture and accent pieces that earned him recognition and prestigious design awards. He is also the co-founder and creative director of Industria Edition, a manufacturing company known for bespoke handcrafted metal furniture from Pampanga, and has been in the furniture industry for more than 2 decades. Currently directing the company in pursuing its design aesthetic and approach to steel furniture. Between 2018 to 2023, he expanded into public sculptures, creating works like Entwined, Pahagon, Pagahon, and Lambat, which showcased his skills in material manipulation. Recently, he was one of the representatives of the Philippines in the prestigious biennial Révélation in Grand Palais, Paris, France. Let's all welcome to the IDX stage, Mr. Jude Tutico. Okay, welcome everyone. I am very honored to be amongst you all and having these conversations. What you shared earlier were really good, and I can see how it all aligns. So from Mr. Felipe De Leon, of course, to Sir Paulo Mercado and Secretary Kiko, these are things that are very important topics for us to be, bringing to the table. Whether you are a student, you are a faculty member, you are part of the academe, you're a designer, you're in policy, or you're in public service. So, can I just ask first, for Ms. Mylene Abiva, what is the role of the private sector in your perspective in the national pursuit of Kapwa-centric government?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to introduce what the Design Advisory Council is and what we stand for. We are the private and public sector that is involved in the formulation and implementation of Republic Act 10557, which is the Philippine Design Competitiveness Act, which is the mandate is to have Philippine products and services globally competitive and market responsive. Now, as to Kapwa, we are also generating the jobs of the 1.2 trillion in economic contribution, as well as 705,000 of our creative industry workers or employees. Now, I believe that Kapwa is important. It should be centric. Now, moving towards my hat as a person in innovation, I would like to say that we have to have education is a valuable enabler, and no more memory work. We should humanize our schools, and I think Kapwa starts from the very beginning, which is K-12, as related by Secretary Francisco Benitez, that there should be a alignment of K-12 or DepEd, CHED, and as well as TESDA. So I think it starts from there, humanizing our schools. No more memory work, not really no more, but minimize the memory work. And inquiry-based learning, it should be so that design thinking can flourish even at a very young age. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mylene, because we're really talking about designing a more effective and efficient private sector, right? Through Kapwa-centric development and innovation strategies. And I like that you mentioned how it links to what Secretary Kiko was mentioning earlier, that you're pairing your skills with working with your hands, but also developing critical thinking in order to, create a more holistic approach to learning, which pairs well with our educational system, which Prof. Felipe De Leon mentioned earlier, of how education can be improved with our familiarity with Kapwa. Perhaps I can turn that to you, Prof. Felipe. Our conversation earlier about the educational system now and how that can improve further by being familiar with our culture.
In our culture, education is communal. In other words, what one person knows, the other people also get to know them, because knowledge is shared. I give you the sinigang principle. There's a template, common template, all sinigang with a sour soup, a source of protein, meat, fish, or something, and then vegetable. But it's up to you what kind of vegetables you like, anong klaseng pang-asin. This is the kind of education we have in our cultural communities. Knowledge is shared. This template is shared, whether in art, or in agriculture, or in house building, and other things. There are common templates that are shared. That's why everybody can be a participant. But in the westernized education that we have, this was influenced by the Industrial Revolution. There is a very, very strict division of labor. No? so that people now are divided in these disciplines, departments in the universities, and they hardly communicate with one another. In other words, one specialist cannot communicate with the other specialist, so knowledge cannot be shared across different disciplines. And this is the problem in education now. When a professional graduates, when he becomes a specialist, licensed by the government, he takes a board exam and so on. After that, what does he do? This person takes more professional development courses. When you try to cultivate your profession, what we call professional development, you are not thinking of society as a whole. You're only thinking of your own profession. So who thinks of society as a whole? There's none. Because every professional is only thinking of his own advancement. Unlike in a cultural community, where every person is multitasker and understand every other person. That's why there is a sense of community, and bayanihan is alive. There is no more bayanihan in our society now because of that kind of education. This is so narrow, so specialistic, and every person has no way to communicate with others. That's the kind of education that we are having now.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for sharing that, because earlier, when before everything started, we were talking on the side and how education now, to be very aware of your culture, how do you make sure that the young creatives will be able to have a strong sense of identity? And I could link this to Sec Kiko's speech earlier. You were mentioning how design thinking actually helps people think better and assess first everything within that system to be able to develop the right programs and trainings. So not immediately jumping, but really collaborating with your community in order to do that. Sec Kiko, you mentioned that there's work in the regions also. Do you see that translating what Prof was mentioning? Paano natin malolocalize yung approach natin to developing the right programs with the communities?
Ang hirap. No, honestly, mahirap. Because I think Prof. Felipe is correct, obviously. Our structures up to now are really based on a second industrial revolution model, right? The distinctions even between CHED and TESDA are very clear, right? We train the laborers, they train the owners and the managers, right? So that kind of division is a class one. It's not even a disciplinary one, which is what Dr. Felipe is talking about. So it's not actually that easy to come back and have a co-development, a real co-development model. In two ways, right? One is, in many cases, the local communities don't understand the value of what they have, right? Because the system is such that value gets generated and concentrated mostly in the cities, right? And based on this industrial revolution process that we have now. But all of that is changing. So at base, I think we need to think of it in terms of what creates value, where it comes from, to whom does it accrue, to whom is it useful, right? And that included in our conceptions of value and value production will need to be community relations, right? So, tayo ba ang nagdadala? Here's an example. Okay, a perfect example. In way before my time, TESDA had a project with weavers in Samar. There were these master weavers of banig, but they were all women in their 60s and 70s, right? So we wanted to preserve the weaving process and turn it into a national certificate in weaving, right? In that specific style. But TESDA, as a base and common competency, needs you to know how to measure, right? So mensuration is a basic premise. And these women didn't graduate elementary school, didn't think in terms of numbers. They did their weaving intuitively, in an embodied way, with no measuring, right? So, nag-away ngayon ang TESDA. At sila, kasi ang sabi originally nung TESDA is, hindi, kailangan natin silang turuan mag-measure. 'Di ba? Bigyan natin ng ruler, bigyan natin ng, 'di ba? But on the other hand, there was also a very clear awareness that these are master weavers who have been able to weave products nothing to do with what we call mensuration, right? So in the end, that's a balance that needs to be struck, right? What TESDA did was take out mensuration as a premise that they needed to know, right? The new ones coming up maybe can be taught, but the masters are not the ones you're supposed to teach. They're supposed to teach you, right? So it's that kind of a balancing act that's very difficult to do, but one that is quite crucial, particularly with regards to local communities, right? To indigenous communities and so on and so forth, where the model of learning and sharing of knowledge is different, right? From the ways that we have literate-wise, right? It's encoded, it's measured, it's written down, versus something that is passed down through a process of apprenticeship. And all of that has value, right? So try to figure out where the value is.
Measurement will never work in
I
our
know.
culture.
I know.
Yes, actually, I remember earlier you also mentioned that there are areas that are very just innate to them, right? Intuitive, really, on how they do things. So it's our job as designers to actually understand them. You don't force a certain system on them, but really develop a kind of modality of learning.
I can suggest something. There should be a buffer zone, no? This has been a constant problem. We are talking about Basay Samar, right? No?
Yes, sir.
This is our problem all over the country, especially with our intuitive craftsmen, artists, those who make tinalak and so on. They don't measure because, according to Einstein, intuition is more important than logic. Logic is measurement, but that's not the way. That's not the culture of our people. If you teach them logic, they'll be paralyzed and they'll not be productive anymore. So our policy is to leave the traditional weaver, no, or craftsman on her own. Just do what she likes to do, and we get one design that we like to commercialize. We ask somebody else, one who knows the tradition, to do the measurement, and then it can be mass produced. But don't bother the original artist. You should usually get one relative of the weaver. Okay, ikaw na hanap na pinakamagandang design niya, and then do the measurements and do the mass production. And that's the time that you can produce it for the market. That's the way we do it.
Which is exactly what happened in summer.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing both of that because in Design Center, we have a residency program and we work with MSMEs and artisans. The approach there is to an attempt to preserve and protect really these, these crafts, these local crafts, but at the same time, push for innovation and creativity. And I know that through the industrial design program of De La Salle St. Benilde, they also work with MSMEs as shared by Sir Romeo Katap here. Jude actually was one of our mentors in a residency run in Tabaco and Albay. And perhaps you can share what happened, like during that exchange with the artisans, how we were able to bring them to a point that they were willing to share and they were eager, really. I think because it's a mindset reframing. Yes, the tabak, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that was such an experience. And thank you, Design Center, for letting me be part of that. Anyway, the experience in the city of Tabaco in Bicol was a very memorable one for me. Besides the fact, it was a chance for me to work with Design Center. The thing about it was Edie Ria was well elected B2B, the creative director of that, because of my expertise in metal. And the product that was supposed, well, their major product in tobacco then was tabak. It's the itak made of metal. So anyway, that's why I was part of that team. And then I was assigned with, I think, 3 designers from Design Center to work with me about that. So when we met in our office, in my showroom, I asked them concepts. What do you have in mind? What do you want to do for this MSME? So just show me everything and put together a deck of maybe some designs you'd want to do with that. Of course, researching of what they already did. So they turned up with a lot of nice concepts, nice designs. Even me, I tried my hand on drawing such designs that probably can be done. But at the end of the meeting, before we even took a trip to Tabaco City, I told them, you know what, guys, be prepared and don't be frustrated, because whatever we find out, the real action there in tobacco, we might not even be able to let them create these designs that we made. But we have to understand who they are first. So we may need to do designs like impromptu. So be very, very prepared for that. So lo and behold, when we saw and when we visited Tabaco City, you call them metal masters in doing itak, but they don't have welding machines. They don't have plasma cutters or whatever. They don't have anything that I already had in my factory. What they only had was a hammer and a panday system. A panday system is like, putting metal on fire and then hammer it at a certain temperature to mold it to form. Well, buti na lang, I still had that experience of using that. So we kind of put our heads together and told the team, you know what, guys, let's just see what they can do and immerse ourselves with the whole process of how they do things. And then now, after that, let's just try to inject bit by bit what we can with design. But now we cannot kind of give them a barrage of ideas because, just remember, these people are coming from the provinces and they're not used to seeing these modern designs that are, too out of this world from their point of view. So we had to kind of inject to them bit by bit some of the ideas we had, but then again, not forgetting their the start or their techniques. Another hurdle was still because of their basic acceptance of things. It's very hard to convince them to say, to do something different. They're very close-minded on things. So the only way to convince them was to maybe do an exhibition of it in the central town. And one more thing is to do at least one of the pieces in actuality. So in that whole setup, the team and I had to do it ourselves. We had to hammer it the way they do it with the technique. So sila, they knew how to panday it. But us, of course, dati tao ko lang gumagawa. Baglang ako ngayon ang martilyo doon. So we had to show them how it was done also in their own technique, showing a new design. And then they were like in awe because they they found something different of what they are used to do. And then after that, we also told them, you know what? Design Center would help them brand this and even improve the packaging. So in the fiesta of that whole, what do you call that? In that whole process, we showed it in the central, in the church. Nakita nun tao the whole product. It was packaged, it was exhibited, it was a finished product. Dun pa lang nila na-realize that they could bring this certain product into a better level. Not a better level, but a notch higher than they should. Tapos nung sinabi namin yung idea of price, which I cannot say now, nabigla sila that it can be sold at a very higher, at a higher price. And then we even showed it in SM after that. And they had, they had buyers for that. So the whole experience was, first, for us as designers, is definitely we have to immerse, we have to understand. That's the basic principle as a designer. I always say that in my other talks. As a designer, we understand to create. We do not create to be understood. That's, I think, the basic difference of an artist and a designer. So for me as a designer, I want to design, or I want to understand before I design. And I think that's the main thing that would connect this whole thing with kapwa, or having that. Yun.
Thank you, Jude. I just want to highlight also that within that exhibition, we also highlighted the stories of the artisans, because we wanted to give them a sense of pride and ownership to the craft, to show them the potential of what it could be, what it is, and where it could go through design. So we're very happy with that, and we're very happy to share also that we're doing more residency programs. Ms. Maylene.
I just want to add on to what we have just been discussing a few minutes ago. First of all, my son graduated here, industrial design at the College of St. Benil.
Wow.
Yes, we're so proud of him. He did so well that he's now working out of the country, but he will be coming back, hopefully, yes. And I also want to inform everyone that I'm also the president of the College of Business, and we're starting a mentorship program within the De La Salle community on Philippinovation, where we can mentor you on the business aspects of design as part of the Department of Trade and Industry as well. We can do that. And one thing that actually struck me as a mother of a designer is that there is the economics of it. I'm sure our students here would relate that when you do a design, it has to be, you have to think, of the community as well as the economic benefits to you. You have to put value on your work. Unfortunately, my son did not. He made the chair and priced it at below cost, not thinking that it should be cost, it has to be priced much more because he put so much hours into it. So I think that's one of the takeaways I like, that there is an economic benefit to being an artist. And there's also pride, because now it was displayed at one of the exhibits here at the Benil. He made a clock that's made of bamboo. And another one is a chair, an ergonomic chair. It's still displayed at my office. So that's all I'd say, that in behalf also of the Design Advisory Council, is that we are here to mentor you on how to have a profitable business and to make your brand a global brand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maylene. I want to jump off from there. Let's talk about value. So 2 descriptions of value. We have value in terms of worth, and then value as the set of beliefs and principles that guide behavior. And these things were discussed earlier by Prof. Felipe and, of course, Sir Paolo here. And it translates now to the work that you do in private sector and also in public service. Perhaps let's start with Sir Paolo, no? Because we're talking about design excellence, being global, establishing and protecting identity through craft. When you talked about earlier the idea of having the Philippines as a center of excellence, it's a good conversation what we're having now, because it's really grounding it on our grassroots level. can you share with us this future that you're imagining on the NDP influencing where we are and what we're talking about?
It's a wide-ranging thing. Let me talk first, maybe one note on value. Value from a commercial sense versus the values that we've been talking about, which is all both equally important. I'm very struck actually by I spent time in Cebu in November during their CCAD festival. There's a Visayan Arts Festival and the Bodega Design Caravan. And I talked to about 12 different designers, artists, etc., including Neil Philippe, who became famous for the Crazy Rich Asians bag. And there's something that struck me really because they had the exhibit there of the Cebu Design Heritage, exhibition, and how they are trying to bridge from crafts to value products. And I think the Cebuanos and the Cebuano designers are really onto something. That their insight is, look, we cannot compete with China's industrial scale. We just cannot. We don't have the robotics. We don't have the for it. So our skill and craftsmanship is handmade. But being handmade means you are of very limited quantity. And also there is, as we've just talked about, also a limitation in standardization. Not everything can be the same. So the trick is not to force fit, okay, how do we scale up even greater than the machines of China, but rather how can we do something that what we create actually becomes more valuable to people. You know what the most non-standardized product is in the world, but is actually the non-standardization actually creates the value? Wine. French wines, also cheeses if you're into it. But French wine, the fact that what year is it? Ganyan. Oh, this was a good year, blah, blah, blah. What's the terroir? It's the variability and the artisanal nature of wine and the fact that even if it's the same brand, you don't get the same experience each and every time. That creates the value. So maybe there is something there in terms of articulate. So just as a background, I was a marketer and still am for years, and so for me, there is a story that we will need to be able to discover, articulate, and present to the world that, hey, yeah, the fact that it is not the same standard measure is the value, that you are getting something unique every time, and that that is only for you. And the fact this is handmade, it is not machine made, and there is value to that. So I think for me, that's the perspective I have on the value. The Cebu and some of the designers there are really onto something, and I think we need to lean into that more. It's the brand part, the storytelling that's really critical. Yeah.
Thank you, Sir Paul. And it also connects to our level of commitment to do handicraft, right? Because there is value there. And of course, TESDA is really highlighting that. I love what you shared earlier with Ms. Patis Tesoro, because, it's such a rare skill to have, but now it's really opening the doors for the younger generation to learn from an expert. Care to share more about who else you're looking into tapping?
No, I can't do that. There's a long list, right? But I wanted to say that part of Patis Tesoro's own insistence, the training is actually almost 6 months long, and it begins with drawing and designing to actually doing the embroidery, mostly with women cooperatives in the Laguna de Bay area. At the very end as well, there is a series of modules on entrepreneurship, right? The idea there is that the artisans, in many ways, own their own modes of production. It's themselves. So they need to understand themselves and their products as itself a potential enterprise, right? So she designed the sequence, right, that she wanted. There are others, but she's been the first one.
It's very exciting because it all connects to what we've been talking about from craft to tradition, and then also linking it to business, and then creating value, as Sir Paulo mentioned. Prof. Felipe, you wanted to add something?
Of course. What you said is very interesting. When it comes to value added, that's really very important to talk about. And I'd like to really emphasize that the Filipinos, there are many surveys. We're really the most emotionally aware, very sensitive. So we are a very soulful people. That's why we're very good in music. Our color groups are really the best in the world, better than the European ones, no? There are different cultures. No? Chinese culture is very different. Chinese culture is on the practical side. Marami sila eh. That's why they have to be very good in business, pottery, and even acupuncture. The Germans naman, from the very beginning, the Germans emphasized sturdiness, stability. They won't like to fit everything in a very harmonious way so that everything lasts longer, lasts for a lifetime, like Leica camera, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz. Kanya-kanyang henyo yan. Our genius is really the soulfulness of our people. That's why we can never impose mass production on the majority of our people. Picasso, Manansala, all those great artists, when they do art, that's also craft, isn't it? You can't be an artist without perfecting your craft. You have to know how to use colors, how to make paint, how to grind and materials and so. All art involves craft. But why do we call our Manilica and Bayan, our traditional artists, why do we call them craftsmen only? No? Because their forte is one-of-a-kind creativity. That's our comparative advantage. We don't, our traditional cultures don't mass produce, but it's really one of a kind. Everything, every creation is unique. So every creation is a work of art. Because I was the one who I was in charge of establishing in 1993 the Manlilikanang Bayan Award, the National Living Treasure Award. I was the one who first operationalized it in the NCCA. And from the very beginning, I have noticed that, our indigenous people are unbeatable in extemporaneous creativity. They really, I would like to say, they are the most creative Filipinos, the indigenous and the traditional peoples, because creativity comes naturally to them. And this comes from their soulfulness, and every work is unique. No two works of our indigenous peoples are the same. So every work is a new creation, therefore it's a work of art. Why do we call them craftsmen? And why don't we call Picasso a craftsman? Why do we call him an artist? Simply because every work is different. That's the case with our indigenous weavers, metalsmiths, makers. They are really artists. Why don't we call them artists? And that's our selling point. If they're artists, I challenge any graduate of St. Benil. I taught in St. Benil for 2 years, no? I challenge any artist from UP. Kung makakagawa kayo ng banig na ginagawa ng badyaw, minamaliit natin yung badyaw. Kala mga puro bilang. But they have no recourse. Dinimahin natin yung dagat nila. That's why they can no longer continue their old way of life. That's why they have to beg. But they are among the best mat makers in the country, the Sama people. I challenge anybody, Manansala, Picasso, to make one badyaw mat. Mangangamote kayo. It's really more difficult than all those mga kung painting na ginagawa niyo sa mga fine arts colleges. Because I know this, how difficult it is. No? So these are artists. Why don't we call them artists? They are not just craftsmen. If we can call Picasso an artist and his work involves craft, we can call him a craftsman if you like. And if you like, we can call all those artists craftsmen because all indigenous people are also craft people. But they are as well artists, just like Manansala, our national artist. That's what I mean. The moment we consider them artists and not just craftsmen, their work could be sold much higher. And that's what, don't tayo babawi. Even if we don't mass produce, if we can sell a banig of the Bajau, 400,000. Mura pa nga yun eh. That's very cheap. Because I challenge anybody to doing that kind of money, 100,000. You pay Bencab. Wala naman go. Sorry kaibigan ko sa Bencab, and in 2 hours I can make a painting and sell it for 2 million. That's outside. That's ridiculous. That's unfair. No? A banig that takes you 3 months to finish. 3 months to finish. And you sell it only for 7,000. That's really unfair. I think it should be at least 100,000. That's the way we can make even.
If I may share how we do it, like in my brand, Industria Edition, we do metal stuff. You were mentioning that because we cannot compete with Vietnam or China with their industrialized setup. With us kasi, yes, we call ourselves metal steel furniture makers. But then again, if you think of, I don't know if you've seen Industria products. With our products kasi, if you say metal, kagad pumapasok sa inyo is the modern, ultra-modern furniture that's made in China, right? Like the shiny metal or whatever. Actually, I don't have anything that would be similar to that because I know China could easily copy it. With our pieces kasi, because of our export companies that we cater to, we still need to do a certain level of, alam mo yun, consistent production, although it's all handmade. So we call it consistent inconsistency. So kumbaga planado na kagad yung magkaiba siya ng konti. And then one thing for sure is to be a different brand or to have a value. We try to design pieces that has that type of personal or kapwa sense of it all, like Professor, what Professor did. We do metal in high hammering, high forging, meaning the texture itself, you can feel it. So you don't feel coldness or whatever in metal. You feel the warmth. And then the finishes that we do is we also try to make it not as polished, but even oil rub, planned, or antiquated look to get that feel of warmth. So, but again, another thing is when we design pieces, yes, we try to be different. We try to be an individual design, but we still have a consciousness of whatever we do. It's still a furniture. It has to be in an environment wherein there are other furniture beside it. So the consciousness is we design pieces that would look good with anything you put it with. Hindi yung gagawa ka ng furniture that is shouting, look at me, I'm different. That's not how we design things, especially if you want to be a furniture designer. We want to design pieces that could look good with anything you put it with. That's the sense of it all. But there is still a fine line to make it artisan looking. The kapwa detail is there. Everything is there. That's why the things that the design policy is a very clear roadmap to personalize something. But then again, with the consciousness of understanding who you're designing it for. Either it's for a community, for your market to sell, for a business. So I think that says it all. Thank you.
Thanks, Jude. From what I was getting there, you were highlighting different values than that was mentioned also by Prof. Felipe earlier. One of the things was the sharing independence, basically creating more harmony rather than stark contrast, because it is a consideration for the community, right? I want to bring, well, before I move to how we see the idea of kapwa translating into policies and programs, may I invite the audience also to participate by sending in your questions if you have any. In case you have any clarifications or insights, just feel free to raise your hands, and then you'll be led to the microphones, and I'll pipe in your questions to the conversation, because this is a really good topic to discuss, because you are going to be the ones who are going to be impacted by all of these in the near future. Jude is calling his daughter. You want to call Elkie too? She is melting. Okay. So perhaps let's round the discussion towards embedding kapwa. Okay, there we go.
Hi, I'm Anna.
Hi, Anna.
I'm a 115 Industrial Design alumni, but actually right now I'm not a designer currently. I'm a researcher right now, and my question is more for Sec Benitez, because I was really excited to hear about the opportunity for us designers to help shape policies around K to 12 by exploring the development of a skills framework for the design industry. My question was, what do you think are the ways that you're looking into implementing this endeavor?
Ria, you want to answer? No, I'll give the We're actually doing it in conjunction with the design center, because the way the skills framework works, right, is TESDA goes and asks an industry organization, right, what are the positions in your typical organization? And then they'll give us the list of what these positions are. And then we do a functional analysis. What are the tasks that these people are supposed to do in those positions? And what are the skills that they need for those to fulfill those tasks? And at what level of proficiency, right? We outline all of that and then create units of competencies for training for that, yeah? So right now, for specific to design, the design skills framework, kailan ba tayo magpipirmahan, Ria? We're doing it with the design center, basically, right? And in a way, what we would like to do is, because that's employment looking, right? It looks towards employment.
Connecting.
Yeah. It's deriving from the industry what kind of skills they need for jobs, right? So it's a job skills matching process. But once you have those functions, once you have that list of skills, and once you have the list of proficiencies of those skills, and you've been able to identify that, you can take those out, okay, and you can embed them on a scaffolding from K to 12 and up. So that would be the 3 or 4 steps, in a way, after the skills framework is finished. Does that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I kind of had a sort of follow-up question to that. Just thinking about what are the ways that we can increase access to collaboration between government and industry. For example, not just going through design center, maybe there are people falling through the cracks, their talent isn't being utilized. I feel like as someone who did graduate from industrial design, that was kind of something I faced, because not everybody is the best student. Not everybody had the opportunity to work with design center as a student, and kind of just realized their value as designers or as researchers after. So they, not just me, but other people, they kind of fall through the cracks.
No, so it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Policy-wise, the procedure of the government, right, is usually to have somebody that they can recognize. So there has to be a persona or an entity that we deal with, right? Having said that, specific to matching up with industry specifically, for MSMEs, for example, there is a new law that was passed last year and is being rolled out in the second half of this year on enterprise-based education and training, particularly for support for upskilling and apprenticeship programs, including work immersion for senior high school students, right? So there are 3 categories of the new EBET framework law. We have been tasked to find MSMEs that need, in fact, upskilling and apprenticeship programs and support from TESDA side. Yeah. So that's coming down the pipeline, and we're hoping to catch as many MSMEs as we possibly can. But obviously, the number and the scale, in terms of the training modalities that TESDA can roll out, yeah, we're trying to create the modules with Design Center, for example. I already said that we will try to create micro-credentials across the board that might be useful. What I didn't say was we're hoping that as many of those can be made into digital modules made available online, right? And then, of course, there's a process of you have to come to us, yeah, because we don't know who you are, right? So you'd have to come to us, to your local, if it's an LGU program, if it's a barangay training program, if it's an association that you're part of, Women in Business, for example, right? We need you to tell us what we need, how we can help. So we have the top-down process that we're doing now, but at some point we need the comeback, right? And because we're government, we need an entity that we can address.
Thank you. That's really nice. That's also something I realized, like I'm working with communities, like artisan communities. It's like, that's a big barrier also, being able to go to the government, because sometimes they also don't want to share like their intangible arts and talents. So that's also something that has to be, I guess, like parsed and like thought about really carefully.
So the PISIDA, the Creative Industries Council, actually has a registry, right? So they want to be able to provide government help, particularly to creative industry workers. But they can't do it unless they know who those people are. So there's a registry process, yeah? But many creative industry workers are very reluctant to get registered by government because they're very worried that if you're registered, then we will tax you because we know who you are, right? So yung gimmick and sideline ninyo, suddenly may taxation na mangyayari, right? So that's a balancing act that the Creative Industries Council is aware of and needs to walk that tightrope, right? But because we're government, I'll just have to repeat it, because we're government, we need to know who and to where the money is going. So we need a person to get recognized. But the subsidy comes with, we recognize you. So there's risk for you on that end, right? Because it means we can now regulate you because we see who you are, right? So I understand the reluctance of many creative industry workers. They don't want the independence cramped, yeah. But as government, that's just how the money needs to be disbursed, yeah, in terms of resources. So one way is to put it out there through a digital MOOC, right, of some form. So there's no money exchange involved, but the learning can be gained. Yeah. So those are the things that we're working on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hopefully in the future, there's more collaboration and trust and openness. Yeah, for everybody's benefit. Thank you.
I'd like to add on to that. Thank you for sharing, Sekiko. So he was sharing basically process on how government works and working with public-private like partnerships and collaborations. With the Philippine Skills Framework for Design specifically, we at Design Center already finished the first 2 phases. And in a way, your struggles that you feel, which I also resonate with, coming from private sector before going to government, that there is that roadblock. But really, the conversation should happen both ways, because now, coming from the government side, it's also very difficult to find private sector players who are willing and able to contribute, to share knowledge, information, even assistance. So I think, like what you said, it's also looking for organizations to be part of. Maybe the academe can also be a representative of this group. If you are an alumni of College of St. Benilde, it could be through Benilde, because we actually have a MOA with Benilde. Thus, we are here, right? So these conversations we could have. We can give you an insight to what is happening, what projects are ongoing, and what's upcoming. If you want to get more involved. So again, think of it as like it takes two to tango thing, right? But thank you for that. It's very rare also to find people who are eager to play a part. So Anna will keep you in mind and invite you also to our future events and engagements. Right? Okay. Okay, we have Idiria also here. Would want to share something. There. Well, thanks for the Kong Kiko, Secretary Kiko for like parang taking on. I mean, like I feel guilty that you were answering a lot of the questions that was directed to Design Center. But thank you as well, no, for talagang pushing us further into really institutionalizing the work that we do with, or the work that we will do with TESDA and supporting our Philippine Skills Framework for design. I know that there is that hesitation, and I guess coming from the creative side, it's not really natural to think of working with government if you're in the creative side, because maybe the first thought is sometimes government will kill the creative side of you guys. But well, I'm an industrial designer myself, and it's just a relationship could just start. I mean, we're not asking for a marriage, but it's just try to work with or explore working with government or even some of our programs, and not just Design Center, but like other maybe DTI or TESDA programs, and just check it out. I mean, like, keep an open mind. Of course, there are certain systems in place that is there to help, like parang in the way things are done in a certain organization. And that's the same way with government as it is with any business. But really, being an industrial designer working for government, it's really, it helps open your eyes to the bigger world of design and artisanship, and the kind of lessons, the kind of people that you meet is just so diverse that you really get to appreciate the full spectrum of what the Philippines can do, the kind of passionate artisans, craftsmen, business people that are really in the Philippines, that are looking for people to partner with. And whether you stick to government or whether you develop your own practice, that is your choice. But I mean, like, it's good to understand the lay of the land, and make a decision from there where you want to take your skills, where you want to take your career. One of the pioneer or originals of Design Center, the late Toti Villalon, he has this amazing article, I think it's in Blueprint, about Genius Loci placemaking, and the way nga that, from his own words, parang like, well, or I'm paraphrasing it, he understood, I mean, it was his work at Design Center that really opened his eyes to the colorful, parang like the culture of the Philippines. It's by visiting every region, every province in the Philippines that he got to appreciate what we are as a people and how we're so different, but embracing that diversity also gave him a voice from which he can design, he can create things, he can develop places, products, objects, systems. And that was very instrumental in who he became as a designer, as a national advocate for tangible and intangible heritage. So I mean, that's
not a push to have you work for a design center, but to really just open, like avenues by which you can take your career. And that's what Philippine Skills Framework for Design is all about. It's to also identify possible career tracks for you as a designer, as a creative, and explore which one they are. I come from a generation that's here from cradle to grave, but I know your generation could have 5 careers. So yun lang. Just something to think about. Sorry.
Thank you, Idiria. So with that, I want to anchor this on the last question that we have for this panel. So you might be asking yourselves also, no, like, why is this relevant to me? The national design policy, what is it to me? Why is it significant now? And why is it relevant now? So I just want to throw this question into the panel of how they envision basically the Philippines benefiting from the national design policy. And I want to start, of course, with Sir Paulo Mercado.
Thanks, Carla. I want to express it in the smallest thing. There was a word cloud earlier. What kapwa issue would you? How would you use the mindset of kapwa to design something better for the Philippines? And traffic was there, and a few others. I personally, my one thing is very simple that you see every day: solid waste, trash. Particularly, and I'm coming from, my background is I came from Nestle, and we had this thing about single-use plastics and this whole thing of Greenpeace attacking Nestle, Unilever, P&G. It's your fault that the oceans are being polluted by your plastic waste. Okay, there is manufacturer responsibility. I'm not discounting that. But take a look at every Jollibee, 7-Eleven, McDonald's. Take a look at how everyone who eats there does not clean up after themselves, even if there is a trash can. So the question there is, what's the problem? Is the problem the design of the containers? Which is what Nestle and etc. were being blamed for? Is the question the lack of trash cans, whether it is the private sector or the public spaces? Or is it a problem of a lack of care to throw it, and maybe it's too ambitious to ask people to segregate it? I think it's all of that one. And that's the logic of the design ladder. The design ladder is not about assigning blame to everyone, but just to understand this is a very systemic problem. But for us to address that systemic problem, there has to be that sense of kapwa, of shared responsibility, that this is our problem, and we have to have our own contributions to solving this problem together. And sometimes kasi, and I've heard it once, and this is the last that of people not picking up them for themselves after eating a lot of stuff and throwing things all over in a 7-Eleven place. One person actually said to her companion na parang, hindi ba tayo magliligpit? Tapos the other person said, hindi naman natin trabaho nila yan eh. That's not pakikipagkapwa. And that for me is both expresses the cultural gap, and the rest of it is systemic. So that's the ambition of the design policy. We need to get it to that level.
It's really the collective effort. Thank you for that. That's why I appreciate this panel, because this is basically a powerhouse already of people who can implement these things. Sec Kiko, I think we'll take that as cue for how you imagine TESDA really taking part in the implementation of the NDP.
Napaka-lalim naman ng tanong. Obviously, the short answer is when we're finally done with the IDERIA on the skills framework, we can create the modules that we can disseminate now, so that we can make as widespread as possible the shift in mindset that makes quote-unquote design embedded in our culture. So that would be the easy answer, right? The truth is, when I said earlier that our education systems are actually based on a second industrial revolution, and that we are now in a desire for heading to, if not the fourth, the fifth industrial revolution, and that it will be a creative and innovation directed economy. Because of AI, because knowledge is now readily available on the internet and so on and so forth. Part of the question for the design council and for the policy is, where does the Philippines want to position itself within a fifth industrial revolution globally, assuming that we are shifting towards a creative economy. And that creative economy will be pushing human-centeredness in many ways and in many aspects, whether you want your placemaking to be commuter-centric rather than cars, whether you want your designs for processes to be circular, so it's local and not a global industrial scale that you're thinking about, right? Because there are environmental issues, there are wastes that happen from that, right? We have had, 200 years of a system where we push for efficiency even if it generates too much waste, right? And so people's habits of not connecting to civic spaces and so on and so forth has been embedded in that process. We're back to the question of value, right? Value gets created through efficiency models, concentrated in the hands of the few and at the center, at the expense of things at the periphery, at the expense, therefore, of the environment, and so on. The promise of the creative economy is that old model will no longer generate the same type of value as it did before, right? The breakdown of supply chains because of COVID, for example, unearthed the desire for alternative types of models. So it provides an opportunity for designers specifically on, as I said, how to design for quality of life. So the question for us here is, where do we want to position the Philippines in a transition towards a kind of creative economy that is truly, in fact, human-centered? And I've always appreciated the work of Dr. Felipe, right? Because it's very clear that what makes us unique, what is truly the basis of what might be called Tatak Pinoy, right? For whatever you want to call it in DTI area, malikhaing Pinoy, innovative Pinoy, and so on and so forth. All of that now being called Tatak Pinoy. At the end of the day, it's because Filipinos excel in care, right? And the problem is, you care for individuals, you care for your family and your community around you, and it's embodied, internalized, but it is not externalized into rules and laws. So you don't think of public spaces. You think only hanggang dito lang. And so there's a certain disconnect, right? So as we try to answer the question, where should the Philippines be, right, in an emerging creative economy globally, right? It cannot be answered without a number of things. A change in mindset that is not about, quote unquote, profit per se at the expense of waste, the environment, and all of these other things, right? It cannot be one that does not take into account empathy and our interpersonal relationships, for which we excel, which is why it's not just in artisans. No. The number of people that come to TESDA asking how fast we can train caregivers so they can go overseas is still, in fact, in many ways, a marker of a certain brand, right, of care that the rest of the world recognizes as an excellence that the Philippines has, right? So all of that needs to be embedded and connected. And I'm very happy to have seen the ladder today that Paolo presented, because I think it attempts or stages the conversation so that these kinds of discourse can happen as we move towards really deciding in terms of policy. So when the Creative Industries Development Act says by 2030 we want to be the powerhouse in creative industries, what does that mean? How do you do that? How do you get there? And what steps do you need to make? And how much will it cost, right? In terms of budgetary support from government. Knowing, of course, that that's a policy direction which cannot be implemented unless partnerships, right, with all the stakeholders come together. I'm sorry, that was my long
I
answer
love
to
that.
your
I
short
feel like,
question.
how do we follow that? But maybe my question to the rest of the panel would be, what is your commitment? Right? Because it's very well said, and it really frames everything that you all three talked about earlier. So from the private sector, ano po yung promise natin?
For us now, with whatever we design in our products, we still try to find a way to use sustainable material. Besides the fact that we are already designing with respect to kapwa, with respect to what we just talked about with design policy, the sustainability or the sustainable materials that can be used is just like an addition for us. And I think we're just trying to be like online of things. And I agree about, just being, just empathizing with whatever we do. Yung kamukha ng it's not just designing with empathy, but just having the culture of having that empathy, like, yun nga, nandun ka sa Jollibee or wherever, McDonald's, that is like zero empathy, saying, ay, kay sila na lang, kaya na nilang linisin yan. So that's zero empathy. So, this audience here, if you guys can relate, we can start at least at this number of people here to understand empathy, not just in design, but in the whole culture of things. If we can change that with these young minds, then we're in the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. Maybe.
Our commitment in behalf of the Women's Business Council Philippines and also Go Negosyo and the Department of Trade and Industry is to mentor. We know that you cannot give what you do not have, but if you're now a designer and a successful one as you are, whether as an employer or an employee, we are here to handhold you so that we make sure that you'll be part of the design economics and to be part of nation building. Thank you. Carla. Okay. And by the way, if I may add, that to reduce the stigma that if you're a designer or an artist, aasa kayo sa mga magulang nyo para sustentuhan kayo hanggang you reach the mature age, you will be successful on your own and you will make a name and you will make Philippines proud.
Thank you, Ms. Mylene. Prof. Felipe here just whispered, you asked the most important question. I feel so validated. So I will turn over this microphone.
Kasi the last question is the most important one. And I think you gave the problem, that you also, represented that people will just touch anywhere, Ano yan eh? You said that Filipinos are very caring people. Yes, that's very true, but only if we trust the other. That's why Filipinos are even more productive abroad, because they trust the government. They trust their yung boss nila ron or kung sino manager. The moment trust is broken, kapwa operates only within the small circle of family and friends, because that's where trust is not broken. The problem is very big. It's not just cultural, it's political. Because for ages, the government has been hostile to people. Filipinos, in general, see government as a hostile force. That's why anything that is public is not theirs. The Filipinos don't feel any sense of ownership of this nation. They don't feel a sense of ownership of the nation. We are alien. Most Filipinos feel alienated from their government. Who or which represent the nation? The government. And if the government is not doing well, the Filipinos will not trust the government and will not trust anything that is public, which is government. No, look, the problem. How can we trust the government? I'm speaking from the point of view of common people. There are vanishing sidewalks, mga design fails, yung sa Kamuni, yung talagang Spider-Man lang makakakit sa overpass na yon. There are no more public parks and gardens. The Quezon Memorial used to be a very good park. Now it's being overtaken by business. That's also true for Bonifacio Monument. That was very, very wide. Now, what happened? The business sector, the elite, even the government, Arab, no? Permitted the building of the Torre de Manila. I call it Terror de Manila. Imagine, that is disrespect for our national symbol, Rizal. In other words, if the people cannot, if the government cannot respect the people, how can the people respect anything public? For me, therefore, the problem is not only cultural but political.
I agree.
Sakiko agrees. Thank you very much for that. I like that we got all the different perspectives within this conversation from the design sector, from public and private sector as well, from the Women Business Council. There's also, of course, TESDA. There's, of course, Sir Paulo working on the NDP, and of course, the academe with Prof. Felipe. That was a really good conversation. I wish we had more time, honestly, because I think I could just absorb all of your your intelligence. So this wraps up our panel discussion, and I would like to thank everyone who's here with us today, our speakers and all of our attendees who joined us in celebrating the World Industrial Design Day. And on behalf of the Science Center, we would also like to thank our co-presenter, the World Design Organization, our institutional partner, De La Salle College of St. Benilde, our program partners, the Design Advisory Council of the Philippines and A. Garcia Lifestyle Inc., and of course, our media partners, we have Adobo Magazine and Art Plus Magazine. Now, to capture this special moment, can we gather for a group photo? I would like to call on the audience. We can take a photo here first with the panel, and then we'll take another photo from this perspective.
Thank you to everyone who's here with us today, our speakers, and all our attendees who joined us in celebrating World Industrial Design Day. Design Center also would like to thank our co-presenter, World Design Organization, our institutional partner, De La Salle College of St. Benilde, our program partners, Design Advisory Council of the Philippines, A. Garcia Lifestyle Incorporated, our media partners, Adobo Magazine, Art Plus Magazine. And with that, we officially end IDX Conversations, We More Than Me. Thank you so much again for joining us today. Hope you can all support and join us in the upcoming events of the Design Center of the Philippines. We have International Design Conference this September and Design Week Philippines this coming October. To stay tuned for exciting news and updates, you can follow us on our official Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn accounts. Just type in and search DTI Design Center of the Philippines. This has been IDX Conversations, We More Than Me. Happy World Industrial Design Day, everyone!
And we're back. Many thanks to our friends at Design Center of the Philippines for joining our program again this year. Moving now to New Zealand, this next session introduces the relationship between ethics and trust. How it is formed, broken, and repaired is critical when we consider ethics that aim to serve the environment, future technologies, and communities. Industrial designer Dr. Zene Krigg discusses methods of implementing trust strategies into our work to consider more than human agents in our creative practice. Let's tune in.
Kia ora and hello. I'm delighted to be sharing some of my research and thinking at one of this year's World Industrial Design Day events with the topic of Let's Get Ethical. My presentation is titled More Than Human Trust and urges you to consider the ethics of designing beyond ourselves with the lens that is my area of focus, trust factors in design practice. My name is Dr. Zane Kreche and I am sharing from New Zealand, and I am currently a senior tutor at Massey University School of Design, Toi Rafurami. I am a practicing industrial designer and researcher specializing in the integration of trust in design practice, and I have had the pleasure of working across a broad range of projects with a primary focus on healthcare and agriculture. After my bachelor's degree in industrial design, I worked alongside a group of engineers to design robots, which led me to Plantech Research Institute, where I initiated my PhD study while learning the value of science and data communication as a tool to inform design practice and outcomes. I managed to complete a creative practice-based PhD through the School of Design at Massey University in 2024, focusing on how factors of trust can be incorporated into designed objects for the horticultural sector. Within healthcare, I use design as a bridge between frontline workers and innovative interventions, through insight-led design approaches that understand lived experience and respond with informed empathy. Interestingly, I found that the trust elements I tested in agriculture was very relevant to healthcare, and believe it to be valid to most areas for which we design. I believe this is because taking on a lens that generally tries to consider environments, whether they be natural or human-built, and technologies, whether they be tangible or artificial, is the least we can do as designers when creating experiences and objects for the current world. So part of my research on trust is looking at what breaks, builds, and repairs trust. Ethical behaviors and principles are key in building trustworthy relationships. To put it in a social context, we assume the morals of others to do the right thing, and are generally encouraged to uphold these values ourselves. Clifford Nass, author of the Computers as Social Actors paradigm, suggests that we approach computers with the same social lens, and then appraise our behaviors towards it if it acts inappropriately. You cannot generally consider trust without considering distrust. If trust is the house, then ethics may well be the front door. Ethics and trust are intrinsically linked and reliant on one another. I am sure that other presentations as part of this series will explore and provide definitions of ethics in a multitude of ways, so I hope to build on these through the context of its relationship to trust. The definition of trust that I will be using is that of Lee and C., who define trust as the attitude that an agent will help achieve an individual's goals in a situation characterized by uncertainty and vulnerability. As in all relationships, trust is a crucial component and requires continuous management. So, to outline the way in which trust typically presents itself, we have intrinsic values and aspirations as individuals, impacted by external factors such as work and expectations of others. We are offered options, at which point we need to use methods of appraisal to make the decision. This is followed by the decision to adopt a specific means. When we then begin to use products, we often are, or at least should be, calibrating our reliance on it based on a number of factors, including its performance and communication. Incorrectly done, this can lead to mistrust, distrust, or a miscalibration of trust. What we are aiming for is that trust can be managed, allowing for ongoing use. So, to accept a new technology is not to adopt a new technology. Research in this area shows a great deal of variation in definitions, and the two terms are often used interchangeably. The best definitions I could find to illustrate the difference are that of Diaz et al. And B.H. Hall. And so, in essence, the intention to use versus the actual use are different, and they should be measured as such. One of the main factors that can break down trust, in technology in particular, is hype. Both Gartner's cycle of hype and G.A. Moore's diffusion theory speaks to the chasm where many technologies fall off. Many products may overpromise and underdeliver, making it more challenging for new solutions to validate themselves. This makes people more skeptical when interacting with new technological products and needs an understanding of trust to mitigate. So, a decision has been made to accept a product and its embedded technology. Now, we have to rely on the management of trust to allow for ongoing reliance and use, often the crux of what we try to achieve as industrial designers. There are a number of things that can happen at this point. The miscalibration of expectations leads to disappointment, and this is often through things like hype playing a role in misaligning the expectations that a user has on the product. Mistrust can refer to when an over or under reliance takes place in the product. This is often where the words human error get used as part of figuring out where to assign blame. When trust is managed, which is an ongoing process within all relationships, it can make for meaningful, ongoing interaction. Distrust is when the relationship has broken down to the point where repair strategies are needed to recover the relationship. Distrust can come from frustrations with product performance, unreliable communication, and broken expectations. When we need to repair trust, it is similar to how we may look to repair trust between two people. Actions such as apologizing, admitting fault, and clarifying intentions. By proving repeated reliance after the trust has been broken, it can slowly begin to rebuild trust. If a system is able to identify faults and offer support in fixing it, this should help the user. Sometimes, trust is lost on a longer term and it is deeply rooted. Examples being that with some companies who overpromise and people invest and business booms faster than they have capability to fulfill, and then as a consequence the business crumbles. Distrust in institutions can be seated in a range of factors, including historical instances of bias or societal pressures. It's important to be aware of these and to design accordingly. So within trust literature, the key themes surrounding trust are familiarity and personality, followed by predictability, transparency, and explainability. And then this reflects in reliability and functionality. In essence, the areas outlined by Mayer et al. Of purpose, process, and performance. So let's put this in the context of a project, and this is where my research into trust all began. In August 2021, I initiated a project with Plantech Research Institute here in New Zealand, who were interested in better understanding how design can benefit their technological development and communication of innovations. This project operated in the overlap of design and technology to benefit the primary sectors. My work sat beside a multidisciplinary team of engineers and scientists, from whom I gained a lot of understanding about the current state of technological capability and that which is emerging. The scope that was focused was on a New Zealand-based solution and considered the measurement of fruit, particularly its sizing. So what we found was both an ergonomic challenge, including that it's a very repetitive process, and you're measuring potentially manually multiple fruit over a weekly basis because we're measuring change over time. There's a lot of inaccuracy when we're measuring it manually because we're trying to find the widest part of the fruit. You might also be like the person on the right hand side who is measuring it incorrectly because we want to measure the width, not the height. And then also because we have different percentile height humans measuring, there's also a lot of variation as apples grow, because we mainly worked with apples, they grow at different rates throughout the tree. And so we were getting a whole range of different data, and this was creating a lot of distrust. The other thing is, when we're manually touching a lot of different fruit, we are spreading disease, and this is not a very useful way to go about things. But at the same time, growers needed this data to make informed decisions. And so I went about trying to use technology to solve the problem, but also wanting this to operate alongside the environment and users in an ethical manner. So there are over 7,500 species of apple in the world, and each market across the globe has a unique preference, which means that growers need to be proactive and responsive to changing demands. There is a shift from volume to value, where designer species of apples are favoured and how they are grown is seen as almost a trade secret. To enable these shifts, we need to know as much as possible about our orchard at a given time, hence, real or near real-time sensing. Gathering this data can be a costly task, and growers know how valuable this data is, so they want to protect it from competitors. The reluctance to share data then in turn makes it really hard to train data sets. So, from this springs two lines of inquiry. How can we design trust into products and systems that are used in the horticultural industry, and how can we communicate the right data effectively? Fruit growing is a cyclical process based on the seasons, and with the primary window of time for fruit growing being between October and February here in New Zealand. The primary source of data that many orchard managers rely on is the pack-out report. This only comes from the pack house once the crop has been processed, and often creates tension as they feel shortchanged, and it is often also too late to make changes for the following season. This was a key moment of interpersonal distrust that launched this wider research project. Empowering orchard workers with their own data with which to make decisions on operations will enable this point of distrust to be better mitigated. Those who work in the orchard environment are typically from nearby islands such as the Cook Islands, Tonga and Samoa, or are Maori, the indigenous people of New Zealand. In Te Ao Maori, that is the holistic worldview of Maori, Te Te Ao is the concept of the natural world and our interconnectedness with it. There is reciprocity and guardianship rather than ownership. This reciprocity enables trust between humans and nature. Where the double bind exists is that we are in many ways retroactively needing to employ these world perspectives into our existing systems. Large-scale methods such as the use of satellite or airborne platforms have the critical limitation that hail netting can distort or hinder data collection. Climate change means that hail netting is increasingly used as a means of protecting crops. Thus, looking at an approach which operates below the hail netting line is crucial. This project sought to create a solution that mitigated the interpersonal trust, better informed users to make the right decisions for the environment that they are harvesting from. One of the things I also identified was that the intelligence of technology-embedded devices matter. People often vastly overestimate the capability of technology to be free-thinking when utilizing machine learning, or the very overused and underexplained blanket of artificial intelligence. Our understanding of objects often seem to encompass the visual appearance of it, so as soon as there's cameras involved, it was also an assumption of character building because there were two cameras, and this created a whole line of inquiry around anthropomorphism also. So in this complex ecosystem of agents, why does it matter to consider more than human perspectives when we design? We want to incorporate sustainability for the environment, equitable use of technologies, and the discernment of their systems while minimizing bias. We have machines working as part of a network with one another and ourselves, and we as humans have interpersonal interactions. Through undertaking reviews of the literature around trust, I identified that there was no relevant framework which could assist me in marrying all of these agents in regards to trust. So, I sought to create one, and this ended up being the novel contribution of my doctoral thesis. When we look at the agents involved in my example project, we have us, the human, interacting with a product, whether that be an object or interface. We have the technology used to enable our use of the product, and our interactions and understanding of this may differ from the product. And then we have the environment in which this product will exist, in which we will need to ergonomically be able to use it, and in which the technology needs to be able to be incorporated, all resulting in a centralized experience. Therefore, what if it isn't the human-centered design as such, but experience-centered design, which considers the agents beyond ourselves for whom we also design? I was interested to visualize how trust interacts with these agents and what the relevant frameworks and considerations are when considering these specific relationships. Firstly, Clifford Ness, the author of Computers as Social Actors Paradigm, explores the social means by which we approach technologically embedded objects such as computers, and suggests that this is usually done in the same way that we approach other humans, unless it is proven we should do otherwise. The key words of integrity, ability, and benevolence were discussed by Lee and C in 2004. Building on this, Mayer et al. And Hoffenbachir in 2015 discuss human automation trust and outline the key elements as purpose, process, and performance. Tarini et al. Bring up the FEES framework, which may be used as a bridge between technologies and their intended environments. Factors including fairness, explainability, auditability, and safety as being key. Langton et al. Discuss system-like trust as the link typically experienced between technologies and our shared experiences thereof. This area includes the theme of reliability, functionality, and helpfulness. And then, seeing the framework in full, we can understand that a functional design criteria is required to understand how the product needs to operate within this environment, while also having themes of how we might implement sustainable practice, trust calibration, the action and experience that is being involved, and also our cognition of this. So, as part of this project, I had to identify, develop, and measure the importance of trust factors for the design of a technology embedded product to different stakeholders throughout local Apple production, as well as consultants, designers, and data specialists. Using a Likert chart, stakeholders were able to indicate how strongly they felt over the relevance of each factor, the hypothesis being that there may be distinct differences between different roles and stakeholders based on their interest. The design for trust criteria that comes as a result of this was generated through a range of participants who weighted the importance of each factor, represented here on radar charts. What was interesting was that rather than a specific factor being most important, the overarching themes were the personality of the participant as introverted versus extroverted, and their level of openness to accepting new technologies. This correlates with a number of authors within this area. So, what are some of these key factors that I was testing? Familiarity refers to how well we know or comprehend that which we are assessing for trustworthiness. It is the same as meeting a new person for the first time, versus knowing them for a while. Eventually, you know what to expect. We have all experienced the moment when a device randomly powers down or takes you to a page you didn't want to be on. The ability for a product to communicate its function and its intention is very important in helping to ensure that the user can remain in control and understand what has or is going to happen and why. The predictability of a product is crucial in an environment where safety, time efficiency, and accuracy are at the core of its product function. The product should be able to firstly explain why it is operating in this manner, and then be transparent in its operations and data to allow for faults to be identifiable. The perceived utility of a product is vital when we decide whether or not this product is the best option for purchase to meet our wants or needs. We have an expectation of performance as intended, and the expectation levels of users may differ based on factors including the product range and price range and previous experience with a similar product. We want to know that the product we purchase is going to serve us well, hopefully even for a long time. Reliability can be used to refer to the physical nature of the product as well as to the system on which it operates. Reliability also extends to the ecosystem around the product, to reflect on the product's makers and whether or not they can be appraised as being reliable source from which to purchase the product and to support the user if something goes wrong. The overall competence of a product depends on the nature of a product. You may not want a potato peeler to be intuitive, beyond its basic intelligence. However, when a technology-embedded object such as a robot is being discussed, the overall perceived competence and expectations to undertake the task for you is higher. The expression of social etiquette in intelligent products may be difficult to visualize until you imagine the opposite, a rude product. It is not until you consider what a rude product might act like that you realize that affordances embedded into intelligent products are often set in a very specific tone. We are surrounded by digital products, which we don't notice until we look for them because they are a given part of our daily lives. Cultural differences also will factor into this. The embodiment of personality into products is evident in design all around us, and a method which we might use to make products more familiar, relatable, and sociable. In products, personality can be imbued deliberately to further heighten the sense of connection and collaboration that we also have with these products. So, if trust is broken and the product is deemed to be unreliable, it is very unlikely to see continued use, and often continued use is one of our primary goals. So these are just some of the initial factors that I used as part of my study, and you might find that you can create a tailored set of these and incorporate them as part of your own design criteria for your own projects. So, in essence, my recommendations for designing for trust and the promotion of technology adoption are the following. The first is to manage expectations and deliverables, to map benefits and features of that which you create, be it a product, system, or service, as it needs to be able to explain itself. The following point is to design for transparent and explainable actions, visualizing insights in a way that allows for comprehension. The third is having clear intentions to ensure the user understands what is expected of them or the context, and working with users for users, often communicating in a familiar way through form language and so forth. But also understanding that we want to design for the environment, we want to design for the technology, and having a frank discussion with stakeholders about this lens that we're trying to implement. The fourth is clear communication. Remove barriers of jargon and the red tape of colloquial language. I have found that the use of metaphors acts as a great shared method to explain systems, faults, or ideas. If it already exists, we have some idea of how it might work and its proportions, and that means that we can better assess its application to the context of that which we are working on. The fifth point is to align interests for all parties involved. This is often done by a critical understanding and engaging with the context. We need to acknowledge alternative options that could be opted for and ensure that what we produce is fulfilling the need of the user in a way which is novel and clear so that their decision-making process is streamlined for them. We also want to design for sustainability in a way that is tangible, that is practical, and that is incorporated into our workflow as a given, not as an accessory. So ethics and trust are intrinsically linked and reliant on one another. I urge you to continue to explore keywords in this area that this presentation just only wanted to briefly touch on, and to further consider how we might incorporate this way of seeing into our creative practice. Thank you for your time, and to the World Design Organization for this great privilege. If you have any thoughts and would like to get in touch, I really welcome that. Happy World Industrial Design Day.
Thanks so much, Dr. Krigg. A reminder that the live chat is open, so if you have something to share about Zane's presentation or any of the sessions so far, please feel free to drop your comments and thoughts there. Next, we're going to move to Japan to meet with Yasuhide Yokoi, the founder of design and technology firm Final Aim. Having worked with Yamaha and Honda, Yasu's session explores the ethical design in the age of generative AI through the lens of creator rights, IP integrity, and transparent workflows. Let's watch.
Hi everyone, I'm Yasu, co-founder and chief design officer at Final Aim. It's a real pleasure to be here as part of World Industrial Design Day. Today, I'll be sharing how we are tackling one of the most important questions in design. How can we embrace the power of generative AI while still protecting creativity, authorship, and integrity? A bit about myself. I was born in Japan, raised in Australia, and began my career at Nikon. I later joined a 3D printing startup as a founding member, which was acquired by a listed company before co-founding Final Aim. A few snapshots from my work showing how I'm devoted to blending new technology into a real use case, with respect for creative authorship ranging from consumer electronics to mobility design. Let me introduce my company, Final Aim. Final Aim is a startup driving the global adoption of IP-secured generative AI platform for industrial design and manufacturing. The company has partnered with global companies across design and creative teams in automotive, rail, heavy industry, electronics, and media. The startup was accepted into Berkeley Skydeck, a world-renowned Silicon Valley accelerator, and also won the Japan-US Innovation Awards by Stanford University. Our team includes experts from Google, Adobe, Intel, and UC Berkeley, as well as legal and IP specialists. Together, we're creating infrastructure to protect IP and creative ownership in AI-driven workflows in design and creatives. And this is our product, Final Design. It's a secure platform where designers and enterprises can manage design data generated by AI. We focus on traceability, authorship, and protecting intellectual property, even when AI is part of the creative process. As new technology evolves, we are starting to see especially generative AI as a powerful creative tool. It accelerates ideation and expands the possibilities for designers and creators. However, authorship and intellectual property is a big issue. If IP rights aren't clearly recorded and enforced, the designer's role becomes invisible in legal terms. Just as much as the output, we strongly believe ownership matters. Who stands behind the design? Who owns the idea? Who is responsible for the work? And this isn't just a designer's conversation, it's a legal and global one. Here, the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, outlines best practices for navigating generative AI. Key points include documenting how AI tools were used and trained, labeling AI-generated outputs and prompts, and crucially, making clear the role of the human in the creation process. In the US, the Copyright Office has made its consideration clear. AI-generated content alone isn't actually protected. But, and this is important, if a human arranges the outputs into a sufficiently creative sequence, then the work may qualify for intellectual property. That means documentation and human authorship is crucial, but only if you structure and capture it intentionally. And Japan is also taking a thoughtful approach. According to the Agency for Cultural Affairs, determining copyright protection involves evaluating how dependent a work is on prior content. This means creators must be able to explain how the work is original, how it was made, and how AI was utilized as a creative tool. In short, transparency in creative process isn't optional anymore. It's essential. So again, this is what our design management platform, Final Design, offers. It's a platform that records, authenticates, and protects your creative work, from initial sketches to generative AI prompts and final outputs. Every design file created throughout the process is registered to our platform. This includes not just images, but contracts, prompts, and process documentation. And think of it like a GitHub for design and IP, a central tamper-proof hub that tracks every change, files, and decision. Furthermore, we work with top international law firms to ensure legal alignment from the database level. We help ensure that design output and process are compliant and defensible. Now I'd like to mention the real case study. We partnered with Yamaha Motor to explore low-speed EV design by generative AI. Let me share the making movie by Autodesk, which featured our collaboration.
My name is Yasuhide Yokoi, co-founder and chief design officer at Final Aim, a startup based in San Francisco and Tokyo. Yamaha came to us with the need to produce an innovative design that solves the problems that surrounds the agricultural industry using their EV platform. C451 is a microelectronic vehicle designed to carry various payloads and tow machines and equipment and can be used around very small farmlands. Normally, this kind of project takes a year to complete, but for this, we only had 2 to 3 months.
東京オートサロンは日本で最大級の自動車のイベントです。そうした出展の場としてぴったりであると考えたのが今回の出展のきっかけです。制作期間はもう3ヶ月もありませんでした。そのために私たちはコークリエーション、共創のパートナーを必要としています。
We utilized AI in the very upstream of the design process, simultaneously going back and forth between AI tools and Fusion. We were able to come up with more than 2,000 concepts and images within 2 to 3 weeks, which would have been impossible with existing design tools. Fusion played a critical role handling the data, speeding up the communication, and also visualizing the design. Our team was distributed around the globe, so cloud collaboration was a key factor in speeding up the design and manufacturing process. Fusion allowed the initial design concept to be perfectly handed off to the engineering and manufacturing teams. Without Fusion platform, we knew that we cannot meet this deadline. We were impressed by how AI guided the project towards ideas we hadn't anticipated at the start. With its asymmetrical design and bright, catchy exterior finishes, this design is totally out of the context of traditional agricultural machinery. We presented this design at the 2024 Tokyo Auto Salon. One of the audience named it kawaii, which means cute design. That comment was a big win for us, especially because we wanted to target the younger generation for this farming industry. I'm proud of every aspect of this project, the team, the design process, and the outcome. And I'm also excited that Yamaha Motors is open to these new technologies.
見てワクワクする、乗ってワクワクする、そういった人々を楽しませるプロダクトであるということがどんなものにおいても大事だというふうに思っています。そういう実験を実際にやって短期間でこれだけクールなモデルを世の中に送り出せたということ、これがやはり一番誇りに思っているところではあります。C451 はあくまで始まりに過ぎません。
So again, we collaborated with Yamaha Motor to explore low-speed EV design. In just a few weeks, Yamaha used generative AI to create over 2,000 design proposals for agricultural industries. Our platform helped them protect all those design iterations, reducing design time by 50% while preserving authorship and intellectual property. Generative AI played a crucial role in pushing the boundaries of the creativity throughout this project. It allowed Yamaha to explore new design directions and even hardware details like you see in this slide. Here you can see the diversity of output that was created throughout the process.
from high-level concept visuals to solid, realistic ideas. And behind each of these visuals is an authenticated record, proof of creation, proof of ownership. This is how we turn AI outputs into secure design assets as human invention. In another Yamaha project, we used generative AI to customize the existing design of an actual EV platform. This included not only the vehicle design, but also storytelling visuals and even an AI-generated concept movie. As you can see here, the movie in particular was a strong, compelling output. It helped accelerate the project by enabling clear alignment across multiple teams internally. The movie also accelerated Yamaha to communicate externally with potential customers to verify if the business development, business strategy would be effective. And all of those processes and ideas are traceable, secured, and stored on a design management platform. We also collaborated with Honda Motors' hydrogen business division to explore and visualize their long-term vision for a future hydrogen-powered sustainable society. This initiative involved using generative AI to visualize not just products, but entire ecosystems, from vehicles and fueling facilities to lifestyle scenarios and futuristic cityscapes. One key challenge was expressing what makes Honda Honda. It wasn't enough just to show a futuristic concept by AI. It needed to reflect Honda's original spirit and brand philosophy. As you can see here in these final images, generative AI played a critical role. The technology enabled a broad range of exploration, also achieving that sense of original Honda-ness. Generative AI allowed abstract business strategy to become concrete and compelling. Not only was this effective for internal alignment, but also strengthened the external communication, especially in branding activities. And just as other projects, by applying our design management platform, we securely manage those entire creative process. Every AI prompt and iteration was recorded and authenticated, giving Honda a full ownership and traceability. Thank you for your attention, and if you're interested in learning more, please feel free to reach out. We're always looking to get in touch with designers all around the world, brands, and policymakers who care much about authentic value of design, even in the era of generative AI. Thank you again.
AI will definitely be a key area of discussion throughout today's program, and we have many more conversations to come on this topic, so make sure to stay tuned. Our next session comes to us from WDO member JC Architecture and Design, based in Taiwan. As founder, Johnny Chu shares his design journey, revealing the thinking behind staying grounded in ethical craft, yet also dreaming at scale.
Hi, my name is Johnny Chu. I'm from JC Architecture and Design, based in Taipei, Taiwan. Today, I'd like to show you two projects from the company. We go into discussion about culture, about materiality, and of course about ethics. Let's get started. The first project is actually a furniture piece that we developed recently. We call it Bloom. Buckminster Fuller is always an inspiration of mine. Based on architecture thinkings, we're always trying to challenge the existing model, even for a furniture piece. The client is Kobe beef, so one of the most beautiful beef brands in the world. It melts in your mouth. I mean, absolutely amazing. When they came to us, they wanted to have the beef cowhide also make into leather furnitures, such as these. But these really beautiful, for example, Italian furnitures, they actually have a very thick leather base. So it's usually 2.3, 2.6. And we found that the Kobe leather itself, unfortunately, is very, very thin. To cultivate the meat with a lot of fat, the skin is usually raised roughly 1.3, 1.6, so that you get all the marbling inside the skin. So what happened is a lot of Kobe leather then is being disposed. It's a lot of shame. But they want to try to see if they can make into really beautiful and luxury furnitures. So the task belonged to us. We did a lot of research, and one of the research we saw was that there was, even though the leather hide was very thin, but it has a lot of high density of fibers. It means that it could stretch quite well. So we're thinking, rather than just using it on a piece of surface, like wrapping with something, can this leather be thought of like a stretchable furniture that we can pull it out and then create this beautiful shape that then people can sit in and enjoy. We started the test with actually paper. We're not sure if our thinking can really work. So this is a paper model. We did it in the back of our office. We tried many different shapes, and this shape seems to be following the exact contour that we wanted it. And you know where the shape came from? It's actually from our festivity that in Taiwan, every store opening or every season, we open this up, red pineapple, to have a very prosperity, a sense of feeling. So as you can see, a lot of influence from here, but now it's how do you test it out even into a structure that people can sit on. So we begin the thought process with actually architecture, from a surface, not as a cladding material, but as a structure. Started with 3D, and then started with paper models, more paper models. Here now you can see the full shape, and then finally the leather shape, still like really soft in a way that it's collapsed, really collapsed. And then finally we found the right formula of the fold, of the stitch, and of the shape to have this full bloom share with us. Because the way we design it as well, the leather is 90 degrees, so it allows a lot of porosity, allowing the grain to go down. So the leather was also waterproof treated to be able to sit outside as outdoor furniture. Many people ask me how comfortable it is. So here's my partner's son, relaxing and just enjoying the moment. You can see the beautiful Japanese craftsmanship of all the stitching and the buttons as well that ties everything together. Share with you our launch in Taipei.
各位女朋友，感谢各位的莅临。那么我们 Bloomchart 的媒体发布会正式要开始。
It has traveled, since its completion, has traveled around the world, going to Design Art Tokyo, featured on various magazines, newspapers, traveled to Maison Object, and then finally the holy grail of the world, the Furniture Fair Milan Salone. Was a very beautiful reception. We were able to showcase to the whole media and all the public, and for people to really try on. Here is when we're demonstrating the fold very easily, open it up, operable, so you can imagine carrying with you all over the world your own personalized Kobe leather sofa. Actually, this is in regards to another aspect which we really care about. When we're designing furniture, we always think about the big transportation costs, especially from Europe to Asia. But if we can rethink the design of furniture from the beginning to also reduce the footprint, the transportation carbon footprint, then it could be, you could save a lot of transportation energy as well. So here is from an example from Asia to Europe. It usually costs about 100 kilos of CO2 emission. This is the Bloom chair. Okay, this is my colleague. He is 185 centimeters. You can see this Bloom chair, how compact it is and flat packed into this tiny thing. And we are able to actually reduce to 1/10 of the transportation carbon footprint needed. So only 10 kilos CO2 per chair from Asia to Europe. So we're very excited about this. It also means that you can just pop in your luggage and then carry it everywhere. It comes in peach pink and chocolate gray. And it's on our website. If you'd like to purchase one, welcome. The second project I want to show is discussing from materiality to design to branding. This is a bigger industrial project for us. It's about redesigning this ship.
连续34年往返高雄和澎湖的台华轮，就在6号晚间正式起航前一刻，设计师首度曝光设计全过程。
当我们进入 So this ferry travels between the main island, the Taiwan, and the Penghu Islands, which is just off the coast of Taiwan. This ship that we're designing is actually to replace Taihua, which has been in the water for 38 years, if you can believe it or not. It's a historical relic that still moves people from place A to place B. So, yes, our task is to redesign this ship from this to this. The seating cabins to this. And sleeping quarters to this. And lobbies. Okay, we have two big challenges when we're doing this design. First challenge, is that we work with a Japanese construction and design company. So they are a little far away, and there's a lot of stories that we want to implement to the ships, which from a foreign perspective, it's a little bit difficult to understand. So they were giving us all these renderings of the new ship design, and we're trying to figure out if there's a better way to design the Penghu ship, especially if we can recreate the Penghu living standard or the living ideas, or how the beautiful of Penghu into this boat. Challenge 2, right, is that a plane from Taiwan to the island is only 40 minutes. the fast boat is 80 minutes. And this new ship is actually 6 hours. Okay, so who would actually be attracted enough not to take an airplane, but to take the ship of 6-hour travel? It's a very slow process. So our concept is to really rethink about this. If we cannot go fast, if we cannot beat the planes, why don't we travel slower and allow the people to come on board and really enjoy the slowness? Why slow? Also, Penghu is about slow life. So if we can combine the speed of the boat and the Penghu slowness, then we can really let everyone enjoy the beautiful scenery, enjoy the life, enjoy the drinks, enjoy the friends, and enjoy the laughter. We look into different slowness that Penghu have. The gradual tides, walking by the river, the ocean, paddling in the water 2 kilometers per hour, swimming elegantly in the ocean. Each of these slowness correspond to a type of materiality that we want to showcase, and then we bring that materiality on board the ship. So it's almost like an island itself traveling out of Penghu, and then the Penghu moves in the ocean in between Taiwan and Penghu Islands. So I'll share with you 2 examples how we do this. For example, the economy seat. At the beginning, we received this image from the shipbuilder. We're like, there's a lot of green inside, and we're not sure why. There's green carpets, green seats, green curtains. So we're asking, where did get the green inspiration from? And they gave us this image, because Penghu cactus was it's all over the place. So maybe they thought the idea of green is great inside. We thought, okay, instead of the green cactus, maybe we can present the slowness idea into the ship. Okay, so this is what we did. From the seaside of the white ocean to the deep ocean of the dark blue, and then create a very natural feel, almost like a tide sweeping you away, sweeping you out into the sea, and then really allowing you to capture the view even more. We look at all the seating design and also lighting design as the ship travels at night. Business seats. Okay, so we asked, how come there's these pink seats in the middle? So they have this cactus ice cream, and the fruit of the cactus is pink. We're thinking, okay, maybe we can recreate a business cabin, more like beautiful blue colors, a beautiful wood ceiling. So when you rest up, your eyes up, well rested and comfortable. Yeah. So very fortunately, they were able to accept our design ideas and our concepts, and then so we started to push the whole slowness idea into the reception lobby, into the restaurant, into the exterior. This is one of the cabins. This is a VIP suite. Yeah, even the corridors or the signage, we were able to help and assist in a way. In these deck outdoors, we just recolor the floor, put a seat there, and so really allow people to really enjoy that moment and looking out into different islands. It's a really beautiful scenic ride, and for a really relatively public ticket pricing as well. So I really encourage you, if you have the chance, the ferry across the water, very expensive for a ticket, but here this is the government ferry, so just public transportation. So come on board and enjoy the cruise, the slowness of the life with us. Really nice. Like I said, the boat is built in Japan. This is when it's celebrating the finishing and then going back to Taiwan. So on June 12th, it opened. Kids are happy, a lot of public celebrations, traditional ceremony, drums. And this, but every time I look at this, right, every time I look at the opening ceremony, I always wonder what else I can do as a designer to really change. So not always the red carpets, not always these tents, and maybe not always, just a standardized gifts. We wanted the gifts that were given out and also products that were sold on board to continue the spirit of this boat. So in Taiwan, often when we have an opening ceremony, we're giving out these gifts from the government, and sometimes they are not very pleasant. So we're thinking, how can we do it so it's more elegant and it continues the story of the brand? As we travel across the ocean, we see there are many wastes, fishing nets, bottles. The ocean is just filled with litters, right? If we can somehow reclaim these, what can we do with it? Penghu is also known for a lot of beautiful sunshine, blue beaches, white beaches, blue oceans, and we thought maybe what we could do is we can reclaim these fish nets, plastic bottles, and then make into sunglasses. So here it is, and here's my sunglasses made from fish net waste. Comes in black and white, and this is our vision. The president coming for the opening ceremony, everyone's wearing one, and then cutting the ribbon in front of the Penghu boat. Thank you. That's my sharing today of two of our projects. I hope you like them. Welcome to leave me a message. Yes, I look forward to seeing you guys next. Bye-bye.
How can designers critically engage with AI? How can they reclaim authorship and take responsibility in design processes increasingly shaped by artificial intelligence? Tune in as Ryan Choi, director at Future Form Design Lab and assistant professor in the Department of Industrial Design at Hanyang University in Seoul, explores how generative AI is transforming industrial design workflows and the ethical decisions that emerge in hidden ways, from biased data sets, invisible algorithms, and prompt-driven choices.
Happy World Industrial Design Day. Hello everyone, my name is Ryan. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Industrial Design at Hanyang University. And I lead the Future Form Design Lab, where we explore the intersection of technology, design, and the future. I am currently based in both Seoul and London, and I find the culture exchange between these two cities immensely inspiring. And it reminds me how design operates in both local and global contexts. So today, I will be talking about how AI is changing industrial design and why ethics must be part of the conversation. In particular, I want to invite you to think about something that is often invisible: our assumptions, value, and decisions, and how they shape the tools that we use and the future we design. Let me share a bit more about myself. In addition to teaching and mentoring students, I work to promote the value of design beyond academia, across industries and in public sectors. And I serve as a jury member for various international design competitions. And I'm an active contributor to professional organizations. So these experiences help me stay grounded in real-world design practice, while also giving back to the community that shaped me. My time at McLaren was focused on future mobility, rethinking how people will move and interact with vehicles in the coming decade. It was a deeply formative experience that shaped my thinking about innovation, aesthetics, and user experience on a systemic level. At Logitech, I worked on the MX Series team, designing tools for advanced productivity, and it was a fast-paced, user-centered environment where precision and detail mattered. And I learned how to bring product to life that is not only look good, but truly serve the needs of users across the world. So now, at Future Form Design Lab, my student and I collaborate with global companies such as Samsung and LG, as well as cultural institutions and startups. So we explore AI as a design partner, not just for speed, but for creative potential. So we have published several papers and are currently working on a book on AI and design. Let's move on to the main topic. Let's start with a question. Who designed this image? Was it me? Or was it Mid-Journey? So we are living in the era where design is no longer only produced by hands, but also by text. The process has become abstracted. We must now ask what role we actually play as designers. Historically, design began with the hand. We observed, we sketched, we physically explored materials. That process was slow, but also embodied, so it gave designers space to reflect. The AI showcased that process, and while they increased productivity, and then we must ask, what do we lose in that acceleration? With AI, we no longer make, we prompt and select. Designers have shifted from being creators to curators. Instead of drawing one idea, we now select one from many. But here's the catch. The selection is not neutral. It's guided by taste, values, and unconscious desires. Design is no longer just about what we make, but about what we choose. And more important things is what we choose not to make. Every act of selection is, in some way, an ethical decision. That is what makes this moment so important and then so complex. This is the design process that I use in both my teaching and research. You may be familiar with the double diamond model. Discover, define, develop, deliver. It is a powerful framework, but as you will see, it's evolving. So we now include an impact space, a space where we evaluate long-term consequences. This is where ethics explicitly enters the process. The who does the design include? Who does it exclude? And there's one more pace we must now recognize: the training space. Before a project even begins, we train the AI with data. That trains influence every future output. And think about that the vias begins before the first sketch. If we aren't evolved in this pace, we are leaving ethical decisions to algorithms. This shifts design completely. AI is no longer just a tool that we use. It's a collaborator that we shape. And this changes timelines that we can now iterate faster than ever. But that speed can easily lead to superficiality unless paired with deeper thinking. In the discovery phase, tools like ChatGPT and Perplexity help us generate insight quickly. They summarize user data, create persona, and even generate initial research briefs. This is super powerful, but it also raises a question. So what kind of knowledge are we prioritizing? Whose voices are amplified? And Midjourney, another example that is perhaps the most visible AI tool in design today. It can create dozens of visual concepts in seconds. But when we generate visual output, are we actually designing or simplifying browsing that the model thinks is good design? And what is Midjourney, its model, trained on? Is it inclusive or is it current? Often the answer is no. The clean AI let us animate these static visuals, making motion design almost instant. But again, is the movement we generate reflective of human behavior or cultural nuance? Or are we creating a hyper-generic, globalized aesthetic? And even our presentations are now generated by AI. Canva AI can lay out, illustrate, and suggest themes instantly. This automation frees up time, but also discourages originally. Everything starts looking the same. We believe we are still designing, but in truth, AI is already making critical decisions. What we see, what is emphasized, what is ignored. This is why education must evolve. We need to stop focusing only on tools and start teaching judgment. Let's look at unconscious bias. Here's a prompt: a grandmother cooking traditional food. You will likely get a white-haired woman in a rustic kitchen, maybe smiling, wearing an apron, stealing something in a pot. It's warm, familiar image, but it also reflects a very narrow cultural lens. Now, what if we said a Korean grandmother in Hamburg making kimchi in a Korean-style kitchen? It's the same idea, a grandmother cooking, but the visual output is completely different. That one change in prompt, just adding culture and contextual detail, produced a far more specific and representative result. This shows us something important. The AI isn't biased on its own. It doesn't choose stereotypes. It simply reflects what we ask for and what its training data has been the most. So the ethical responsibility doesn't lie with the tool. It lies with us, the designers or researchers, the educators, because we are the ones shaping the prompt and, more importantly, shaping what gets accepted as normal. Bias in AI doesn't scream, it whispers. It shows up through repetition, the same kind of face, the same kitchens, and same families. And, unless we are paying close attention, we don't even notice it. And that is exactly how it says. The real problem isn't just that AI gives us various images. It's that we accept them too quickly without questioning. And in doing so, we quietly go along with them. As designers, we need to stop and ask ourselves, whose story is being shown and who is being left out? So far, we have looked at how bias should show up is who is represented in an image, whose culture, whose identity, but bias also appears in how things look. So in the visual language, we assume is good design. So let's move from representation to aesthetics. Here's another example. Prompt, premium minimal speaker design. Most of the time, you will get something that looks like Apple or piano. Slick lines, soft corners, grayscale palette. It's clean, elegant, and for many, it signals high-end. But why do we keep seeing this look? Because the training data favors it. It reflects what is being published, promoted, and repeated the most. That is where design veers that tricky. So we start to confuse what is popular with what is universal. In this context, minimalism isn't just about simplicity. It carries a specific culture code tied to geography, class, and even race. It reflects a Western, tech-centered aesthetic, so one that often draws out other visual languages. And if we don't question it, we end up reinforcing the same narrow standard, not because it's better, but because it's louder. According to the 2024 Figma report, nearly 60% of designers use AI in their workflows, but only 32% trusted output. If a student generated an image in Midjourney, adjust it slightly, and added it to their portfolio, who is the designer? Is it the student or AI, the prompt engineer? So we are now in a gray zone in authorship. Designers are no longer just creators, we are curators. But curation is still an act of authorship when we pick one outcome from many. That act carries ethical weight. Yet in many design schools, we teach students to write better prompts, is not to make better decisions. I have seen this pattern in almost every AI workshop I have led. The students learned that tools quickly, they are excited, they experiment, and they generate a lot of content. But when I ask, why did you choose this image? There's often a pause. The pause is not a weakness. It is actually the beginning of ethical awareness. It tells me the student is thinking, not just reacting. You see, it is easy to choose the most polished, visually striking image, but the more important question is, does this image reflect my values, my intention, my context? That is not something Midjourney or ChatGPT can answer for you. That is not a prompt writing skill. That is design judgment. And that is exactly what we need to start prioritizing in design education. Now, think back to the image that I showed you at the beginning. Does it look different now? So what is missing? What is assumed? What is made invisible? Designing ethically means developing the ability to see what isn't shown and to build structures around those absence. In a world of endless options, the most human and the most ethical thing we can do is to decide what not to design. That is where ethics lies, not in the middle of the canvas, but at its edges. Thank you so much for your time today. At Future Form Design Lab, we are continuing both practical and academic research into how AI is reshaping design, not just in terms of the process, but in terms of responsibility. If you are interested in this work, I'd love to connect. Let's keep asking hard questions and let's keep designing intentionally and ethically. Thank you.
Next, we travel to India for a special segment from WDO member Confederation of Indian Industry to explore regional insights on ethical design. Let's hear from them now.
Greetings from Bangalore and from Shishti on the occasion of World Industrial Design Day, marked by the World Design Organization in Montreal and by CII in Delhi. Today, one of the topics that is of serious interest and concern in the world of design is the idea or the concept of ethics. In a few words, I'm going to highlight how this is going to play an increasing role in decisions that we make in all professions and all facets of life, including industrial design. To explain the points, I will think of the life that we live in as three intersecting worlds. The first world is our physical world, the reality in which we live in, our built environments, the cities we've developed, the products we have made, the services we render, and the natural world in which they are set. The second ring, very importantly, is our mental world, the world of our ideas, the world that is in the complexity of our minds, the world that blends and allows us to order and make sense of both our experiences, our reality, and go further than that with our imagination. The third ring that intersects in our lives is our world of emotions and of our belief systems. This goes to the root of our identity, our histories, and the places and events that have made us who we are. Now, when you look at this as the mathematician would look at it, as a Venn diagram with three intersecting rings, these three worlds, in the middle of it is the intersection of these three rings, is the place in which we act. As human beings, we act at the intersection of our lived world, of our belief systems and our identity, and of our mental world and the ideas we make, generate, and create. Ethics, therefore, today has the most important role to play in affecting our decisions because they also impact the quality of life of both the human and non-human world in which we live. I request and I ask all designers who are part of the World Design Organization and of the CII India to make this an important facet in building the future of industrial design in the world today. Thank you.
Thank you, CII, for coming together with the World Design Organization to celebrate World Industrial Design Day 2025. I wish you and the industries and design communities across India and the world a very happy WIDD. Let us deploy design as a strategic partner now to be able to innovate ethically, to be able to deploy AI and generative AI, to be able to create more regenerative materials and technologies and be better environment stewards. Let us be ethical and put people, purpose, planet, places all before profit. Let us be smart and recognize that compliance and policy are actually strategic advantages in a world that is becoming increasingly conscious. Let us also recognize that we've inherited a beautiful planet Earth, a really good planet, and let us not turn all of the resource that is available to us into refuse. Let us refuse to do that. Let us also reconsider, rethink every decision that we make, not just for the here and now, but for 7 generations to come. Let us collectively, peacefully get together and design a better world.
As a lifestyle and fashion product designer and head of design at Titan Watches, I believe that design at its core is far more than form or function. It is intent made visible in every decision which we make as designers about what we create, how we create, and why we create has an ethical dimension. On this World Industrial Design Day and in this design ethics conversation, it is imperative to rethink and redraft design process and ask questions. What does it mean to design ethically, especially in India? For me, to design ethically means to design with empathy, with contextual awareness, with a strong sense of responsibility towards people and the planet. I am fortunate to be part of the Tata Group, a very value-led organization with over 66% of its profit going back to philanthropy. Titan inherits a legacy where community before commerce is not just a slogan but a very live practice. These values translate into every design decisions, from how we source materials, how we design, to how we manufacture, and to how we serve the community. For example, in Uttarakhand, which is a northern state of India, where Titan has an assembly unit, we partnered with the NGO not to do just a manufacturing, but we helped them to replenish over 126 million liters of water annually by restoring water ecosystem of entire hilly area, which has saved rural women's many hours every day which they used to spend on collecting water. So this is, I would say, ethical system design, not on paper but on the ground. Inside our factories, we have reimagined how inclusion works. We have women-led assembly lines of watches, which are not just a diversity metric, they are demonstration of what happens when dignity and skill are prioritized together. On the environmental side, our production unit, in fact both for jewelry and watches, increasingly rely on wind power and rainwater harvesting. They are not just operational efficiencies, they are design decisions with a very long-term view and very long-term perspective. Even in our products, we strive to embed conscious design wherever it matters most. Our quartz watches are engineered for long battery life. Our automatic watches reduce electronic waste by removing batteries altogether. And more importantly, we design for lifetime serviceability so that what we create is not disposable, but durable, repairable, relevant over entire lifetime. Of course, as a designer, we should also be very honest that not every product what we make can carry the full burden of ethics and sustainability. There are material limits, technical constraints, commercial realities, but that's where our broader responsibility begins. If the product can't carry at all, we must design ecosystem that do. Through ethical sourcing, through, I would say, inclusive environment, through very diversity-friendly employment, through circular systems that give back more than what they take. Sometimes the sustainability doesn't come from the product, but from the communities it supports, from the future it enables. I also believe that design is not just about the things which we produce, it's about the values which we encode, the system which we shape, and the long-term impact which we set in motion. Because in this century, the most beautiful thing which we design should also be most responsible. Thank you.
Namaste, good morning, and a great momentous day of the World Industrial Design Day 2025. Namaste to all my colleagues, change makers, game changers, fellow designers across the globe. It's both an honor and a sense of responsibility to represent as the head of institution of United World Institute of Design, a constituent college of Karnavati University, on an initiative by the World Design Organization with our trusted partner and collaborator, the Confederation of Indian Industry. This year's theme, Let's Get Ethical, strikes deep chords, as also it brings in how we must go back to the drawing boards and look at all our systems and processes which we have followed, are they on the stand on the compass and the strength of how ethical we are. We need to move from form, function to ethics in this very, very disrupted world, more so with the algo of AI making deep inroads into way design is happening. In UID, we draw inspiration while making our curriculum, our learning outcomes, the course outcomes and product and our program outcomes, where ethics stand not as a module but deeply embedded in all our systems. We draw inspiration also from the UN SDG goals 2030. They form the basis of our vision, mission and all the program outcomes. We also look at how the Industrial Revolution 5.0 talks about societies, about how we need to be more human-centric, resilient, and look at the intent at how we function in the world and the landscape of industrial design. At UID, we look at few initiatives. The first among them being Tattva, which is meaning, and Shilpataru, which means giving power to the artisans, where we bring in a great initiative called Discover Design in India. Students go to remote clusters, villages, artisans live that life, eat the same food, sleep in the similar quarters for a week plus and bring back something very, very profound. That is, they do the craft documentation, they look at how over the years they have used repurposing sustainability as part of how they look at the technology of design processes which are followed across the length and breadth of the country. We know that the power structures of AI and algo have unleashed a huge new dimension to design. So students are empowered, they in case are encouraged to interrogate the power structures, look at how they can make it unbiased. So when we look at these as parts of how we design, we also ask them to look at supply chains. I think World Design Organization has come up with a theme which is so much important in this disrupted world. On behalf of Karnavati University, it's a great momentous day. We reaffirm our commitment to the global community of designers. So let us get ethical, let us get grounded. Jai Hind.
Namaste, I'm Aditi Srivastav, President of Pearl Academy, speaking to you all from New Delhi, India. Last month in Bangalore, I joined CII's roundtable to help shape India's new design policy. Today, with the World Design Organization's global platform, I'm very honored to explore a holistic vision of ethical design grounded in technology, society, environment, and justice. Ethics in design is evolving, no longer just about do no harm. It's now a strategic discipline that guides sustainable production, human-centric systems, and equitable innovation. At Pearl, we've embedded ethics across our pedagogy, not as an add-on, but as a foundation. From value-sensitive design and participatory methods to auditable frameworks that incorporate agency, accountability, and inclusion. In India, fast fashion is booming, and I just read about it in Fiber to Fashion. We are set to grow from around 10 billion USD in 2024 to 50 billion by 2031. But sadly, 30% of the garments remain unsold, triggering massive waste downstream. Predictive AI like Stylumia reduces overstocking by up to 50%, cutting both loss and environmental impact. Sustainable tech like AR, digital try-ons, and virtual fashion are also reshaping carbon footprints and user engagement. Ethical design thrives on inclusion. Value-sensitive design ensures we consider direct and indirect stakeholders, embracing participatory inputs and human rights framework. Whether designing for rural artisans or differently abled users, we foreground dignity, co-creation, and access, not just functionality. In India, interestingly, the government is investing rupees 990 crores via India AI alongside Open AI Academy initiatives to build safe, localized AI systems, spanning agriculture, healthcare, and education. These policies affirm that ethical design must be systemic, culturally aware, and regulatory supported. To the global design community, the question no longer is, can we design ethically? But will we? Whether it's tech, fashion, product, or service design, let's rigorously ask, who is included and who isn't? What are the environmental and societal impacts? Is transparency, fairness, and dignity baked in? Ethics isn't a checkbox, it's the heartbeat of design. At Pearl Academy, we nurture designers who don't just create, they care. Thank you, WDO, and audiences around the world for joining this virtual discourse. Together, let's build a future where design uplifts people, planet, and purpose. Dhanyavad.
Hi, I'm Professor Gopal Meena. Let's Get Ethical is a topic of discussion today in celebration of World Industrial Day. Let's Get Ethical is important more than ever because of emerging technologies and AI, which is disrupting the world of design practice and designers across the world. However, AI has a lot of challenges in terms of transparency, in terms of non-biasness, in terms of privacy, in terms of data protection, in terms of how AI can be responsible and can be accountable. However, I feel AI is a great tool for designers to enhance the productivity. However, designers need to be very thoughtful in terms of how to use an AI in the design process and which part of the design process AI can help them to enhance their productivity, and which part of the process should be human-led to enhance the creativity, problem-solving aspect, and other research space and other spaces. However, looking at industrial design space in the globe at this point of time, designers need to be very thoughtfully clear in their mind in terms of using the sustainable materials and what kind of manufacturing which is bringing components together, because they should be very thoughtful in terms of how the recycling and upcycling of the products going to happen in the second life. For example, as per my knowledge, mobile phones are one of the most challenging product to recycle because of the multiple components which comes together in terms of manufacturing, and taking each component out while recycling or upcycling or the second life of a product becomes much more challenging. Hence designers need to be very thoughtful that what are the eco-friendly materials which needs to be incorporated into designing a smart product which is the future. We are living in the smart world, hence the entire the world around us will be smart, and the smart products around is going to be the future, because we are living the social life and we need results and clicks now. So hence designers it's a huge responsibility of designers to relook into the product innovations and product design space. However, I feel the great way to look back into Data Ramp's 10 principle of design and innovate and iterate in that space, because I believe the future is there to be more sustainable, to be more honest, to be more ethical. That's where I feel the designers should look into. However, I feel there is a possibility of re-looking at few approaches of design. For example, a human-centric can be a humanity-centric, where we look into not a very particular a kind of as stakeholders, but we look into the entire the humanity as a space to design for the problems of the societies, for betterment of the society, for the betterment of people. However, I feel also a design thinking can be like, for example, a future thinking process where we are not looking into a short-term solutions. We are creating more sustainable solutions and sustainable practices for the future. So thank you so much, and happy World Industrial Day to everyone.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Anuradha Chatterjee. I'm the Pro-Vice Chancellor at Art University and the Dean of the School of Design and Innovation in Bangalore. Thank you CII and World Design Organization for giving me this opportunity to speak on the eve of World Industrial Design Day 2025 on the theme of Let's Get Ethical. I'm a spatial designer and architect by trade and an academic leader over the last 20 plus years. At our university, we are really focused on the theme of care, care for self, care for the planet, care for people and communities. I want to talk a little bit about the initiatives and the structures we've put in place to really engage with this idea of ethics, which is so much more than just a word. I want to talk about the exhibition we did on titled The Design for Justice, which was looking at intersections of design and social justice in Chitrakala Parishad last year. And this year we looked at ethics of AI in the exhibition we did at Bangalore International Center on the topic of for, with and against AI. We also did a conference, a student-led conference called New Wave 2023, which was focused on design, technology, and sustainability. And our forthcoming design conference is about decolonizing design. So fundamentally, our pedagogy is centered around ideas of ethical practice, resourcing, and designing with people and planet. We are also a school that really looks at narratives and practices and constraints around mental health and design. That's something really important for us. So well-being is part of design ethics, and that's something that we not only practice as a work culture, but also something that we ask our students to engage with. We're also a school that is building capacity in how do you structure design curriculum around neurodivergent learners and teachers. These are some of our broader areas in which we are practicing design education, and we really wanted to bring this to you today. One of the things that I think we really have to go much deeper into is empathy. And I've seen the word empathy being used fairly safely when it concerns design. And I think we really have to be able to put ourselves in the shoes of others who are facing adversity. And I think designing for and designing with people in circumstances of adversity is actually really important. You just have to open the news channels today to understand where the work of the designer really lies, and the idea of emergencies of all kinds, whether it's around peace and conflict in society, or whether it's around disasters. So whether it's a crash of the Air India aircraft, which has led to people grieving, or geopolitical situations that has led to migration, refugee situations, and really lack of peace and emergence and kind of a domination of conflict situations. I really think designers have to figure out a way to intervene in spaces that are an emergency, that really matters. And I think that's really how we can really tap into what we understand as empathy in design. So I think let's go forward in solidarity around this idea of ethical practice and narratives and paradigms in design. So thank you very much for hearing me and for allowing me to talk on this topic today. Thank you so much.
My name is Anuj Prasad, and I'm the founder of Desmania Design, a design consulting firm based out of New Delhi area in India. It's really heartening to know that WDO has fixed up ethical design as the theme for this year. As a design professional, I've always felt that ethics is something which is embedded in design. It is something which we just can't do away with. I think the way we deal with our customers, the way we deal with our clients, the way we deal with our profession, the eco-sensitivity which the designers should have is something that is all based on ethics. I think it's all to do with our own value systems, the way we have lived our life, the way our culture has imposed certain values, the way we have inherent eternal values with us of being honest, of being compassionate, of having patience to deal with things. I think all this leads to ethical design. I think ethical design also means to be fair with anything that we do. We need to do a fair business. We need to do a fair dealing with our clients. We need to be fair to our people, to the team which is actually putting in a whole lot of hard work to carry forward design as a profession and your company. So ethics is to do with all fairness, and this is something which has to come from within. We need to be really honest to our profession, and I think design as a profession is also getting skewed towards creating more gizmos, enticing people. Aesthetics is being seen as something which is to create greed in people, a big differentiation. Why can't we just deal with aesthetics as something which is so much more deeper. Aesthetics should actually bring in joy rather than something which is just an excitement for a very short period of time. So I think as designers, of course, perceptions are very, very important, and we are known to give these perceptions, whether it is the end consumer or whether it is a business or any other entity. But beyond perception is something which we really need to look at when we are taking the course of ethical design. We need to create honest experiences. We need to find the real need gap which is sitting in the users, in the environment, in the Mother Earth. And I think we need to deal with all these things together to give a holistic design. And going forward, I feel that we need to also understand the whole concept of end of life of any product and life after death of any product. How does it get disposed is something which we need to actually start with, rather than just looking at the user needs. So eco-sensitivity and user centricity, they have to go hand in hand in the ethical design. Apart from that, I think ethics also means being compassionate, and being compassionate not only to the humanity, but also to the much, much larger sphere of things which encompass different species and earth, flora, fauna, and the whole environment put in together. We need to if empathy is the word to start with, I think we need to also add compassion to it and give designs which are more sensitive, more crisp, optimized design which don't have frills in it. I think these are the areas which will lead us to really creating ethical design practices in our profession. Apart from that, I think another big virtue which ethics brings in is patience, which means listening to people and listening to the nature, listening to your client, listening to the user, and not really reacting to what they are saying, and not come with a knee-jerk reaction with a product or a service, but rather respond to it by really pondering over it with some poise, with some pause, and creating something which is more meaningful, more soulful, and not just for our own race of human beings, but for the entire planet. And I think that is what ethical design would mean to me. I would urge all the designers, the entire design community, to really create a belief system in ethical design, and not just talk about it, but also practice it. We have to practice ethical design not by just preaching, but really manifesting it through our own practice. We are wishing all the best to all the designers, the design community across the world, and we want to really see a completely different world driven by design.
Based in Australia, Veer Design believes that the products we create reflect the worldview we hold. Today, the dominant perspective is shaped by Silicon Valley, which has shifted towards convenience, data, and commercialization, often at the cost of human connection. This talk from Veer Design's founder, Andrew Simpson, imagines a post-Silicon Valley worldview, one where technology serves humanity through design that restores balance, prioritizes connection, sustainability, and a daily life rich in texture, nuance, and the full human experience. Andrew, take it away.
Thank you for coming to my talk today. And I'd love to give a little bit of context to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about designing for a post-Silicon Valley world and designing for the world we want to live in. And as the nature of the talk is, we're starting to develop a philosophy that reflects a little bit of the practice that we've been working with to date, and particularly in the last, decade. But I've been running the design studio now for 20 years, and I've found that this framing and worldview has been really useful for helping us understand how we can make more meaningful products, sort of helping give language to some of the things that our clients and designers know are true but struggle to articulate. But it's by no means a finished bit of work. We've sort of used the opportunity to give this talk to start to give some structure around it, but it's still very much a work in progress, and so I appreciate people coming on that journey with me. I'll just go into a little bit about myself. So I'm Andrew Simpson, I'm the design director here at Vert Design. As I said before, it's a design studio. We're based in Sydney, in Redfern, just outside of the CBD in Sydney. And the practice has been operating for 20 years. And I'm very lucky to employ a team of very talented industrial designers. So there's 15 people that make up the team at Vert Design, and we're all industrial designers. At Vert Design, design is about nudging the world into a better direction. We're driven to create a world we want to live in, one where design lends dignity to the human experience and is grounded in empathy and sustainability. Some of our core values are sustainability as an aspiration, progressive experimentation, people at the core, and growing opportunities. And I always think that sustainability as an aspiration is one I like to give a bit of qualification to. It's that the studio's been based in sustainable practice for many years, and as we develop new works, the goals of sustainability shift. And we never say it's a set and forget, it's always an evolving practice. As I said, I employ 15 industrial designers, and I've had a period recently of growing the team, and I've had to think about what's the nature of the designers we want to employ and what's the nature of the best designers. And I think I've come up with these three clear ideas that designers are curious, they're optimistic, and they're willing to help. And it's things that are groups of three are always be cautious because they're neat and convenient. But I do think that if a designer is no longer curious, they're not looking to grow, they're lacking in creativity, they're not exploring and trying to understand the world. If they're not optimistic, they're not producing the best version of things. We're not trying to deliver the best outcomes for clients or push the world into a better direction. And if they're not willing to help, that they're really not getting in the boat with the client or doing that great work we need. And I think these three characteristics make us particularly necessary in the current political and social climate that we have today, is that we need a sense of curiosity, we need optimism, and we need to get our sleeves rolled up and get in and help. And maybe another way I say this is that I'm discovering that there's very few people who can think of alternatives to the way in which we're currently living and operating. And I think that is the thing we really need today. We need to say, what are other ways in which we might operate as an economy, operate as a society, operate interpersonally, operate within context of the environment that are better alternatives to what we have. And that's going to take curiosity, optimism, and a willingness to roll up your sleeves. I think designers are particularly well placed to do this work. So, as I said, it's not fully resolved, the thinking we're doing on this, but I've tried to bring in a bunch of things that we've done over the years to help give a clear demonstration of how the worldviews in which we hold affect the work in which we produce, and how we might scrutinise and understand better our worldviews. So just above the idea of a worldview, I've included this diagram which talks about the ways we might think about how we operate. And so I call it the legal, the ethical, and the moral. And so the legal goes at the core of what we do. Legally we have a responsibility to our clients. We've taken on a contract, we have to deliver a quality of work, do what we say we're going to do based on the contracts, our legal requirements. And outside of the legal exists the ethical. And the ethical I think of as the rules in which bind our industry. So ethically we would never approach another designer's client, or ethically we think about the sustainable impact of our products. And ethically we charge a fair rate for our work. There's the ethical bounds of the rules of our industry, and then outside of that is the moral, and the moral are our own personal and they sit at a level outside of the ethical. And morality might be the way in which we treat the relationships that our clients have between themselves, or morally it might be what sort of end product do we want to produce and how does that better benefit the pressures of people in society. And hard to discuss, the legal's easy, the ethical's a bit harder and the moral's harder again. And so they're the ways in which we behave, and we filter all of our work through our worldview. And so all of us, and the studio as a whole and each of the individuals hold a worldview. It's how we see the nature of relationships and the world at large. Is it seen as a theatre for contest and dog eat dog, or is it seen as people having fundamental positive traits that are only looking to be fostered? And worldviews are hard to discuss, but we have a worldview, and that worldview affects how we do our design intervention. So a client brings us a problem, or we discover our own problem, we produce a design intervention which creates our product-based solutions, but sitting above that is our worldview. And I'm worried that this may seem particularly obvious, but I think to go in and start to scrutinise it gives us the ability to reflect and think about how our worldviews shape what we're doing. In terms of how we experience our design process as industrial designers, I think we're always bridging these two key competencies that we have, and our work's always focused on these two attributes. On one side are the human factors, and on the other side are the technical requirements. And things that are human factors are users' needs and behavioural patterns, things like positioning and an emotional response, the context of usage and the use scenarios, the environment and social structure which something's operating in. It's things like ergonomics, and then sensory and aesthetic experiences. These are the things that constitute the human side of it. And on the other side, we've got the technical requirements. It's physical properties, it's how things are made, what they're made from. It's the engineering detail and the manufacturing documentation, these really hard skills. And our process really pendulums between the two. And I think this is particularly important for industrial design, that if we were just interested in human factors, we'd potentially be artists or marketers or much more in the soft skills. If we were just interested in technical requirements, would very much be engineers or technicians, and it's this ability to bridge both that gives this great opportunity to make meaningful change. And so I've been very proud of this next slide, which sort of explains a bit how I see this, this human and this technical operating within a business context. That I hear a lot of senior creative people tell me that they're in strategy, that they've been a graphic designer and they've evolved through their career, and now they're a brand strategist. And when I look at a lot of the work in which industrial designers do every day, I think it doesn't look like strategy. It's much more a client brings us a strategy, or we've been engaged at some problem level, and we're really producing the tactical bridge that allows the client to execute on that problem. And so I think between the strategy and the tactics of these human factors, and between the tactics and the execution of these technical factors, I think it's a really powerful way in which we're able to make meaningful change, because we're bridging that gap. So the outcome of that is it allows us to produce this huge range of products. So if we look at this sort of screenshot from the website, we've got a 3D representation of an ant colony. We've got reusable, sustainable makeup pots for Mecca. We've got furniture and infrastructure for the new Western Sydney Airport and the rail infrastructure. We've got charity projects for a food bank operating out of Sydney. We've got electric vehicle charging stations and things to prevent animal deaths on the roads, and a huge range of work. And all of them have these same commonalities. They're meaningful to people. They exist within some cultural context and have user or someone that interacts with the core, and they're physically made. And it's those two pillars that allow us to do this huge range of work. That's really the easy bit of the talk. That's talking about myself and the work that we do. This harder bit is sort of talking about the post-Silicon Valley worldview. So to start with that, we first of all want to talk about what is Silicon Valley. And so Silicon Valley is a place. It's a place in California that exists in a nexus between some of the key universities in America and some of the key technical universities. And I think it's since no longer necessarily just a place. We could discuss it potentially as an idea or as a worldview. And I just want to talk a little bit about that worldview and our experience of it. So I've got this slide which talks about the development of telephones. This is, I don't feel like I'm that old, but this is a development that I've watched within my lifetime, from dial-up ring phones to early mobile phones to multimedia phones to internet browsing phones to the smartphones we have today. And I guess if I look at this slide, I feel about an inevitable progress that it's gone from the analog to the and we can sort of see this. We go very much an analog system to an analog digital system to a digital interface to a digital and software system to a fully immersive software-based system. And it feels like a really inevitable transition that has produced a lot of development and good. And I wanted to talk about these three phases we see within Silicon Valley on reflection. And I've picked out these three quotes to help, I think, capture these points. And we could have put in a lot more. I hope it's not a straw man argument by picking these individual quotes, because we had many examples, but just for simplicity, I've got these three. So we had to say the first era of Silicon Valley was the countercultural era. And so I think that's characterised by Buckminster Fuller's quote here. We've got this image of the whole Earth catalogue. It was this first time that people had seen the entire Earth from space. And it was this really galvanising moment for people. And I just love the language in here. Buckminster Fuller says, "We are called to be the architects of the future, not its victims. There is nothing in a caterpillar that tells you it's going to be a butterfly. And the Earth is like a spaceship that didn't come with an operating manual." And I just love the humanist language. And if I think about this period of Silicon Valley, I think that it's mostly people and it's a little bit technology. And then if I go to the second era, we call the Steve Jobs era, and it's mass culture era of Silicon Valley. And this quote sums it up. It says, "One of the ways that I believe people express their appreciation to the rest of humanity is to make something wonderful and put it out there." And if I think about this period of Silicon Valley, I think about it being half technology, half people. And then back to that human mechanical attribute of our work, it feels like a really even balance. And then if we go to the next era of Silicon Valley, we're calling the broligarchy, tech bro oligarchy era. And this quote from Netflix sums it up really well. It says, "At Netflix, we're competing for our customers' time. So our competitors include Snapchat, YouTube, Sleep, etc." And it's an era where it's very little people and mostly technology. And I think by the time we get to this point where the forces of capital and the billionaires of the world are actively competing with people's sleep, I think we get a period where we say perhaps this Silicon Valley worldview no longer suits us. So where to from here? So we think that, I think that what we see out of Silicon Valley is a result of a worldview in which they hold, and a worldview which seems so inevitable to them, it's not in any way scrutinised or understood to be a worldview in which they're producing goods from. So where to from here? Everyone approaches design through a worldview. Great designers are able to articulate, scrutinise and revise their own worldviews. I'd like to say, where does a worldview come from? And I think that our worldviews are informed by our outcomes. So a thing we discuss in the studio often is that first of all, we have an identity. We see ourselves in a particular way. The designer might see themselves as someone that speaks truth to power, or a Counturian, or someone that's obsessed with detail, or somebody that is able to be a force for good in the world. And that identity then affects our behaviour, and our behaviour becomes our rituals and how we approach things, and that behaviour will affect our outcomes, and those outcomes then inform our worldview, which then inform our environment, which then reinforce our identity. And so I think that at the beginning of how do we change our worldview comes down to how do we see ourselves. And so if we see ourselves as curious, optimistic, willing to help, and fundamentally agents that have the ability and moral authority to make the world a better place, we're going to be able to affect our worldviews that way. Design has the power to reimagine and create the world we want to live in. This quote is a statement that I believe, but it's also something that I've had to question a number of times over the years. When I was a young graduate, I was taught that design had the ability to change behaviour, but then as I developed products and put them out into the world, I noticed that they didn't necessarily change behaviour. And I think a great analogy for this is, personally, I often want to improve my drawing practice, and periodically I'll buy a nice sketchbook and a better pencil, and the sketchbook and the pencil will encourage me to do better drawings, and they become talisman that change my behaviour. But if I had no intention of doing better drawings, the book and the pen have no effect. So maybe we can say that design can change behaviour for those that already want to make change. But in this statement of design has the power to reimagine and create the world we want to live in, I think it becomes very much the moral responsibility of design to imagine a better world. And just to use a little analogy, I did some lecturing at some Sydney universities, and we ran a project on possible, probable and preferable futures. And what we found is that all of the students, when asked to imagine scenarios into the future, all imagined dystopias. So in every scenario, the air was unbreathable, people lived in shoebox apartments, there was climate catastrophe, and out of the hundreds of students that I ran, not a single student imagined a world that was better. And I understand why. It's dystopian futures are more interesting, design has more ability to solve problems within these futures. It's easier to imagine a respirator than it is to imagine what might be necessary in a world that's been improved. But also I was very much aware of the danger of it and the concept of target fixation, that we end up heading to the things in which we focus on. And it's clearly design's role to imagine these better worlds. All right, so I just want to talk quickly about the wonderful little suitcase company. This was a very small project we did some work on a few years ago, and it came through a wonderful client of ours who was a speech therapist, and she had children presenting to her with delayed speech. And when she started to work with them and do therapy to help improve their speech, she discovered that they hadn't developed a lot of the fine motor skills and the tactile development that was the groundwork to create functioning speech. So what this is, it's a little suitcase that has a bunch of traditional games within it, sort of objects that kids can move around, and a whole range of different textures and surfaces. It's also a little suitcase, so it's contained, it's kid-sized, it can be taken out to hairdressers' appointments and restaurants and cafes, and it gives the child a focus point of entertainment, but also the convenience and comfort to the parent of something that contains the play. And so I'll just go into how we thought about speech, is that I think about speech as a flower. that it's the fruit or the result that comes at the top, but to have a flower you first of all need a healthy plant, and the healthy plant's got good soil and a root system and a stem and it's got petals and it's thriving, and then a flower comes from it. And I think that's the good way to think about how speech occurs. You first of all have to learn fine motor skill, you have to develop an internal monologue, you have to have had a range of interactions and tested it out before then that function's available. And so that's what the Wonderful Little Suitcase company did. It got kids off tablets basically. So the reason that kids weren't developing these fine motor skills is that a lot of their play was on a smartphone or a tablet, and at a very fast nature, didn't invite play from other people and delayed the development. So I've sort of broken this down, and I think it's could be overstating the point a bit, but just to say, not unlike sustainability as an aspiration, as products are developed and solutions exist, they can then become a problem that then need to be worked on. So I would say that the original problem was, the original worldview of the Silicon Valley of the Steve Jobs era was technology has the unlimited potential, computers are the bicycle of the mind, and that's the worldview. So when a problem comes along, the design intervention becomes, how can we navigate the web with ease on a device that feels like a slate of glass? And the product-based solution for that is the iPad. And as time progressed, we said screen time and smart media resulting in delayed speech for young children. And our worldview of this is improved tactility and physical storytelling in early childhood development is a right of humans and a better outcome. And so when we approach the design intervention, that idea, we end up with these very analogue little suitcases. So I've got a couple of very quick examples here to say how our worldview's changed over time. So I've got Dresden Optics, which was a wonderful Sydney-based brand. I think they now have stores definitely around Australia, and I think a couple globally. They're a very functional glasses. And so when we started on this project, it came from this fantastic gentleman, Bruce Jeffries, who's a proper entrepreneur, and he said, I think there's something wrong with the glasses business. It doesn't seem honest. And so we looked at it and said, well, Luxottica's worldview, who were the main market share, said that they provided individuality and luxury to the masses. And their view was, glasses are a form of individuality where we're wearing our brand on our face. And that's how we ended up with this very high cost and very brand-led glasses. And we said, okay, the problem is there's price gouging in eyewear and it's putting a price on good vision. And so we said our worldview was there's a comfort in uniformity, and that we can do universal design will create ease and remove the pressure of brand and fashion from an audience of the market that doesn't want it. And so when we approached it with that, we ended up with this idea of universal eyewear, where you can change for colour, but the frame styles remain the same, and it removed them as a direct fashion or status item. And the net result was a very sustainable, low-cost glasses, where we were selling a pack of 10 glasses for $200, and they've become a staple within Australia. So I've just got these periods of time within the studio in which we produce different glasses and how they sort of show an evolving worldview. So we started in glasses design with 3D printed glasses, and I think that was a desire, which I'm wearing today, that was a desire to make an understanding of a new technology. So young designers, we were fascinated with the potential of new technology, and we're trying to make meaningful outcomes for it. And that resulted in these 3D printed glasses and mass customization. And Dresden was this view that potentially uniformity creates comfort, and that there's a value in the sameness. Our Good Citizen glasses that we did a few years later, we're looking at adaptive reuse, which has been a big part of the experimentation of the business. We go, how do we make meaningful the reuse of waste products? And so these were made from old Coke bottles and soda bottles, and so we maintain some provenance in the material when we produce them. The next period of time is we did the Four Eyes glasses, and they were working with Papua New Guinean communities and being able to send ophthalmologists and optometrists out into remote areas to treat previously untreated eye conditions, and so it was really a co-design practice. And the fifth period I put in here is another adaptive reuse project we're doing where we're making sunglasses from the waste product of glasses production and glasses repair, but it also has the added element of I'm working in conjunction with another design studio. And I think this idea of community of practice and open relationship between other design studios combined with what we know about adaptive reuse and complexity has been, shows another period of a changing worldview in the studio. I've just got some images that show these different glasses styles. And just because I am an industrial designer, one of the great things about these has been the ability for us to generate novel hinges for each of these clients, which is a reasonably complex task. So I really think we've made the point that we need to be thinking about how that worldview plays into the work in which we do, and it's important to acknowledge that where we've gotten to with a Silicon Valley worldview no longer suits the problems that we have in society, and I think it's time that we reevaluate what a post-Silicon Valley worldview might look like. And so just to get us started, I said I'm not finalised on it yet. So if we said a Silicon Valley worldview might be characterised by the idea of move fast and break things, it could be talking about, and the opposite of move fast and break things might be shifting from the individual to community power. And if Silicon Valley is interested in daily active users, we might say the opposite is the understanding that people are very sensitive in a range of unique ways. Silicon Valley worldview was very interested in convenience and efficiency. In a post-Silicon Valley worldview might understand that the human condition is fragile and complex, and we have interconnected relationships between communities. So as I was saying, it's not something that I've completely finalised. It's still a work in practice. I've used the ability to give this talk to start to build out and give language to these thoughts and practice that we've been doing in the studio for many years. And I guess it's also an invitation to say we can't do change or world building as individual designers or as studios. We really need to build a community of practice to have the authority to drive and maintain change. I'm a big follower of Dr. Cameron Tompkins-Wise, who's lectures at UTS here in Sydney, and he talks about the need for a conspiracy. And he says design studios and designers need to come together and conspire to make the change in which we need. And I really believe that's true, and I'd invite any other designers out there who are interested in a conspiracy to build a post-Silicon Valley worldview, that I'd love to reach out and connect with you. And you can find us through the website of design.com.au. Thank you.
Next, we're headed to France for a special conversation from WDO member Dassault Systèmes, exploring aesthetics and ethics for a better world, from WDO Regional Advisor Anne Asensio, who is also Vice President of Design Innovation at Dassault Systèmes, and Patrick Join, designer and founder of Patrick Join ID.
Welcome everybody to our CATIA design talk today, special on World Industrial Design Day. Our guests today are Anne Asensio, Vice President Design Innovation for Dassault Systèmes, and Patrick Join, who heads up two consultancies. One is Join Mancou and the other one is Patrick Join ID. So welcome. And we're here to talk about ethics and your latest project, Tatamu. So first question, Patrick, for you. Does it make sense for you to talk about Tatamu in the context of ethics? Of course, you may have to introduce Tatamu to us first.
Of course, I think it's, I would say, the base, our quest. We work on Tatamu. Tatamu is it's a project. Could say it's a chair, but it's much more than a chair. The chair was just to take an object, which is a simple object we all use on Earth every day. And I would say the idea was to use as less material as possible when we fabricate a chair or an object. And I think it's very based on this an ethical idea. As a designer, now we have, I would say, the possibility to use technology, science, to, when we design something, to design it so well. I would say so well is maybe too pretentious, but to design it as much as we can, and to use just the exact quantity of material we need for this object. So when we design something, we take to nature, we use as not so much energy, just the right quantity of energy. And so we design something. This is a part of the chair. It's a part of the
hinges,
and the one leg. And you can see there is not so much material like nature. You know, when you see a bone, you understand that nature is clever and will be conscious of the energy it needs to make the structure and just to be minimal. And so when we design something, very often there is too much material, and it's driving me crazy because material, and especially here we have a polymer, it's very precious. We should not use too much. We have to be reasonable, and now we can do it. And it was our quest with this project together. It was to see where at the end we will be in this project. You can see here we have something which is also so beautiful, and it's not designed by me. It's designed by the computer, by the science, by the intelligence, to to be here to create a structure which is so close to what nature will do. And I think it is now we have the technology. I think it is we need now every time we design something, we need to evaluate the quantity of material we use. We can't now just do something and it's heavy and it's aesthetically nice. Yes, okay. No, it has to be minimal in terms of material.
But for you, that's not new, because when we look at your work in the past for industrial design, for furniture design, but also the research exploratory work you've done that is now, for instance, at MoMA, we see this lightness, we see this economy of material, we see good, simple, honest shapes. So that's something that you've done ever since the beginning of your career?
No, it's not but it's like a quest. But before it was totally intuitive. So I didn't know if it was right. Now I can be really precise, and I can. It's based on science, not based on intuition. They can be close because, of course, we have an understanding as designer of material. We know when it will break, but sometimes our intuition are wrong. And here, with this new technology, we can go to the limit of resistance, and we can go further. We can really be super. I would say to have a high performance with the material, and so now I feel at ease when I design something, that I can really trust science to help me to do the best for, I would say, for all of us.
Thank you, Patrick. So, Anne, as VP Design Innovation at Dassault Systèmes, as WDO member and former board member, how do you look at Patrick's discourse on Tatamu and ethics and technology with the example that we have in front of us?
Well, first of all, Patrick and I are basically sharing very much the same value when it comes to basically design not only aesthetic product, but also to do it ethically. Clearly, if I would like to bounce on some of what Patrick, you said, we basically met. I like your idea when you say, I was doing it intuitively, and then now I can do it precisely with science. And that's the way we basically decided this long journey starting in 2019, where we presented in Design Age of Experience. And some of the things that we do within the design studio, I'm an automotive designer. Using CATIA for doing very complex cars in a very precise way was my world. And when I came back and worked and took this position and working with CATIA, I saw Patrick presenting this journey inside an object that was already leveraging intuitively the density of a bone, so to make the lighter as possible object, and at the same time minimizing the usage of materials, but doing it intuitively. I called him and I said, why don't we do it for real? Because to me, aesthetic and ethic for designers come to play as a very interwoven proposition. And doing and looking at something aesthetic, they are always an underlying of a purpose that may be ethic. And what the science does is, for designers, for the one who will be listening to us, science is not evil. Ethic is often being basically carry on this critical discourse on technology may be evil, they get us away from our humanity and capability of sensible and imaginative capabilities. But what we believe within the studio, and that's why this collaboration with Patrick was so critical, was to basically question exactly what is a dialogue that we as designers need to have with technology to keep this equilibrium that nature basically deliver, works around regenerative products, meaning that, well, the planet is finite, it's the end of domination of taking and extracting materials, but we need to work with our artificial materials that we produce in quantity and how we can manage to get product chairs for all over the world, for everyone, but in a manner that we are leveraging the best of technology, used in very complex industries, but at the stage and at the level of a designer that could leverage it and do wonderful product like Tatamu. So I'm so excited. I'm passionate about this. First, the relationship with Patrick is a very long-lasting one. It's built on trust because it is not easy for designers, I believe, to embrace technology because it's a shift in the way we do things. But when designers are really aiming at ethical behaviors and delivering ethical proposition for the world and for people, then technology can be very meaningful. So that's really the journey. We have a team within the design studio. We work collaboratively with Patrick Join's team. It was a very nice moment of human-to-human relationship. It's also a very ethical part. And technology were there to enable this wonderful project.
Thank you. Yes, I heard the words ethics and aesthetics. I was thinking about science and conscience. And now, of course, we have two teams and we have collaborations, which is very much needed. So what's your take, both of you, on what comes next?
Comes next. For us, there is a before and after this project, because before it was like a dream, or it was a concept. Now it's reality. We have this tool and this new way to design objects. So now I will use it for all our new project. It's because I would say before I needed the calculation from engineer when we were designing something, maybe something big, something we will put outside that should resist to the wind or to mechanical load. When we were designing a simple object like a chair, we were never using calculation. We were doing a prototype, put it in a torture machine and see how it will resist to load and to usage. And it was like this. It was an iterative science or way to do things. Now I know I can be much more efficient, even in a very small object. And I know that everything we do on our very little scale of designer, but addition with all the designer in the world, we can have an impact on everything we do. And so when we have this possibility with a software or the help of the other engineer to design and produce objects with as less material as possible, also to have objects which are made with one material, I think it's crazy that this chair we are producing with hinges, with a complex structure, is made of one material, no paint, no screw, nothing, just one material. So we can crush it after and do something else with it forever. I think this is also the future, to answer your question.
I will build up on this. Typically, it is true. People may look at this as, oh, it's just a chair. But the ripple effect of such a chair, if you are understanding what is underlying behind the chair, the doing by learning, how is changing entirely the perception of the world in the way we design as designers, and also our knowledge. That means what kind of knowledge we need to pull from to actually transform the way we are producing, because Dassault Systèmes and the company I work with and Katia, what we are looking at is to try to see if we can make a regenerative world. That means that can the technology not just being a means for more consumerism, but actually being and giving the means to designers everywhere in the world, as Patrick says, to be enabled to actually make proposition that will be ethical and useful for many. So that's the aim of our company. And the journey we did with Patrick is excellent. It's not just looking at purely make the performance of a beautiful chair. It's really to actually pave the way we will be basically designing in the future with fewer material, maybe just entirely recycled material, technology of fabrication and assembly that will get rid of all of the big shop floor and go, because this chair has been printed, is just one print. It's also a performance from a fabrication standpoint. And then it helps us to provide through this example, and we are doing it with many other designers also to test on other avenue, where basically give a chance for the industry to change, to propose a value proposition. I want to use the term virtual twin. It's a term we use a lot, and also 3D experience universe, like we call 3D universe. Basically today, the technology changed really the perception we have of the world. We used to only look at the physical. Today, virtual is a total new place for us to imagine how we will be living, how we will be interacting, how we will be producing, and these are questions that we are asking to ourselves. So Tatamu, it's basically a chair that comes from the future. It's a chair that just gives us an optimistic view when human is at the center, when we are looking at humanity as the aim and what we want to impact, we may change the way we design. And it takes courage. Patrick is a very courageous, very innovative designer. He started with the MoMA, with the chair that basically paved the way to where we are today, and it's not finished. We will be continuing because this is just a starting point. And that's really what I would like to convey.
Thank you very much, Anne. Thank you very much, Patrick. So even though this is the starting point, I would say that this actually, ladies and gentlemen, concludes today's Katia Design Talk. Stay tuned, of course, as we will soon be deep diving into the use of Dassault Systèmes and Katia solutions for the creation of Tatamu. And in the meantime, today, let's have a great World Industrial Design Day. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Great Industrial Design Day to all of you.
Bye-bye.
And now we're headed to North Macedonia to hear from Maria Miloševska, who leads the Department of Architecture at WDO member International Balkan University. She joins our program today to share her perspective on ethical design in architectural education through student-led projects focused on equity, sustainability, and community.
Hello, everyone. Happy World Design Industrial Day. I'm so happy that I can be part of this series of creative talks today. Thank you, WDO corporate member Andreu World, and thank you to the World Design Organization for giving me this opportunity to be part of this event. I will now share my presentation. There it is. The title of my presentation today is From Small Projects to Big Shifts, Ethics in Design Education. I'm Maria Milosevskaya-Nakieska. I'm coming from International Balkan University from Skopje, North Macedonia. To introduce myself, I am a professor and head of Department of Architecture at IBU. My work focuses on sustainable architecture with particular interest in facade design and, of course, the use of sustainable materials, especially wood and glass. I like to explore the life cycle assessment and the circular economy of materials, and I try to understand and improve the environmental performance of the building. I have extensive teaching and professional practice, and I advocate for ethical, inclusive, and environmentally responsible design. I believe that architecture has the power to shape healthier, more equitable communities, and I'm committed to integrating sustainability as both technical and social value in the built environment. As I mentioned, I'm coming from the International Balkan University. Our university is a foundation-owned, non-profit, higher educational institution, and up to this date, we have given more than 1,500 scholarships to the awarded students. We are proud to be a member of the World Design Organization for 2 years. At IBU, we have many faculties, but we are belonging to the Faculty of Engineering that offers different study programs. At the Department of Architecture, we offer first cycle, second cycle, and integrated studies. And as of this year, we have our newly launched PhD studies. The main advantage of our department and our university in general is that everything is performed 100% in English, from lectures and exercises, materials, and administrative systems. This makes our department truly unique in the region and highly popular for both domestic and international students. We use contemporary English literature and resources, which keeps our students up to date. This approach also enables us to foster collaboration with international universities and representatives from the industry. Our International Balkan University has modern and technologically equipped campus with many premises such as amphitheaters, classrooms, simulation labs, library, innovation center, and many other premises, which are equipped according to the latest educational technology. We recently opened our architecture and design studios, and you can see some photos on these slides from the event. Our curriculum blends theoretical knowledge with practical experience. We are often focused on working on real projects, often in cooperation with municipalities, institutions, and private sector partners. We provide our students solid theoretical foundation, but we want to give them hands-on practical experience through construction site visits, tours of production facilities, guest lectures by international design experts, panel discussions, conferences, workshops, exhibitions, and many more events. Here you can see our latest workshop. The students were building bridge out of wooden sticks. At the end, we tested all the bridges, and the team who made the bridge, which withstand the highest loads over the longest period of time, won the first prize. And these are just photos from construction companies and production companies' visits. But back to the topic today. What does it mean to be ethical in design today? In my opinion, ethical design is not just doing no harm, but actively doing good. Ethics is a practice rooted in inclusivity, justice, responsibility to future generations, and of course, coexistence with nature. As educator, I'm truly aware that values such as equity, understanding, social responsibility, and environmental care are important, and these are not just options. These are values that we want our students to incorporate in their project. This is how we teach our students. For today's session, I decided to present 3 different projects that are sharing these values. All these projects are completely different one from another, but they share the same principles of Let's Get Ethical, which is this year's World Design Organization theme. The first project that I want to share, it is called Sustainable Design, Urban Beehives as a Tool for Biodiversity on University Campus. As we all know, bees are at risk of extinction. So we tried with our students to incorporate beehives in urban environment, particularly the location was our university campus. The project started with analysis. The students analyzed the location of our campus. They analyzed all the areas and the sun exposure, winds, proximity to plants, noise, and many other factors which are important for placing the beehives. Then our students were analyzing the types of beehives. You can see it in this picture over here. So the first model, the oldest one, is a very old that was used in the past and nowadays not so much used. The second model is called traditional one, and it is almost 200 years old. It's very simple, but it gives very good results. And the last model is more modern. It incorporates technologies such as sensors for temperature, humidity, which gives very good results. But the problem of this model is that it's too expensive. So usually the beekeepers are using this second model. We also invited one professor from the Faculty of Agriculture whose expertise is connected with the bee and beehives, and he explained everything to our students what they needed to know. Students were also analyzing the materials needed for these kind of projects. It was really difficult for them because they were designing for a non-human client. And the bees actually are very simple. Our architecture students really love to focus on aesthetics, but the bees actually love functionality, simple designs, and natural materials. These are some of the projects that the students worked on. The first one is presented in these 2 pictures. It was actually a project of 2 pavilions made out of wood. The first pavilion is for the students, while the second pavilion is for the bees. Here you can see the beehives that are placed in the second pavilion. And of course, the pavilions were surrounded with plants that are favorized by the bees. The second pavilion is inspired by the hexagonal shape, which is actually a symbol of the bees. And you can see the whole structure of the pavilion is actually in a hexagonal shape. The beehives that are placed there are traditional beehives, but with small adjustments. They have hexagonal openings, as you can see here, which are glazed, so that the students can come closer and observe the process and what the bees are working on through these glazed areas. The last project was these interesting beehives, also in a hexagonal shape. This is the location for the beehives, as the students decided that this is the most suitable place, which is good for the sound exposure, protection from wind, noise protection, and proximity to plants. These hexagonal shape beehives are actually existing. There is a patent in United States, and the students just took the idea and placed these hexagonal beehives on the campus. So what we can learn from this project? Firstly, designing for all species. Ethical design extends beyond humans, acknowledging the needs of other living beings. For treating the bees as clients, this project promotes multi-species inclusion. Coexistence of nature, designing beehives that support biodiversity and promoting coexisting with nature. Ethical design means supporting ecological balance rather than exploring it. Simplicity and respect for nature, which are already mentioned. Bees as clients, they want simple, functional, natural design, and they prioritize natural materials. These are some photos of our classes. The students actually brought traditional beehives, and they were analyzing them in our classrooms. And the last point is education and awareness. So this project raises awareness about biodiversity and sustainability, and ethical design not only solves problems, it also educates, inspires, and encourages long-term ecological thinking, values that we want to teach our students. The second project was actually part of our sustainable architecture course. The students had a task to reimagine the Museum of Contemporary Art in Skopje. This building, this museum is actually very beautiful, but unfortunately it is neglected. And many visitors are not coming due to this thing. The main issue was the museum lack of accessibility. The museum is located on a hill and it offers a beautiful view towards the whole city, but it is reachable only by stairs, which poses significant challenges for individuals with disabilities. So the new design proposal addresses this by integrating ramps alongside the existing stairs, ensuring inclusive access for all visitors. Also, there is the back part of the museum, which has a beautiful covered terrace with this amazing waffle structure. So this was also a neglected area of the museum. The students decided to place energy generating floor. This was installed in this area on the floor and turned this, which was once a quiet overlooked space, into one of movement, energy, and purpose. As visitors explore the terrace, their footsteps activate the tiles beneath them, generating clear electricity and bringing the space to life through sustainable interaction. And as I mentioned, one of the main problems was the area around the museum, which was overlooked and underutilized, lacking features that could attract or engage the public. The landscape area around the building is beautiful and offers remarkable views, but yet it is still neglected. So to further activate and enrich the space around the museum, the new design includes thoughtfully placed seating elements, sculptural installations, and solar panels. These additions not only enhance the aesthetic and functional quality of the environment, but also invite local community to engage with the space in new ways. By creating areas for rest, reflection, and interaction, the museum becomes more than a cultural destination. It evolves into an inclusive, welcoming hub that fosters social connection and environmental awareness. The last project that I want to share is actually my favorite one. It is called Pin Equity of Children's Dream Home. This project was developed between our architecture students, the psychology students from the Faculty of Education, and children with special needs from 2 daycare centers in Skopje. The workshop, actually, it was developed as a workshop with the professors and assistants from the Department of Architecture. And the workshop started in the 2 daycare centers in Skopje, where the children with special needs were supposed to draw their dream houses. They imagined their dream home and they extended their ideas through drawings. The psychology students were speaking with them and tried to further understand their ideas and their wishes. The workshop continued in our campus. The psychology students explained the ideas of the children to our architecture students. And then our architecture students were trying to transform the drawings of the children with special needs into architectural drawings. We had consultations, we have guests from the practice industry, and the students were working for 2 days trying to convert the children's ideas into technical drawings. This event finished with an amazing exhibition where the Drawings of the children and the architectural drawings of our students were exhibited. The children were really happy because their dream houses were brought to life. It was an amazing experience, really emotional. The students were really happy, but also the children were even more happy that they were included in this event. Here are some of the posters. We received over 15 posters, but unfortunately we gave them to the children with special needs so they can keep it. So as you can see here, this is the drawing of the child, and then this is the 3D representation that our architecture students made. The same thing is with this drawing and this idea of this child and how it is transformed to a real project. And the last one was from a special guest, Anwar. He's an amazing child and he drew his dream house, and then our student transformed it into a real 3D visualization. So this project was truly important for us, for the children and for the students. What it taught us is that we should listen to our clients. By listening carefully to the children's dream and transferring their stories and drawings into architectural visualizations, we learned that truly inclusive design starts with understanding the people we are designing for. This project showed us that design is not just about shaping spaces, but about fostering equity, inclusivity, understanding, and social responsibility. I was really happy to share these 3 projects, and I hope that I gave you a little bit of inspiration and showed you how we are working at our Department of Architecture at International Balkan University. We truly try to incorporate these ethical values into our students' project and to teach our students to think this way. Thank you for your attention. I'm Maria Miloshavskaya-Nakieska from International Balkan University. Feel free to follow me on LinkedIn if you want, and hope to see you soon, especially on the World Design Congress in London. Bye. Thank you very much.
If you're still with us, we're about a third of our way through the program and headed to a very exciting place. Many of you may know Valencia as the World Design Capital 2022. Sarah and I both had the privilege of participating in the WDC program a few years ago, and we're glad to be back there today with our partners that made today's program possible. We'll now patch into a live event taking place at La Harinera and attended by WDO's Board of Directors, Andreu World, and colleagues at the Design Foundation of the region of Valencia, along with many designers and design enthusiasts locally. For the next few hours, we'll have the opportunity to explore topics such as responsibility, impact, and sustainability, and what a design code of ethics might look like in Spain. We're going to hand the program off to Andrea Springer, WDO's Communications and Programs Director, and Xavi Calvo, CEO of Design Foundation of the region of Valencia. We're looking forward to these conversations, and we'll catch you back here in a few hours with the rest of our program.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this special Let's Get Ethical broadcast. My name is Andrea Springer, and I'm the Programs and Communications Director at the World Design Organization.
And I'm Xavi Calvo. I'm the CEO of the Design Foundation of the region of Valencia, and we are really honored of being here today as the co-MCs, Masters of Ceremonies, for this great event. We are especially thrilled to be here in La Harinera, in Valencia, a beautiful, restored industrial space that now stands as a symbol of creativity, innovation, and community.
Valencia has been an incredible host city, and this venue perfectly captures the spirit of conversations we're about to have. In fact, for WDO, we're especially proud to be back in Valencia, as it holds a special place in our shared design journey as the World Design Capital back in 2022. So today's event is more than a gathering. It's part of the legacy of that WDC designation and a reflection of Valencia's continued commitment to advancing design-led impact across borders and generations.
We also want to extend a warm welcome to all our international guests joining us via live stream. Whether you are joining us from across the globe or right here from Valencia, we are so glad to have you with us for that promises to be an engaging, reflective, and hands-on experience.
We have a thought-provoking program over the course of the next few hours and hope that you'll all be inspired by the excellent roster of speakers and experts that have been curated to lead this topic. Our program today has been divided into 3 sessions where we'll be exploring ethics in education and design, a review of professional code of ethics in Spain, and lastly, an overview of ethics in the design industry. Each session will be followed by a panel discussion on the topic where we'll invite design leaders who are pushing boundaries and asking critical questions in their own fields. They'll be sharing perspectives from across disciplines, from product development and policy to education and social innovation. You'll hear how ethical design plays out in real-world contexts and what it takes to stay grounded in values when the stakes are high.
As you can imagine, there's never been a more critical time to embrace the building blocks on ethical design. We live in a world marked by environmental, social, and economic issues, and as designers, we stand at the intersection of imagination and responsibility. The choices we make, whether in the shape of a product, the structure of a system, or the materials we use, are of significant importance. Design is not neutral, and Let's Get Ethical is not just a clever title. It's a call to action, one that invites us to consider the values, impacts, and intentions that drive our work. So let's begin our thought-provoking, energizing session with a few words of welcome from a very esteemed guest, Mr. David Rosa, Director of Valencia Innovation Capital, to help us to kick off this event. David?
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to say you only a few words after the presentation. The most important is the event, for sure. Only to say you welcome to Valencia City in this case. Welcome to La Harinera, this building. This building is part of the we are calling Valencia Innovation Capital. It's the innovation strategy of the city. But the most important for me today for me is a special day. I'm going to say you so clear. I'm mechanical engineering. My background is mechanical engineering and material engineering, and I was working many years designing different kind of products, especially in the sports industry, but focus on try to reduce the leisures for the sportsman and so on. And I'm totally understanding how the design can do to improve the quality of the products and the services, because finally the clients are the citizens. Don't forget that. This is part of my position now, working on the council. I mean, we know that during the next years, practically 70% of the global population are going to be living in the cities. We, the cities, need your help. We need your support because we need to change a lot of different kinds of things inside of the cities. We need to change the services, but we need to think a lot of the different elements from the industrial point of view, the furniture, the different elements, but the citizens need to finally all of us, we want to improve the quality of life of these people. We, from the administrative point of view, we need to do something special. When I'm saying special, it's something that we need to try to simplify as much as possible the arriving or the approach for the design to the cities, and try to simplify as much as possible all the regulations that we need to modify to introduce the new services and the new products. If not, you are going to be the best work from the industry, for sure, as usual you are doing, but the cities are going to be every single day less, and don't have the possibility to follow you. We are open, we are totally open to try to follow you. We are creating the concept of the sandbox. The sandbox is the opportunity to test every single product or services inside of the city. This is a new regulation that we have in this city, in the Valencia city, and it's totally open for all of you, not only for the Spanish companies or Valencia companies. It's open to the world. Only this, it's a big pleasure to be here. I'm going to be with you all the day. If you need any comment or any explanation about the Innovation Center of the city, we are totally open. Sorry, only one comment more. It's regarding to the circular economy. We are trying to introduce all the concepts of the circular economy in our normal day-by-day decisions, but it's not easy because in many cases the scope of the not the regulations, but the scope of the authorities that we have is not global. We are taking the waste, we are trying to manage all the cycle of the products, but many partners are part of the cycle of the products, and we need your help again to introduce all the chain of this kind of products in the ecosystem for the cities, to help the cities. Welcome again, and see you during the day. Enjoy it. Bye.
Thank you very much, David. I do like very much your profile, and I think it's very nice everything you said, because it's a great example of how design is also a tool for innovation. It's something we are always trying to explain, and to have here this great example is great to us. So thank you very much also for having us and making this possible. Now let's kick off the day with an inspiring look at the role of design in a global context marked by social, as I said before, climate and technological emergencies. It's a necessary reflection to frame the ethical challenges facing the profession today and spark international conversation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Thomas Garvey to the stage. Thomas. Thomas is president of World Design Organization and has worked across a range of design disciplines and global settings, and has led international teams in professional design projects and research programs. Prior to WDO, World Design Organization, he was associate professor in the School of Industrial Design at Carleton University in Ottawa, in Canada, where he was director from 2007 to 2017. He specialized in design for extreme and minimal environments, and his interest in small-scale living spaces grew out of work in New York on space station interiors and led to doctoral studies at the University of Tokyo on the topic of housing and urban density. In 2022, he was appointed as distinguished visiting professor in the School of Design of Hunan University. Thomas, thank you very much.
Thank you, Xavi, and thank you, Andrea, for your introductions this morning. Good morning, and welcome everybody around the world. As president of WDO, it's my great pleasure to be here with all of you to celebrate World Industrial Design Day 2025. It's a great pleasure to be here in the Valencia Innovation Capital and with our friends from Andreu World and our colleagues, and we thank you deeply for your sponsorship and help with this event. What started back in 2008 as a way to highlight the work of industrial designers has become somewhat of a global celebration of design's impact. I've been watching the program since this morning, and looking at all the names around the world and people joining us, I realize we've got an amazing community that is trying to work together to do the right thing. We say, let's get ethical. It's an interesting but odd thing to say. Let's tell the truth. Let's do the right thing. This is a topic that goes to the heart of our profession. It challenges us to reflect, not only on what we create, but on the values that guide our profession. How are we being guided? At a time when our decisions have very far-reaching implications, it's no secret that designers in particular have an opportunity, but more so maybe a responsibility to lead the way. To ensure we're designing not just for innovation, but for ethics, for a better future, for sustainability, and above all, for human dignity. Ethical design is not optional, it's essential. It shapes how we face every one of our global challenges, from climate change to the innovation of AI, and how we build a better future. So I send my sincere thanks to the team at the Secretariat in Montreal for their planning and production of this amazing event. I welcome you all. Yes, please, everybody. I welcome you all, and I say thank you again for being with us together.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for sharing those words and for also highlighting the fact that this discussion is really about a responsibility that we all have. Now, it's my pleasure to invite to the stage a man that needs little introduction and the co-host of today's event, Mr. Jesus Linares. Jesus is CEO of Andreu World, a B Corp company with 70 years of sustainable design expertise and a long-standing WDO corporate member. He began his career at Procter & Gamble and has more than 30 years of experience in the furniture industry. Under his leadership, the Andreu World brand operates in over 100 countries with 33 flagship showrooms worldwide. He's driven a zero-waste, carbon-neutral model and positioned the company as a circular economy pioneer. We are honored to welcome Jesus to the stage. Jesus.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Xavi. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to welcome you this year in a celebration of the World Industrial Design Day, right here in Valencia, a city that continues to inspire innovation, creativity, and ethical progress in design. On behalf of Andreu World, we are proud to organize this global gathering alongside the World Design Organization, Valencia Innovation Capital, and the Foundation of Design of the Valencian region. This year's theme, Let's Get Ethical, couldn't resonate more deeply with our mission. At Andreu World, we believe that design is not just about form and function, it's about responsibility. And we have held this belief since the very beginning. Since 1955, when we were founded as a small family business committed to craftsmanship, quality, and care for our surroundings. Now, 70 years later, we are proud to continue that legacy, and as certified B Corp, a zero waste and carbon neutral company, and the first furniture manufacturer to certify its entire portfolio under cradle-to-cradle standards for the circular economy. Our aim is not only to create beautiful and durable products, but to do so in a way that actively contributes for a more sustainable and just future. Our materials are responsibly sourced, our manufacturing processes are transparent, and our products are recyclable and circular by design. But ethics in design goes beyond sustainability. It includes fairness, inclusion, equity, and cultural respect. In short, it means putting people and the planet at the heart of every decision we make. Being here today in Valencia, the 2022 World Design Capital, gives this moment even more meaning. This city is not only our home, it's a symbol of design as a driver for positive change, a place where industry, education, public institutions, and design culture come together. Today's program reflects that spirit. Together, we'll explore the urgent need for ethics in design education, in professional practice, and in the global industry. We'll hear from voices across generations and geographies, and we will open space for meaningful dialogue, honest reflection, and collective ambition. This is not just a celebration. It's a call to action, a reminder that design has power, and with that power comes responsibility. Let's use it wisely. I warmly invite you to join us during the day, whether you are here with us in person or tuning via live streaming from around the world, as we continue this essential dialogue with the global design community. A conversation that sees design as both a tool and a driving force for building a more ethical, sustainable, and inclusive future. Thank you for joining us, and once again, let's get ethical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesus. I think we are very lucky of having Andreu World as a great example from Valencia to the whole world, and also from all these companies that are struggling really hard to be around the globe. So I want to link this with our warm welcome to Esther Olivas. She is the General Director of Internationalization and Entrepreneurship of the government of the region of Valencia, Generalitat Valenciana. So thank you very much for all your support and also to be here with us. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us. I talk on behalf of the regional minister, Ms. Marian Cano. She's the Minister of Innovation, Industry, Trade and Tourism. And she could not be here today, but she asked me to come to be able to share with you, I think, this particular and unique moment. It is a true honor to welcome you to Valencia. And they already explained that this city not only breathes design, but also projects it to the world. And today is a really good example, because I think we are live streaming this session since very early in the morning. So we have been having, I think, this unique event evolving all across the world. That, for us, is very important, and also the theme that we are talking today about. We are talking about let's get ethical. And I think this event represents a unique opportunity to reflect, inspire, and connect from a world perspective on the major ethical challenges facing our discipline. So we talked about sustainability, accessibility, emerging technologies, justice in design, and responsible training. From the regional government, of course, we are very proud and thankful to the World Design Organization that since 2008 has held this event to highlight the value of industrial design in our lives. And this year, for the first time, we have the privilege of hosting it not only in Spain, but in particular in Valencia, which I think is not a coincidence, because you have already heard the city represents, and that he already explained, a model of how design can be a driver of change and social cohesion. So I really don't want to extend. I think this intangible asset, together with trademarks, patents, but in particular industrial designs, are key to foster innovation in our industry. You know, the industry in our region of Valencia is very strong, very wide, and they are working strongly to adapt to the changing world we are living in. So they are making a great effort on, I think, innovating within their companies. And we have to thank our companies to take this innovation to a higher level through this industrial design that supports and is going to foster their position and competitiveness in the global market. So I really want to thank the board of the World Design Organization and all the experts from all around the world that they came to take part in this event. I think your presence underscores that design is a common language capable of building bridges and setting up shared solutions. So thank you to all, and I really wish you a very fruitful session today. Thanks.
Thank you, Esther, for joining us, as well as for demonstrating your commitment to the creative industries. Before we proceed, I'd like to share a little bit of background information about the World Industrial Design Day and why we've gathered to discuss this topic today. As I mentioned previously, it's a real pleasure for me to be here with all of you on behalf of the World Design Organization as we gather to celebrate World Industrial Design Day 2025 under the timely and powerful theme of Let's Get Ethical. World Industrial Design Day, or WID, is an annual International Day of Observance held every 29th of June to celebrate the power of industrial design to improve quality of life around the world. Established back in 2007, WID was created to shine a light on the role that industrial designers play in shaping products, systems, and experiences that impact our daily lives, from the simplest tools to the most complex infrastructures. Each year, this global day brings together designers and design advocates in cities all around the world through exhibitions, panels, workshops, community events, and educational programming, all rooted in a common theme that reflects the issues and opportunities facing our profession. This year's theme, Let's Get Ethical, I feel we're going to be saying that a lot today, couldn't be more urgent or more relevant. Ethics in design is not just a passing trend, it's a fundamental necessity. And so the theme reflects a growing demand across industries, societies, and generations for accountability, transparency, and integrity around how we design and why. From climate justice to AI, from inclusive access to circular economies, designers are being called on to take a stand, to reflect deeply on the values embedded in our process, and to be responsible stewards of change. For WDO, Let's Get Ethical is a rallying cry to ensure that ethics is not an afterthought, but a cornerstone of how we teach, practice, and evolve the field of industrial design. The theme of ethics is not just relevant, it's essential to the work we do as designers and as global citizens. Design decisions have ripple effects, and those ripples can either reinforce existing inequities or help dismantle them. Today's session is about equipping ourselves with the tools and language to design more responsibly. It's about exploring the pillars of ethical design, including transparency, inclusivity, sustainability, and respect, and how these principles can shape everything from our client briefs to our community partnerships. So what do we hope that you'll take away from today? First, a deeper awareness of ethical dimensions of your practice. Second, a shared vocabulary and framework that you can bring back to your teams, your classrooms, and your communities. And finally, the inspiration and courage to challenge the status quo and design with purpose. So let's lean in. Let's ask questions, share ideas, and listen with curiosity. Let's get a little uncomfortable, understanding that this is a space for dialogue, reflection, and growth. This is the work of ethical design, and it begins with moments like this and an understanding that what we design matters, but how we design matters even more. So let's get ethical design together. Shall we begin? Our next presenter has traveled to be with us all the way from Ahmedabad, India. Professor Pradyumna Vyas is the former director of the National Institute of Design, India's premier design institute. Currently, he's a senior advisor of design promotion and innovation at the Confederation of Indian Industry and is president-elect on the board of directors of the World Design Organization. Pradyumna has more than 38 years of professional and teaching experience in various spheres of design and design promotion, and joins us today to introduce our first session on ethics in academic design education. Together, this panel will explore how ethics is integrated into school curriculum and brings together teachers and students to discuss the role of ethics in design education. Our session will be moderated by Anakshu Thabalbayevskoa, a journalist and art historian and the author of more than 20 books. For the past 30 years, Anakshu has been writing about architecture and design and has also been an active reviewer and critique of the leading Spanish newspapers, El País. Let's warmly welcome Pradyumna to the stage and Anakshu to begin our session.
Very good morning, and wish you very happy World Industrial Design Day. Thank you very much, Andreu World. This is for inviting us, and also the Innovation Capital of Valencia. Indeed, it is a pleasure to share our thoughts with the audience that let us get ethical. Let me just bring the education perspective that design education started in Second Industrial Revolution, 1860, 1870, that time, to be precise, 1919 in Bauhaus. And world over, that education pattern has been followed by most of the design schools. The education system was based on consumer-centric technology, people, and profit. And this particular aspect, which led to the linear economy, take, make, use, and throw, has created some kind of chaos because it was more on a consumer-centric economy. And the way world is growing, and I come from a country which has 1.4 billion population, and China is also almost like that. And if we also start the way consuming, in fact, we are already consuming the materials, I think we need 4 planet Earths to really satisfy the need of so many people. There is no other way that we can afford to carry on the way which we are carrying on in the design education, and we have to change mindset with the ethics in design education. Future of design education need to see beyond aesthetics, which we mentioned. Designer makes choices that shapes the behavior. And I think this behavior becomes very important when we want to change the behavior, the ethical practice have to come in. All the presenters have mentioned about, and I'm also repeating about the equity, sustainability, humanity is the foundation of design thinking, and not the side course. Unfortunately, the design schools and otherwise the design education has kept this aspect a bit of on sidetrack and focused more on the technology and the processes development rather than looking the human point of view. Design schools hold the responsibility of cultivate moral. Now, how this moral word is never there in design education. It is a purpose and then going forward. Moral imagination, not just creative skills. We focus on creative skills, but we need to really look into the softer aspects of the whole learning process. Focus must be on around the context, and we always say that the contextual use of technology is design, and that's why the context comes first. The context, impact, and purpose, and to act with accountability in this complex universe. We do live in the complex world. Complex world need the complex approach to find a suitable solution for the sustainable development. Ethical design starts with empathy. Actually, majority of time you see when design education started, it was from the different outside point of view. But we have to put ourselves in the shoes and see that what are the pain points through empathy. That means asking students to design with people. And this is missing, and more it is missing when we are using the internet and other aspects, that we are not really going with the society or communities to try and work with them. So design with communities and not just for them. We always look into, oh, this is the problem and we have to really provide the solution. No, we have to work with them. We have to really co-create, and the co-creation becomes very important. Must avoid harm, whether it is social, environmental, or psychological, and teach students to see user as a human being with dignity. I think this term was used extensively, consumer and user, and it has to really, which efforts are going, that we are talking about consumer to user to human, and now we are talking about humanity, that it is not only the human, but we have to look into the life on the planet and see that how we are empathetic with all. Sorry, I am not. Ethics means design for many. We always say the design for billion. Always look for that how, which we are addressing the larger issues rather than getting into the smaller issues. Not the just privileged one. And I always mention that the design approach in education has to be ecocentric and not egocentric. Not to satisfy somebody's ego, but look into the ecological aspects which we are really looking into it. The assignments and projects that reflect inclusivity, accessibility, and real public need. Now the need identification again has to be with the communities and people to go there. This will help equity and social justice into the designer's mindset. I think this social justice aspect has to come with empathy, and focus should get into this whole aspect of ethical way of dealing with. Ethics begin with character, integrity, humility, and responsibility should be nurtured not through lectures, but through studios. And again, we are saying that go to community, work with them, all these working with the government, working with the people, and find out the real needs and do mentorship and self-reflection in the design education. What we design, design who we are. Education must reflect self-reliance. And I think I would like to insist on this particular point, that the way this whole mass production thing is happening and supply chain, which is becoming very, it's a market-driven thing. I think this education system need to change really into the self-reliance, celebrate local identity, supporting crafts, and reducing dependency on extractive systems. Now, one-time material which we are taking out, can we really look into regenerative processes, recycling processes, upcycling processes, so we don't harm planet Earth too much on the material which we are taking out. Design rooted in the place and people fosters dignity and sustainable development. And that is what I think the route which we have to take it forward. Help students to see that design doesn't end with the deliverable we carry. We carry that to the ecosystems, communities, and mentors that shape us. Design is an offering, and accountability must share beyond the brief. So I think this, what we owe to the next generation and the planet Earth, that has also be focused in the design education. Now, this is the main area which we all are struggling with the technology, the way technology is moving forward. The most of the design things are happening based on what technological developments are happening, and there the design education has to really investigate that how technology should be used. Is technology the driver or is the technology enabler? And the focus has to be that people come first, environment come first, and technology come afterwards. So the contextual use certainly becomes very important of the technology. Technology is a powerful, but not natural. It's man-made. A student must learn to question how tools shapes behavior. Think data, ethics, biases in algorithms. Ethics in design technology means ensuring dignity, consent, and fairness for all users. Next is that following the nature. Nature is not just inspiration, it is a teacher. And that major change in design education has to come. Earth, water, fire, air, and spaces hold timeless design wisdom. Regenerative, cyclic design thinking fosters ecological balances and essential ethical principles which we have to bring it in education. And we have to work, there is a what you call natural cycle, and there's a man-made cycle, and we have to follow the natural cycle to see that nature has zero waste. There's no waste in nature. Everything is useful, and same cycle I think we need to follow in the education as well. Ethics not only taught, but it is caught. We have to really take it. It is not in the just classroom learning, but we have to get inspirations from people and see that what we can really do. Through mentorship, critics, and shared stories, values, and absorption. Education must nurture safe space for reflection, dialogues, and learning by examples. And in my teaching career, I always felt that there is no teaching now. There is only learning. And teachers are mentors. They are enabling them to their thought process. And as a teacher, we need to allow to have their point of view, which is value-centric. And that is what the teacher's role becomes. Ethics is not elective. It is the essence of design education. Our role as educator is to live values in pedagogy, in practice, and every interaction. Only then with the students leave not just skills, but ethically grounded students will come. How can we make ethics culture and not peripheral, central and not peripheral to the design education? This is the question which we have to really look into, and how we bring in ethics in design education. That is what we'll be discussing. Thank you very much for listening to me.
So thank you so much. Pradyuma, please join us for this panel discussion. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello, the people who are connecting with us or who will be connecting with us from wherever, all over the world. We are going to hold 3 panels regarding ethics and something else, professional, industrial designers, the industry. But this first one, from Andreu World and the organization, they felt it had to be in the beginning. And the beginning is, besides being born, the beginning is being educated. So we have, in order to discuss this first issue, we have Pedro Fuentes. Pedro Fuentes is a chemical engineer from the Polytechnic University here in Valencia. And he's done all his work as a chair of innovation in social and environmental design. We also have Nacho Lavernia Amador, because there is another Nacho Lavernia, who happens to be a graphic designer, very well known as well, just like him, and who happens to look exactly like him, but 30 years older, right? So it has to be Nacho Lavernia Amador. Nacho is a graphic designer, and he was the previous deputy director of the EASD, so it's the Valencia College of Art and Design, and he's in charge of the International Design Office these days. We have also two semi-students, almost recently graduated. Carmen Garcia, she recently, just a month ago, graduated from the University CEU here in Valencia. She's an industrial designer. She's already a World Design Organization WDO member, right? No, so that I got wrong. I thought it was perhaps too early, but, you know, I got that information. Good, please correct me anytime I make a mistake, because that is ethical as well, and this is what we are trying to do here. Talking about ethics, and correct me if I'm wrong, Carmen Garcia was involved in the furniture workshop to help rebuild Valencia, basically, part of Valencia after the Dana, right? And finally, we have Nita Judita, who is a... Are you a member of the World Design Organization?
A Young Designer Circle. That is
exactly.
Part of the...
Almost there. Young Designer Circle. She's a very contemporary designer, because she's not specialized in industrial design or in visual design. She's a multi-purpose designer, community designer as well, and she is also a bridge, obviously, in between Uganda and Valencia, where she has studied. So with all of them, of course, Pradyuma Vias, I mean, he has been introduced already, but just a reminder for those of you who just joined us. He is the president-elected of the World Design Organization. He was he's an educator, an industrial designer. He is a senior advisor of the Confederation of India Industries, and also the former director of the Institute of Design in India. So with all of them, we hope to tackle different issues on design education. And if you like, I would like to start by knowing what is ethical and where do ethics start? You can answer, any of you. If no one answers, I will point you. And this is ethical as well, because, I mean, we have to give answers to... And also, many of you can answer the same question, or I can, if you figure that things have been already answered, we can go to another question.
I can start, if you
Thank you,
agree.
Pedro. Thank you.
Yes, to be easy. I think in all the universities or schools of design, we found a transversal competence, and also in some subjects, we found ethics in different ways. But the beginning, the start, was 60s, 70s, 80s. There are a lot of global crises and a lot of social movements. And after a while, in the framework of the campuses, some professors move something in this direction. And that's why today we found all these activities.
Thank you, Pedro, for giving us some of the history of ethics. Are we in a good time for this progression that you said it started in the 60s, 70s, and 80s? Are we improving from there, or are we reflecting what's going on in the world?
I think it's clear we are improving. I think it's clear we now found students that simultaneously feeling overwhelming but exciting and inspiring about the positive, the potential improvement of the global crisis related with ethics. All the words we found in all the speeches are today in the vocabulary of students and professors.
So, Nacho, how are ethics tackled in design schools? Are they tackled? Is this a recent subject that it was added? And also you, as a student, as recent students, I would like you to answer this question. Thank you.
I'm not sure if, as Pedro said, ethics is involved on the school and on the teaching of design, of course, because of teaching and because of design, both things. But I think we don't tackle ethics directly, as a matter of study in the schools. I think it's every time we do something on design, every time we work with the students, there is some ethical behavior, ethical thoughts there, and also some ethical discussions, I guess.
So it's a climate, and it's something that you as teachers look for. I mean, it's not a specific subject.
No.
But it's all over.
Yeah.
Is that so?
I think, yeah, but it's because the professor, I don't know what to say.
Yes, Pradyumna.
Pradyumna. He says that we cannot, we have to move in ethicals, we have to move in sustainability. As he say, China and India, they have a lot of population, so they cannot, we cannot continue doing the same. So this is something that we know in the schools and in the design profession and industry also.
Sorry, we know that we cannot continue teaching as we used to.
Yes.
Now, how are we changing that?
I think because we try to get involved all the contexts, not just to design as a matter of how you say theoretical stuff, but very practical, very on the side, on the floor.
Carmen and Nita, do you agree with that? Have you felt that while you were a student?
As a student in the university, in the FEU Catedral Herrera, I can say, there is not a subject that is called ethics, but we have a subject that is called sustainability. And we have problems, or we deal with the topics like environmental impact or the social impact that a project is going to have in the society. Also, in every project, I think that it's implicitly that when we, I don't know, design a chair, we want to know where it's produced, the materials, if they are responsible or not. And also, if you want to get involved in something that is ethics, I think that you have to, you need this sensibility to do a project like that. And I think that it's more like the teachers and the students' commitment than something that is in the curriculum.
So it's a personal commitment?
I think yes. It's more like things that you do as a volunteer, that something that is teaching in the school. It's involved in every project, or you have to think about that, but it's nothing that is taught, at least as named as ethics.
So it's not taught, but it is expected somehow?
It's taught, for example, in the subject that I said, the sustainability, we have the topics like the kilometer zero, the production, so it's tough. So you did it, that you have the foundation, but if you want to get involved and do a project like that, you have to have an interest for it.
Yeah. And Nita, you do have an interest, right?
Yes, so I would like to add more on to what Carmen has said. My first introduction to ethics, I would say, was in my fourth year. In my fourth year in a specific subject called sustainability. And if
So
anything...
that's the last year, the fourth
That is
year,
the
right?
last year of the course. And it was in the sustainability class that we were able to design something where we were designing for people that were different from the majority of the group. We were designing specifically for kids that had different abilities to the majority of the group. So it was the first time that I had introduction to to ethics. But also, I would like to say that during the career, I would have liked to know more about the consequences of the work that I do as a designer. I guess I feel that that was lacking. For example, I can say, okay, yes, I do know about how the manufacturing process is, but how about the byproducts of the manufacturing process? What do I do if it's creating more of a negative impact? How to tackle situations like that?
So in order to keep working on the ethics of design, what do you ask your students? What do you teach them to wonder? For example, if they are asked to produce whatever, an object, a chair, a table, what should they ask? About materials, you've mentioned, about are there enough chairs? What is this chair adding to the market? Where is this chair going to be used? How is it going to be used? I mean, how far can ethics go to?
So, for example, I think that, okay, let's say we need to realize that as designers, most of the times we're going to be designing for the majority of the population. And what that means is, if it works for me, it probably works for someone else that looks like me and is in the same conditions as me. And what happens in situations like that is certain minority groups are excluded. So for example, as the chair, it's not just a question of, can I sit in this chair? Does it help me relax without breaking? Okay, fine, the structural part is okay, but is this chair long-term? Can I use this chair just apart from like sitting on it? But also, it's questions like, how far does my impact as a designer go? For example, this chair, I designed it to sit on. But if someone in the kitchen wants to use it to stand, to reach something at the top shelf, that is something that works, although that wasn't my initial intention for the chair. So just realizing how far we need to think when we are designing things.
But do we think that an object, a piece of furniture, for example, that can be used for many different purposes is more ethical? Because I always used to think that, for example, the sofa that can become a bed is not a good sofa nor a good bed. So the chair that can become a stool or a stairs, I mean, does it really make it more ethical?
That is a very good question, and I have an example for that. Let's say paper straws. Okay, one would say paper straws are more sustainable because they're not made of plastic, but I don't like using a paper straw and there's paper in my drink. So there's a debate there between, yes, can something be ethically better, like environmentally and socially, but also we're compromising on other things like usability, like the basis.
So far we are seeing that ethics in design, even in design education, is not an easy thing to put it, right? It's not easy because it has different ways of looking at it, and it's too complex, right? Do you think in between all of us we could find things, characteristics that make education more ethical? For example, you just mentioned long-term, things that last, and you said yes.
Basic.
Is it?
It's basic. Is to long-term versus trends. That's an obvious question to be more ethics. Yeah. This brown is a good example. It's one of the reference, in some of the products. If you put something on the market and stay on the market for 20 years, it's not a trend. Obviously. It's something good.
Yes. Now, can the industry, the global industry, allow that? Because we have, regarding design, we have the Salone all over the world. What's new? What's new is the question of the press every year, no?
Magazines, yeah.
So do we have something that we need to re-educate, rather than the students, also the industry, with the long term in mind? Would you say so? I mean, I'm asking questions.
It's a very good question. But I think there are two different approaches here. One is what it is ethical for designers and for teaching, and the other thing is what it is ethical for the industry.
Because it's not the same?
I think it's not the same. Because if you are a designer, you can ask yourself if there is enough chairs already designed on the world, and you don't need to design any other one. But maybe for the industry, it's not. So I think there's some difference there.
So what's the use of learning something when you are a student that you cannot apply when you become a designer or a producer?
Why can't you?
Because, I mean, we are all saying here that ethics is very difficult to
live with.
To live with and to limit it, because I mean, if we have a code of ethics and we apply everything, we'll just basically do very little, because perfection is not part of the world. Now, how to make the design world and design more organic, more fitted to the world that we are facing?
Yeah. You see, in design education, if we really look into, many times the educator says that our students are industry ready. Now, industry wants to make money. Industry wants to see that every year new collection of clothing and cars and everything is coming out, and that is the way I think the GDP also goes, because it's a consumption-centric economy. I think we need to really change that storyline from industry ready to what is correct for the industry. So we need to give education to the students that they have a value-centric point of view. When they join any industry, they will say that I will work for you, I will make profit for you, but listen what I want to tell you about the future, which is more sustainable. I think this values that not just following what industry is saying, but you are saying that what are important factors that need to be given. The second aspect is in this, the linear economy which we are actually doing, this mindset has to change in education. The convenience is the biggest enemy. Every one of us wants convenient life, and then there are providers to convenience. And there I think we have to have a standpoint that I'm not going to use the plastic bottle, whatever it is, drinking water, because plastic has given us tremendous convenience, but we have exploited it. And I think that aspect needs to shift, that this is my value systems, not follow the rules of the government, but I will follow my own. When I was listening to her, it was 4th year they introduced it. I think this is the foundation of the ethical and value-centric education should start from the schools itself. So then we imbibe in every thought process to take forward the ethical practices in education.
Yeah, and as Pedro said, it has already, and as Carmen said, it has already started in the schools, because, I mean, you have class subjects on sustainability, on durability, on inclusivity, on accessibility, which were not taught before in schools, right? So that's a way. But in the end, it seems to me, because of what you are talking, that in the end, it's a very personal choice. Is that so?
No, you see, again, the discussion is happening around the product, whether it is a chair or whether it is a garment and all. I think the discussion needs to shift from product to services to systems. Now the system is that, like, the planet has a system. Everything is moving around in some system way. And she mentioned about it actually, that chairs, what is the next life after using it? So the way nature has purpose in each and every activity, I think the education need to focus more on systems rather than product. And this shift has to happen, that in a larger context, larger complexity, how are we really training the new generation of designers who are looking into replication of their decision, that whether it is good or whether it is not so good. And that thing will come only with the systems thinking.
So basically, we're facing a new generation of designers that will be focusing more on systems, as you said, on trying to solve things, because they are problem solvers, designers. They can put together many things, rather than making a specific thing.
I think this, again, we are getting into this problem solving. The designers, we are putting it that he is the boss to solve the problem. I am saying the shift has to move from problem solving to co-creation. You work with the community and co-create. You go into the field and work with whatever complexity is there in that particular thing, and allow students to work with them and learn from them and have their point of view also and create something. So the co-creation certainly is the shift which is required in the design education, rather than you are solving the problem. Problem solving will happen, a teamwork.
Co-creation in the design education. Can you tell us about this?
Yeah, sure. It's, in general, will be more ethic if the learning is more authentic. And there are two pillars for that. One of them is the co-creation with the real actors.
Which, could you explain to us what co-creation means in
co-creation
education?
is you are going, for example, to design squares and furniture for the streets and whatever. You are not sitting in your office drawing and drawing, but going to the people who will use, talk with the producers, talk with the rest of the stakeholders, and then you could create something.
So bottom design rather than from the
exactly
dialogue, communication.
Of course, that you can use different type of tools, and you can be more deep or less deep, but this is the idea of co-creation, the co-design, and then the technical part is in your side, but the pains and the solutions are coming from the real actors.
Yes.
Yeah, we normally try to explain to students ethics is a balance between what the designers or companies want, because companies want at the end two things: profit and legacy. And ethics is the balance, taking into account all the constraints, all the boundaries for culture, context, regulation, all this stuff. You need to find the balance between the profit, the benefits, and the legacy.
And do you always find it, a balance?
Well, we try to tell the students to include questions, questions about who benefits, who is harmed, what is something went wrong. All this stuff is something on top of all the technical tools or activities we do.
Could you give us an example? Because I think perhaps we will need to be more precise about something. Could you give us an example of this type of way of designing? You know, going to the street or going somewhere to ask, to talk to people, to establish a dialogue, instead of doing the commission, that you have encountered while you were studying?
It was a project started by Manuel Baño. I think it was in the early 2000, maybe you were involved in that. And it was a platform that connected the artisans that were in need or they have necessities that were urgent to solve with the designers, the students that were in the career. And I think it was a volunteer, but later I think it was something compulsory that you have to take it at least one time in the school. And it benefited both the artisan, of course, because they solved their needs through the design, and also the students, because they can go out from the academic bubble, we can name it like that, and they could see like another realities and things that not like I know we are like always designing things that a chair, but there are a lot of chairs. It was a way to focus on something that was urgent and it was a need, and they are solving problems that people has. So.
And it was just an exception, or once you started designing and analyzing like that, that changed the way you approach design in the school?
I think I was not in that project. I was in the Dana project that you said at the beginning. And for us, I thought about all the students that were involved, and I think the teachers also. It changed our things of our way to think the design. It was like before and after. Now I want to get involved in more projects like that. It's something that we don't have in the school, a project to participate in something social or I don't know. It's very difficult to explain like what we have in the career, or if we get involved in something that is ethics. But with that project, you can see the experience, and not only yours, about the people that you were helping.
So you are a defender of dialogue, of talking to people, Father. And you too, Rita?
Yes, as well. I do have a similar, where she was talking about with Manolo Baño. I did a project similar to that with him, in the sense that, for example, we had to design toys for children that were on the autistic spectrum and had like other difficulties. But those children were in Mokowe, Kenya. And then it posed the question of, why would I design with the resources that I have here and the machines that I have here and then just give it to them there? The question was, why don't we create toys that they're able to make themselves using the tools and the materials that they have available in their country, just to keep it going. And I think that was like a great introduction to like listening to other people's needs, but also understanding that not everyone has the same facilities that you do, and just thinking outside your own bubble. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Pedro, because it seems that the students are able to tackle the ethic issue with a particular project. What about you as a teacher? Have you evolved in the way you explain or try to talk your students into ethical behavior and design?
I think most of professors are already engaged. It's not a question to be involved, to introduce some elements. Most of professors in our environment are really engaged with that. It's the basis. When you start thinking about what for new year, new academic year, we put that on the fundamental.
Yeah, it's fundamental, but still it's something that is so much needed. And they both mentioned the same teacher, and that's not a coincidence, perhaps.
Probably,
no?
There's always a star. Yeah, but you see, for example, it's moving around, you see some prototypes. These prototypes are made, as an example, and made in the Master of Industrial Design, taking to the raw material, the packaging of a company. The company deliver something, and then the packaging becomes a problem. Till this moment, art is a must, suddenly it's a problem, it's a waste. And then we put this as the raw material, and then students prepare different possibilities for schools. And then when the company move all these things, instead to move to a waste place, they move to a school. And the professor has a guide and raw material to teach technology with a waste. This is an example of how we, instead of just create furniture, we provide students a scenario to create circular economy with real stakeholders, talking with the students, talking with the professors of the school, talking with the company who deliver the transport and so on.
I have two more questions before we let you ask a few questions as well. The first one is on the design education. Is the design education ethical in itself? I mean, do they want to produce designers? Do they want to have clients? Has it become a way of making money in certain ways? There are so many design schools in the world. When I was little, there were like 2. So,
okay. First, I want to say about you were talking before. I think all the schools on design have changed from 10 years now into sustainability and everything. And these changes, it makes, I think, it makes the schools better, you know, more ethical maybe. And about the question you say now, it was, what was the question?
I will put it in another way. I was saying that if design schools are always ethical, in the sense that how much do they do to improve what they teach, or how much do they do to get more students? I mean,
yeah, that's maybe we are a different case because our school is completely public, so we don't do things to get more students. I mean, this is not our duty.
you have enough students.
Yeah. Fortunately, we have enough, but I mean, we just invest on the students, not in getting more students.
Okay.
And I think in that way we have a very ethical behavior.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Pradyuma as well. Yeah.
You see this in education if we really look into these teaching methods. So money is not a bad word. Means we have to make it like if with longevity you are doing, then how are we going to make money? We have to use it, and that's the reality that you have to use and change and use. Real issue comes is that yes, it should be people-centric, society-centric, what we are doing. Profit is important because we have to survive. Planet is important, we have to look into planet, third P. And the fourth P which becomes important is the purpose. So in design education, if you really people, profit, planet and purpose, introduce the purpose, I think you would be able to bring out the designers which will always ask the question of addressing any problem is that what is the purpose, what I am doing, what is the purpose of it. And that purpose certainly will be a value-centric. And that is what I think we need to really cultivate into the education thing, because if we are talking about sustainability, that we should be able to use it for very longer duration, what will happen in the industry? Industry have to really produce, and employment and other things are generating. But the model of purpose has to be introduced in this. So I would say that it will become more ethical way of addressing the issue.
So the last question that will be asked to all the panels, and I would like all of you to answer shortly, is about fake ethics.
Yeah,
interesting.
It is. Ethics washing is a reality. And then we can teach students. For example, the big failures like Facebook or Volkswagen or other kind of very well known, and discuss a bit about that and make questions about what is the proof when you are talking about your ethics. That's super important. At the end, what we want is to teach students how to think instead of what to think.
Nacho?
Well, I don't know about fake ethics. It's something very strange. I mean, what do you mean when you say fake?
For example, when talking about ecology, there was this, as Pedro said, this greenwashing. Everything that was green was supposed to be ecological, wasn't really. And perhaps many things were, even vegetables, planted and...
This is not really ethics.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
So it's very, because it's so necessary and so difficult to deal with within all its complexity, is it easier to fake it? I mean, Pedro just gave a few examples. Do you study them in the university, Pedro? Yes.
Yeah.
You study cases. Do you as well, Nacho?
I'm not sure about that.
So perhaps this could be an idea for the school.
Yeah, maybe.
And a result of this panel and of these discussions to study fake ethics as well.
Yeah, maybe my colleagues from product design, they do this already, but in graphic design, which is what I taught, it's different maybe. Anyway, I think it's a very important this what you say, but in the foundation of design, in the very ground foundation of design, you have to ask the question always, why I have to design this? And maybe this is something which helps you to face the fake ethics, because you have to answer yourself. I mean, you can, of course, money, it's not the enemy. I mean, it's not, but as designer, you can ask yourself if you have to do something or not, and if it's ethical or not. And I think it's on the ground of design itself. So if you design, you must ask yourself these questions.
Okay.
And this prevents maybe a little bit about, from fake ethics.
Carmen?
I believe they are. We can see a lot of examples of enterprises that have social washing or greenwashing. And I think that the point of the designer is about the knowledge and the empathy and to know what is ethics or not. And that's the way that we can design, know how to do it with an ethical point.
So knowing is ethical.
Okay, I'll try to keep it short, but for example, I think that as we've progressed in society, the younger generation is demanding more accountability from companies. People are more conscious about what they're consuming. And the unfortunate side about that is I feel that some companies are using it as a marketing tool to sell their products more and be like, okay, you know, like, our products are sustainable. We're just throwing words out there to market and make more sales. So it is harder to know who is really being ethical and who's just trying to use it as a marketing strategy. But I do feel like if we continue having these conversations and being taught how to spot certain lies would be beneficial.
Radhuma, very shortly, please.
Practice what you teach. I think that becomes very important aspect, because we teach something but we don't practice it ourselves. And this is the irony. Other thing is that the fake ethics is that storytelling, that we make a story around ethics and sustainability. In reality, it is not really doing that. And you will find examples where we need to question whether it is really ethical to shift from plastic to paper or plastic to glass. Maybe not. So scientific way of analyzing in a system manner certainly is required, and a lot of storytelling is going on the ethical and sustainability, which is actually harming more than what it is doing. So behavior certainly becomes very important. That plastic is not bad, but we are behaving or abusing plastic.
Exactly, yes.
That is what is happening. Otherwise, shifting it from plastic to paper, are we really doing something or not? That is the question.
Yeah, so it's important that we learn not to see the world in black and white terms, right? So we have time for perhaps 3 questions maximum, or a couple, yeah.
Thank you very much for your words. It's very interesting, the roundtable. I want to ask about the intellectual property, because this is a direct to the ethics in the education of design. That means, are the schools in anywhere, here in Valencia or in India, or you as students, really making an effort to transmit the importance to see the state of art, how the important is to create, to have, which is the situation, to know which is the situation before you create something new. It's good to question if I should do something new. And it's critical, I think, that everybody from the students, from the school, they can be educated in this important thing. The intellectual property is one of the pillars, we can say, of the innovation. And this is something that comes from all of us, one by one, and from the education system as well.
Pedro, or?
I don't...
Because Pedro was saying like this, so I thought
yeah, it's crucial. Yeah, it's crucial in education because it's crucial in society. And today we have a global world, a very quick ways to produce, very quick ways to copy. And then each time it's more important to be quick if you want to be the first doing something, because the intellectual property is under risk everywhere. We try to introduce the student the concept of how important are the value of ideas, and you can't take a copy with a system to do the things, to be careful with artificial intelligence and all this stuff. We introduce these elements in several of our activities.
And now it's very important, as you say, the intelligence, artificial intelligence, the intellectual property, it's really important, yes. We have some subjects where we talk about that, but I think we have to improve it because the artificial intelligence is growing very fast and very, quite fast.
Yeah, we are very scared.
Yeah.
Another question I saw, yeah.
Do we need a shared understanding of the idea of ethics between industry and education? Because if education creates idealists and industry thinks a different way, how do we align this? I think it's very important because otherwise there is a fit problem when students come out. So how can we resolve that?
So who's going to answer this one? The bridge in between preparing for life and living.
Maybe if schools teach the students properly, they can do the designers, the students can also take the right decisions, because I think maybe it's, as they say, personal decisions here.
Can I add to that?
Please.
Maybe I would love to see role plays and debates, and maybe debates between the people who already work in the field and students, just to question a few assumptions that we're making, but also it could be between the professors and students. Just to, I think it's a good thing to always reflect internally. So if we put ourselves in situations where we're forced to defend what we believe are our values, it could maybe lead us towards making a conjoint overview.
Again, dialogue, breaking the hierarchy. Yeah. If there is one more question, we can try. And yeah, there's one at the very end, in the middle. Oh. Okay. Then two short questions.
Hi, everybody. I'm Megan. I'm on the board of directors of WDO. And I've recently been teaching in the United States, but I also come from industry. And MIT recently released a study showing that tools like AI, ChatGPT specifically, may be reducing our brain's ability for deep critical thinking. But in design education, I've seen we've kind of been teaching students to use AI because it is a tool. It's progressing our field. We want to use it to adapt and continue to grow with new technology. But when we come to industry, I know how vital it is to have designers who can confidently challenge the status quo. We don't want them to just be checking the box. We don't want them to just do the brief that they've been given. So how do we ensure in education that we're balancing the tension of building confidence in creative thinking, but also leveraging tools and technology that help us potentially break down ethics and learn more about circular economy and the world that we live in?
So how to tackle this idea of being critical and not neglecting technologies, basically? Who wants to answer? Pradyuma?
I think AI, I would say that still it's in a stone age. There is so much to come, and it is moving very fast. It's like the life, the way it is going, and the AI is going very fast. But I see there is in creative, the education, I see a lot of plus point also with the technology and problem solving. Country like India, where the terrains are very difficult, and remote areas where the facilities and services are not given, the technology can go there. And I think that is the way this artificial intelligence very effectively, we have to use it, that how this social equality we can use technology, that the difference between cities and villages which is happening, how we can narrow down on healthcare, safety, security, education, it becomes a powerful tool. And that is what in the creative education thing, using technology for the purpose which is making society equitable.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, all of you. Basically, to very briefly summarize, we have had Pedro Fuentes from the Polytechnic University in Valencia. He advocated for the long-term versus trends. He said that ethics is a balance in between profit and legacy. And basically, he mentioned that in his school they teach how to think instead of what to think. Nacho Lavernia, from the College of Art and Design in Valencia, he said that design schools have changed towards a more ethical institution during the time that you've been teaching there and directing it. We have had Carmen Garcia from the THEO, a student. She said that ethics is a personal commitment, is a choice. And she said that one of the best ways that a designer can become ethical is preparing herself or himself to be a good designer. So knowing is ethical. Nita Judita, she spoke about design as a tool for equity. You said that not everyone has the same needs, and that is important when you are thinking of a product. She advised us to think of the consequences of what you do as a designer, and she advocated also for a dialogue. And Pradyuma Bias, he said many things. He said that designers make choices that change the behavior, also that design starts with empathy. Widely spoken in the panel. You said that there is no teaching or only learning, and you advise that convenience is the biggest enemy. So basically, practice what you teach. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here and you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to, in only 3 minutes, we will come back in 3-4 minutes with the next panel.
So thank you. Hello? Yes, great. Thank you, everyone. I'd invite you all to come back in. It's definitely nice to see some familiar faces in the audience, and I know that there is already some networking that's begun, but it's not break time just yet. We're going to move on to our next session, so I invite you all to take your seats so that we can begin. So our next session is a roundtable discussion on professional ethics in design, a code of ethics in Spain. At a time when design is taking on a more strategic and influential role, there's a need to establish clear, ethical frameworks to guide professional practice. The work carried out towards a code of ethics for design in Spain will be addressed, analyzing its necessity, its international references, and its practical application in various design sectors. We're welcoming Anak Shubak to the stage to moderate this session.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, all of you, for staying here, staying quietly here and listening. We have the second feet of the creature. We so far have spoken a little bit, as much as we've been able to, about ethics in design education. And now we have to talk about professional ethics in the design world. So we have Sergio Sanchez here sitting next to me. He comes from Gran Canaria. Strategic design graphics is your specialty. He's of the Spanish network of design associations. And he's also a member of the Good Professional Practice. Next to him, it's Clara del Portillo. She's a designer herself in the Yono studio with Alex Selma. She's been doing that for 20 years, almost 19. The studio is a multidisciplinary studio, so a very contemporary studio, but she's also vice president of the Association of Designers here in Valencia. Next to her is sitting Diana Artiguez. Diana is an interior designer who studied both here and in Leeds, in England, and she is a member of the Valencian Association of Interior Designers and the head of Cota Cero Studio, where she works. Next to her is the architect Carlos Salazar, who is also a teacher at the architectural school here in Valencia and also a member of the Architectural Association, also here in Valencia. And next to Carlos is Inma Bermúdez, who is, she's a world designer based in Valencia. She works for very international customers. She was the first Spanish designer to work for IKEA, and ever since for Rado, for Roca, for Lladró, many brands, also with a view on transforming the ethics, the sustainability of the brands. So between all of us, we're going to try to tackle a few issues to try to be as specific as possible, because me as a journalist feel that when we are specific, we gain transparency, as Jesus was saying. So first of all, how ethical are all of you in your own practice?
I want to start. Do you hear me? Yes. I was reflecting when in the panel before about being a student and then being a professional. And I think it's not only being a student, it's as a person. So how ethical are you? So I grown in a family. I had my mom helping me to be a person. And then when I arrived to university, then I had my own way of thinking. Of course, when you start working, then you know more things and then you can be more critical. But the first aspect is how are you as a person? So I'm a person that I'm consuming less meat. I'm a person that I'm buying more ecological products. Of course, because I can. I have the money to do that. This is another point. So I'm a professional as how I am a person. So I try to give my best, to help my best even though it's quite difficult because the system is not helping to be very ethical. So that's my first...
We'll go into that, how
yeah,
the system can help and so on.
Yeah.
Any of you?
Me, as designer, as Clara del Portillo, I must say that I try to do my best, but I know it's not the best. I try to be ethical on my way of working, also in the way working, I do my work, how I treat the people I'm working with, but it's not always easy, and I think we have to play with the cards we have in our hand.
Of course. I mean, we are not sitting here because we are perfect.
Yeah, for sure.
Every morning I think you could be nicer, you could be faster, you could be whatever, no? So we're trying to find ways of being more ethical and trying to share them, right?
Yeah, so for sure, I'm sure I can be better, but I think I do my best with what I have.
I think that if we're now talking about this, it's because...
Sorry, because when we start speaking, I don't know, for some reason, I cannot hear, so I suppose you cannot hear either. So
I think that if we're talking about this right now, it's because we are teaching people to think about ethics in all our design lives. So I think this is very important. I think that we need to carry on with this. In my studio, or in my profession, I think I do try to get involved with ethics. As she said, if you're an ethic person, you're going to try and make it in all the ways in your life. So how do you make it in your job as an interior designer? Making sure that the people that you work with are in good conditions, that the furniture or the items you use come from closer places and places that you know that they are working in good conditions and good materials, and talking with the clients, knowing what they want, how it's going to be used in the future, so it's long-lasting. And I think that's the way we have to do a line so that we could roll all these ethical things. And as well as the doctors or lawyers have a code, we should have one too, just to make a baseline.
So perhaps Sergio should speak about this because you are the one closer to the code, right?
Yeah.
Perhaps?
Perhaps.
Almost an impossible code, you know, something...
Our code is not law. Our code is a tool for all the professionals who wants to test how better they can be.
Yeah.
Okay? It's also, it's not the solution. It's the beginning of the discussion. Okay?
Yeah.
Perhaps for this, we have proved this for 10 years or 12 or 10 years ago. So.
A lot.
And we are also doing as well as we can every day, daily. Okay? For me personally, I thought I am better, more ethical than I thought before I was studying 30 years ago. But certainly, I will be better as days coming.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah, I work for that.
Okay, so would you say that being ethical is a path?
If ethical is a myself position, is a way of life. Okay, it's more.
But it's something that you can improve.
Yeah,
you can
have
get
to,
better.
No, you have to improve
have
it. But you have to notice this. You have to think about this. You have to apply this. But it's your certain way of life. So.
We'll get to Carlos as well, but just to give you an idea of this code of ethics that was put together by the association that Sergio represents, READ, the association that the network of design associations in Spain. It has 52 articles, right? And some of them, I was looking at them and reading them because Xavi sent it to me, and I thought, this is impossible. I mean, this is like the good ones in heaven only do this. It's like about rigor, about equity, about transparency, many of the words that have been mentioned here, but also about trustworthy, being trustworthy. Like, can you rely on this person? Some of the other topics that are tackled there is, for example, loyalty, respect, honor. Also taxes, client interest, to work on the client interest, not on your own interest as a designer or as a producer. The client interest before your interest. To keep learning is another point. How many professionals, designers keep learning? Now, according to your code, that is unethical, not to keep learning. So, I mean, and then number 31 was just incredible to me. Not competing clients, to have no competing clients, and moreover, to accept no extra commissions. So,
yeah, so.
Does this exist? Can any designer apply to himself or herself this code of ethics?
I know many of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They test daily how they do their better position of life. So we are also coexisting in a mercantile world. So we have to coexist in an ethical way. So and this begins in some little actions. No? And these little actions are to talk between us. Hi, I have a client and in his interest in your work, and I can't do this. She's better than me. Why don't you?
Do you really know many people who say that? She's better, you better hire her. Really?
I know some of them.
Yeah?
Yeah, really.
Good to know.
And I also do it.
You do it?
Yeah.
For sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
You
a
all do
natural
it?
way. Yes, of course. I'm very insecure, and I would think that this person maybe do it better than myself, and that's. I think that's the way to.
Or you collaborate, as it was said in the first panel.
Yeah.
And about the ethical code, yeah, for sure, none of us are doing all the points. But we, as associations, we need to focus on the perfect thing. And then we, as people, as personal and only people, we do our best and we try to achieve all that points. And for sure, we are not going to arrive them. But as associations, we need to focus on the perfect thing. And that's why the ethical code is made.
And fight for them. Yeah.
Ethically.
Ethically.
I hope.
Yeah.
Excuse me, we don't hear very well what they are
Yes, we
talking.
cannot
I don't
get
know
to
what's
that.
going on the
Yeah,
room.
I think it's the air
the air
conditioning.
condition, but it's very hard for
it's
us
hard.
to understand.
Yes. Carlos.
Okay, for the first question, ahora sí. I think we have an ethical personality as in our human nature. And for me, as Ima said, it's difficult to separate what I am and as a professional, as a human. And I think for that it's very important, education. When I have a client, I try to improve his life, his environment, from what I am, no? Not from things that I am not. In that way, I think in that panels we have, permit me to say that, in that panel, maybe we need a wide angle to see what we are talking about. I think all the values that we are claiming now today, responsibility, tolerance, that's the values of democracy. We have to defend democracy and the environment. We can not be only focusing our work. We have to, I think, we have to defend the democracy because it's in danger today. And we have to work as a professional, as a citizen, all together. Because it's difficult to be ethical in North Korea, I think. Even what is happening now in the United States, I am worried about that. What is happening with universities. The thinking has to be free. And then, for me, is the most important, education in professional and industry and democracy.
And in terms of, because we've spoken this morning about education, but another thing that is key, and you just mentioned, in my opinion, as a journalist, is to know what is going on in the world. Yeah. It's part of the education, because it's changing so fast. Mm-hmm. And countries and people and cultures that you related to democracy are questioning democracy. Yeah. So unless you know your reference, they may shift, or you may look somewhere else. How aware are you as designers of what happens in the world?
No, and today we have to be aware and to be as acceptable, ¿cómo se dice? Skeptical about all information we have, even we are all the time is coming a lot of information that is a fake. And we need critical citizens that can then separate what is fake and to be well informed. And this I think it's always linked. The education, the information, the media, to distinguish what is the media is informing, right? BBC, for example, or what is only a paper that has no interest, is not interesting. But I think today we have to be aware of that, because some people is trying to go against the laws, against the institutions, the democratic institutions, only to get power.
Yeah. It's a very simple question. Who benefits from the chaos?
From the?
From chaos. The chaos?
Yeah.
Because it's true. I mean, in your code of ethics, you have this trustworthy issue, no? And I think, for example, as journalists, we are also facing what was discussed before, the artificial intelligence. There are many media who appear in the internet without a background. You don't know where they come. But if you want to hear something, and that's the only thing you want to hear, you feel reinforced. Yeah. If you are critical, you may wonder, or you may think, okay, who is saying so? What credibility does this person or this media have? So that is why trusting is so important. Now, is trusting also important for you as professionals? How do you build trust in your customers? And even in yourself?
I think being honest. Yes.
It's like how you are. So, for instance, before we were talking about the loyalty with a company, I see myself, or for me it's very hard when I have a close relation to a company that has the typology of product X. I don't want to say any, let's say furniture, let's say lighting. So I have developed something and we have a very close company, a close relation. Then for me it's difficult to start a new relation with another company. But this is my way of thinking, but I know this is not good for me, for my studio, and for the economy for this. Yeah. So sometimes I have to survive, I have to go against my maybe ethics, because I need to pay my bills. So it's also very difficult to be consequent with your ethics.
Yeah. So it's not that you always choose the company that pays you the most, no? And it's not that you keep loyal all the time to the same company. Is that you react on each commission? Is that something that you all do, or?
Yeah, I think so. In fact, it has happened to me some years ago that a company came and said, okay, I'm not going to work with you because you're working, I don't know, let's say Andreu World. It has not happened to me with Andreu World, okay? But let's make an example. Andreu World has come to me and said, okay, I'm not going to work with you because you're working with this company that's also doing chairs, and it's my competitor. And I said, okay, you're not going to work with me because I'm doing chairs for another one, but you are working with other designers that are making my competition. So why? Why you are asking me for that loyalty when you're not making that loyalty to me?
Paying that loyalty, that's a good point. Because if you would pay me enough, then I would maybe don't need to do anything else, like royalties, for instance.
It's interesting what you mentioned, because it's another way of looking at loyalty. Yeah. But for example, me, when I used to cover for the paper, the Salone in Milano, it was, you would see one sofa designed by Jasper Morrison. Since we're like Pedro saying things for, say, a company, Vitra, for example, and then a very similar sofa for another company. And
the same designer.
For the same designer. Same designer. So one thing is to work for two different companies, but at least to change the design.
For sure.
And of course, as a designer, probably when you design a sofa, you put your best into it, but then make a choice.
Yeah, but especially Jasper Morrison doesn't have any problem with money, I guess. So I think that's a bad example of ethics.
I
would not do that. I would not. No, it's a bad example because I think he has the position to don't do that. I would not do that. I would feel me bad if I do that to a company.
But would you do the same product, very similar?
No, I would suggest to do another thing, or I would not work with that company in that brief. He has the possibility to do that.
And but not only that, is that he's doing mostly the same work for two companies. Exactly. It's not that I'm going to do one sofa for you and one sofa for you, and they are like two completely different sofas. That would be okay. The problem is that you are like copying yourself.
Exactly. Competing with yourself.
Yeah.
So we are crazy. No? Carlos.
And I think it's important to note that we are talking about ethical design in a situation of privilege here in Spain, without war, without famine. It's not the same situation to design here today at this hour than in Ukraine, in USA, in Germany. So ethical, it's not a unique vision of way of life. It's so multiple way of life. And we have to do this vision. It's not the same. Okay, so we can examine, we can prove a designer who is designing two sofas for the same clients here than a designer that do it in Ukraine. So, for example, again, no?
In Ukraine or in Palestine.
Or in Palestine. So
designing is, ethics are reconsidered.
The first ethic lesson there is to eat.
But sorry, you say something that I don't agree. Because you can do a different design of a sofa. It's not a problem to do two sofas. We are talking about the sample to do a very similar product.
Yeah. Very similar.
So even if you are in Ukraine, you cannot do, or in Palestine, you have the ability to do something different. Yes. So it's more about how you face this as a designer.
Diana.
See, I think that all the things that happens today, like wars or happiness and all that, is going to make the design decisions of tomorrow. So all the people that are living now, all those situations, are going to make the path for new decisions for designing. And that's ethical, because it's not the same living in a place that's in war and what the needs are going to be, than living in a place that they have everything and what are the needs. They probably need less than other places. So that's where we have to see what's going to come afterwards.
To be very specific and to give specific examples, I would ask you, all of you, to explain a situation that you have lived as a professional that you have decided not to do it, for example, or a situation that you have proposed to be more ethical in a way that the person, that the client was not seeing. So one that is critical with you, and one that you today think that you could have done better. So there's three. Choose. You got
Step by
lost.
step, please.
Okay, one that is self-critical, one that today you could do better, and another that you have improved the ethics of the customer. So Ima, you can start with the wines.
I will answer the first one because I have to think about the other two. So the first one, I was asked to be the face of a campaign of a product that was kind of sustainable.
Kind of sustainable?
Yeah, it was not fully. It was.
Yeah.
You can look at the product, and in some parts they can be more sustainable, and in some others they are failing. But sometimes it's very difficult to be perfect. So, but the company, most of the catalog, the projects were not sustainable, or were not. There were some products that were looking like others,
If we could be more specific, because a company is...
Yeah, well, it's a company that is selling very... I don't want to say the name, but...
Pedro and I did.
What?
Pedro and I said...
Yeah, but I will not say that. I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
No. So at the end, I just say no. I could have earned some money. I could just have... And I say no because I don't want to represent... I don't want that me... After all these years that I have worked on this direction, I'm going to do that because I think it's not 100% what I think. So,
Okay, and the one you helped?
I have to think about that, sorry.
Okay.
I don't have it all in.
Carlos?
And for me, it's when I have a client, from the beginning, I put the rules. And
You put the rules?
I put the rules.
You set the rules?
Yes, I set the rules.
Not the client?
No, okay, I tell them, I'm not going to serve you, I'm going to dance with you. If we don't feel good, we separate. This always works. And for me, I don't have to give lessons of anything. Everyone is what is it. If we understand each other, it's okay, we respect, if not. And sometimes some projects we cut the relations because it was not possible to keep it going. For me, it's my position.
So you don't do parenting and you don't give lessons?
Sorry?
Because I couldn't hear you well.
Yes. I don't give lessons and I don't...
You don't do parenting?
Yeah, we talk. If the communication is good, it's good. If not, I have some examples that at the beginning we cut the relation because it was not possible to work together.
We are not being super specific here. Let's try again. Diana?
In interior design, there's many times where you have to deal with this. Many times people want to work without paying taxes. So that's one of the ways we can improve because you have to tell them that you're paying people working and they have to work in good conditions with all the courses done of security and all the security items in the workspace. And that's one of the things that we have to deal nearly every day. I have to say that nowadays, like 10 years ago, it was more often. Now it's less. People know that they have to pay taxes. It's like something that now they are not fighting that much. And then things like improving in interior design is like people that probably will want a really big window or something that is going to bring a lot of heat into the house, and talking to them and explaining how you can improve the climate in their own houses.
And the reaction normally is good?
Yes, very good, very good. If you talk to the people and they know that you're talking for their well-being, it's going to be always a good reaction. So I think it's good.
So dialogue, as we were saying before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pedro was speaking before about the long term, the things done for the long term. What is long-term in interior design?
For example, well, long term in interior design and in everything is something that you can use in different ways in your life. For example, if you are doing a house for a couple that they are just married, you know that probably they will have kids. Probably those kids will grow. And how many, you don't know, but you have to make the space so that you can move around and that you can change things without having to take everything, rip everything off and starting from the beginning. So you can just, with little changes, you can make the same space livable for a long term.
So accepting change.
Yeah.
Clara, your experience.
My experience. It's really difficult to find. For sure, for improving my work, I'm sure I will be able to improve single thing I have done. For the point of ecology or I don't know, whatever. And I remember a project I reject because when we have a meeting with the CEO of the company, Alex and I, and when he left, he called me Nena, baby. Wow. She said, bye-bye, baby. And I was so shocked about that. It was like 3 years ago, or 4 or 5,
Only.
I don't know. I was like in my 40s. And he called me Nena, and when he'll go outside my studio, I said, I will never work with that guy.
Like that?
Yeah.
And you did?
Yeah, I did.
Was he a good client?
Yes, I think so. But it was...
a lost man.
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't have the third example.
This is another side of ethics that perhaps women can have more information. Yeah. I was doing an interview once and I thought, what do I do? And my head was saying, I have to finish the interview. Let's hope he doesn't move from there. But I have to finish the interview. So that's another side of ethics. Yes, the one that Clara just pointed out. Sergio.
So I also live in an island, an ultra-pheric area of the European Union. So when we also want to create something, we also have to import all of them. Okay? We have no manufacturer.
Yeah.
So in a very single project, we also speak with the clients about producing souvenirs with artisans of the Canary Islands. So it was a very specifically product. But when the budget comes through, they also said, no, we will do it at China. So it's also the cost is also hilarious, so comparing with the Canary Islands artisans.
Yeah.
And so the studio have to decide to say, as you know, no more. This project is us, from us, from the studio. You want to take it in a critical another way of doing this. So we decided to do not with them and to not work with them anymore.
Yeah.
So.
We will talk about producing local or not local in the next panel. Ima, you want to say something?
I have an example now. Yeah. And this is the one that I was helping them. It touches two points that we were talking already. One is the ethical one, because it's a wine cellar. It's from Valencia. It's from Requena, Dominio de la Vega. And they approached me. They sell wine and cava. And they approached me because they wanted that I work for them, and then I helped them with the image. They had a plan. This was in 2020. They had a plan to change the whole production of wine and Cavas into a 100% sustainable, ecological. So they needed somebody to help them to face this. And first of all, I told them, no, I'm a product designer. I'm not a graphic designer. I don't work on, how you say, art direction. I was very honest because I thought, okay, it's very nice, but then they insist 1 year after, they sent me again an email and they told me, please come to us and we want to show you. And then I was completely in love of the project. I was in love of them. And then I thought, okay, why not? And then I asked to a friend, Silvia Martinez, who was doing that. And I said, well, can you support me on this? I don't feel me. And then how we helped them, it was much more than what they are expecting, because our approach to the project was not to design a label. It was to reduce the weight of the bottles, to be them more sustainable. Like, we were taking many decisions that they would never thought about that. They were just thinking about the look and about the logo. And I felt after that, nowadays we are still working for them. And I felt that this is something I keep on saying, I'm a problem solver. So I can help in many ways, even though I think I cannot. So I think this was a good example how I could really help them to make it better.
And thank you for being so specific, because you can check it and see how evolved and how it started just with the level and how you change. And are they still happy?
Super happy, of course. We are still in. We're still in touch. We are working now. We have another project recently. We have presented some. We are trying to help them because, to try to be, when you sell to the world, I want to be 100% sustainable. I want to change. I want to make this movement. You cannot fail. You cannot do bad things. So they are not bad things. They cannot do things, so they are very, not stressed, but they are very conscious that everything that they have to do it good. And they don't know many things. So that's why we can help them in one field.
So happier with their own product and still making money.
Sure.
And you as well.
Yeah.
So
sure. Yeah.
Perhaps
check,
that's a door, no?
Yeah.
That's
Ima has found a unicorn. Like something that really you can find really few in the world.
Yeah. Well, let's see if you find another one then, Ima. I have to ask you the last question about fake ethics before we let you ask questions to finalize this panel. Are there fake ethics in design? Have you encountered them?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah,
in every phase of life.
Yeah, if you have found fake ethics, perhaps in the architecture world it's easier, because I can tell you a lot, Carlos, if you need.
Bueno, I think we can find a lot of...
Sorry, could we turn off the air conditioning, because it's almost impossible for us to hear each other, just for, no?
Yes, I think we have a lot of examples on food. When we go to buy food, we see that sometimes the commercial interest is over the ethical interest. I think they don't put what is inside specifically, if it's good for your health or not. Even inventing bio, eco, and it's not that. I think that is a for me as a consumer,
yeah, it's misleading.
Yeah.
But as misleading as to say this building is sustainable, and then you have so much sun and it warms up, and it's as misleading as that. So it's in all practices,
there is
right?
A commercial strategy is to talk about your product as people wait. Is la mode, for example.
Yeah, for sure. We have a lot of fake ethics. And I will do a concrete example about sustainability, that it's really on trend now. And a lot of furniture companies, manufacturers, they just say the products are coming from sustainable forest and whatever. And also, now there's a trend to mix plastics with fibers, with natural fibers. And I was talking with one of my clients that we had made a plastic chair for them. And they said, some clients are asking this to us to make some fibers from, I don't know, rice or whatever. It's like, yeah, we are going to put some waste on our plastic chairs to make it look more ecological. But in fact, it's completely the opposite thing. Because a plastic chair can be recycled if it's 100% polypropylene. But you cannot recycle that and use it again if you put fibers inside.
That's a perfect example of
Yeah.
false ethics, no?
Yeah.
Sergio?
Yeah, I think greenwashing is present in every day, in every single life, and also in design is here. So our next fight of the design associations is to fight to keep this false ethic aside of our associations, aside of our professionals on the boards. Yeah, it's the most important fight we have to do this.
Yeah. Anyone else? So we have time for a few questions if you have them. Anyone in the audience? Yeah, we have one question here.
I'm Anna Barbara, and I have a question about what do you think about the digital product passport? Do you think that this will improve to follow the products and the ethical part or not?
Well, it depends on the law and the punishment you get. I think it's all about rules. I think if companies are forced because they get a, how you say, multa? A penalty, if you get then you will do it. If not, you will not do it. So I think it's all about that.
But
because
that's not, in that case, it's not ethical then.
Yeah, but that's reality.
It's
But
reality, it's only because of penalties.
But that's how I was working for a company. No, I was working for a supplier that was working for a company that, there was this rule, la ley, this law, that they had to, we were going to get, it was forbidden the use of plastic cutlery and all this. So there was a Spanish chain that, knowing that, they didn't want to improve with another material, with paper. They wanted to, even though the other chains were doing that change, they wanted to wait until the last month. This was just to make the business, just to earn more money, because the other companies, they were not doing that anymore. So what happens? They do it until the last moment it's allowed.
It's
so I think Europe has a responsibility with permitting or not permitting certain things.
I think there's a lot of ethics that came from penalties. Like at the first time you are allowed to do something. Let's talk about slavery. Slavery was something common, and then it came forbidden. And now we all know, and we have like in ourselves that slavery is bad. But 200 years ago, it was not bad. It was something common. So the laws sometimes make us to rethink about things.
Absolutely. Any other question? No more questions?
I like to take then 1 second, because I always do that, and this is like when there is an audience, I always like to talk about creativity, about the power of creativity, people to help, to be part of the solution with other professionals, with engineers, with scientists, with because we are talking a lot about design and about product, about graphic. Let's talk about design as a more global way of thinking and bringing solutions to the world. And we are facing a very critical time, our kids. And so I think I always say, please look at look at creative as another type of professional. We can offer much more things that society allows now. So we are only talking about products.
Yeah.
Let's give us a chance to do bigger things. Like we need bigger solutions for the world. So sorry, I had to say that. I always try to say that.
Well said. Well said.
If I can, I will give you a new way of thinking about ethical in design. It's with a quote of Master Mario Benedetti that said, "Small people in small places doing small things can change the world." Maybe applied to design is small designers in small studios, is thinking small decisions and doing can change the world. It's not about big problems, it's about very small problems that we can do, anyone in our studio.
So in this panel, Sergio Sanchez from the National...
EID.
Yeah. How do you say it in English?
REID.
Yeah, it's difficult. Well, you spoke about the ethic code as being aspirational rather than, law. You mentioned that being ethical is a way of facing what you have to improve, basically. You mentioned that ethics starts with little actions and it keeps growing with more little actions. And you reminded us that we are talking from a privileged point of view. Clara del Portillo said that her best is never the best she can do. So she's always looking back at the things she's done, and she always thinks that she can improve them. You talk about loyalty, the two sides of loyalty, from the producer and the designer. You mentioned that many ethics also come from penalties as well. And you put on the table the idea of behavior as ethic. No? How sometimes, many times, most of the time, women have to suffer misbehavior. Diana Artigues-Rian, you talk about, you mentioned that the world dictates the design decision of tomorrow, in a way. You talked about paying in the interior design conditions, how things, become difficult and how you need to instruct in that respect as well. You mentioned that long-term in interior design has to do with knowing, with preventing the future, with thinking about the future, with being able to change things in the future. Carlos Salazar, you talk about, as Ima said, the difficulty of separating life and profession. You mentioned that you think ethically as a citizen rather than as an architect only. You also insisted that ethics depend on the values of democracy and on safeguarding democracy. And you mentioned that the way you talk, you mentioned that we need an awareness of the world in order to be able to build. And you mentioned that the way you talk with your clients is not doing parenting, not giving lessons, but dialoguing, talking to them. And finally, Imma, she said that you are not a student, not a designer, but a person. You're always a person in whatever you do. You are a person who designs, basically, this is what you said. You started talking about loyalty, how important it is to trust. It's about trust, what we were saying before. You also mentioned, Imma, that law implementation depends on the penalties and that often designers help more than what they are expected. You gave us an example. And finally, you defended creativity as a part of the solution. And on that note, you are invited to have coffee outside and to be back at 12 something for the next discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And also we encourage you please to take time to refresh and have this coffee, connect with our fellow participants. And for our online participants, please don't go anywhere as you'll hear from Sergio Chismol, Head of Design at Andreu World. In his talk, Sergio will share more about Andreu World's commitment to sustainable innovation through circular design principles. He will share some insights into their latest initiatives and how they are addressing the environmental changes in product design from conception to life cycle. So then join us back here, live from Valencia, where we will continue our Let's Get Ethical discussion. See you in a while.
Hello, welcome to the World Industrial Design Day 2025. This is a special occasion for us at Andreu World, as we are proudly celebrating our 70th anniversary, 7 decades dedicated to crafting sustainable, innovative and timeless design. Today, I want to go over a new document focused on the Circular Design Challenge that describes in detail our active sustainability policy, which makes us a leading company in this field and unique for our coherence and consistency in our commitment to the circular economy. We turn 70 years old this 2025, and what a better way to celebrate this long history than to give the world a pioneer example in the new way of managing resources and the supply chain from the sustainability strategy and from the eco-design and innovation in all its dimensions. We are facing a new industrial revolution and we want to provide solutions that illuminate the path of others. The design community is very sensitive to this situation, which is a major challenge. We want to offer them ways to contribute to helping their end clients to make better decisions for themselves and for the planet. We have compiled 12 maxims that summarize our challenge for circular design in 12 chapters. They are like 12 commandments about the new way of managing this great change that we are going to experience in the supply chain, the result of the transformation towards a circular economy that we are going to experience throughout the world and in all economic sectors. These maxims or commandments of sustainability are the keys to our path towards the circular economy. And now we are going to go over all them, explaining what actions we are taking to achieve it. The first is, you will use your company to change the world. And we achieve this by becoming a B Corp company, the first in Europe and one of the few at a global level. In this document, we have used artificial intelligence to create images that synthesize what each chapter title means. Here, we describe this B Corp chapter with the Rizzo collection by Rodolfo Dordoni, and we propose to use the strength of the company to change the world, transforming the system to create a fairer, more inclusive economy and more regenerative. This movement was born in 2006 in the USA through the NGO B Lab with an exhaustive method of measuring the impact that companies generate on the planet, and the letter B comes from beneficiaries. Being B Corp is not aspiring to be one of the best companies in the world, but to among those that are best for the world. And the B Corp values are also shown in the design we produce and in the culture and the vision shared with the designers we work with. Rizzo collection show how by using wood we can offer a fresh and modern image of a sitting collection with a special character that makes this design an icon due to its uniqueness. This image of Rodin's famous thinker sculpture exemplifies the concept of eco-design. That takes the design into account from start to finish. Everything we do now will have an effect in the future, and when we design, we have to consider the full life cycle of a product. We need to be aware that 80% of the environmental impact of a new design can be determined in the design phase. The new Ronda, originally designed by Alberto Liebore in 2003, it was a pilot in the eco-design in 2012 in a project of the Ministry of Industry of Spain. From the first drawing and during the design process, the necessary assessments were made to achieve a global reduction of the impact on the environment. Ronda was the first design in our catalog to be eco-design, and its design is already an image associated with Andreu World as a brand, both for its beauty, the proportion of its shapes, and its thoughtful ergonomics, with technological wood and a unique personality that makes it different and unique. Artificial intelligence showed us the image from Cradle to Cradle with William McDonough, father of the circular economy and founder of the Cradle to Cradle label. More than a certification, it is a category that makes a difference, a guarantee of quality and commitment to health, which is a pillar of sustainability. With 100% Cradle to Cradle, we certify every year that we don't use any substance that is in the red list, such as PVC and hexavalent chrome. Sustainability and the circular economy will eventually prevail in the market, and all the chairs and tables prescribed for offices and restaurants will need to have a guarantee of healthiness. In this design, we show the Next Launch armchair as an example of innovation and circular design. The next collection, created by Pier Giorgio Cazzaniga, has been designed with sustainable materials such as pure eco thermopolymer, 100% recycled and recyclable shell, circular one fabric, 100% recycled and recyclable, FSC 100% wood in the base, and 100% recycled aluminum for the mechanisms, with the sophisticated simplicity of good design, which also offers timeless design and maximum comfort. In this chapter, we talk about zero waste. We don't throw anything away. We have to use our creativity to reuse all the material that the public recycling system is not capable of absorbing, creating new components from our own waste to achieve the zero waste commitment. An efficient design is the one that generates less waste from birth to born again. We transform the plastic bag into pellets to inject new shells. The steel and aluminum is returned to the suppliers, who melt it for reuse, and the leftover fabrics and leathers are donated to be used in secondary products. Dado Sofa by Alfredo Haberli, that has been designed to take advantage of the textile material, make the most of the waste and leftovers. Nothing is thrown away. Zero waste is a key point to achieve a positive impact on the planet through the reducing, classifying, and treating the waste generated to be recycled and become it in our raw material that allows us to produce new circular designs. We only use 100% certified sustainable wood, and we audit the chain of custody from the forest to any point in the world. The Forest Stewardship Council, FSC, is an independent organization created to ensure the responsible management of forests around the world. We are the first company in the world of furniture to have a complete 100% FSC certified offer. Wood is in the origin of Andreu World, and we know that it continues to be a material for the future because it is a sustainable by nature, fully recyclable and biodegradable at the end of its life. The FSC seal is a universal call for us to be responsible without compromising future generations. This is Solo Chair, designed by Philip Stark, and conveys modernity from a contemporary and timeless classic design, and it is a very special design because it achieves the highest level of circularity as it is assembled without hardware and is easy to repair. As a company, our priority is to be a neutral carbon company. Mitigating climate change to avoid its consequences is only possible through progressive, relevant, and voluntary decarbonization. We are the first in our industry to become a carbon neutral company through the use of clean energy. Casta is an elegant design created by Rodolfo Dordoni with leather and ash wood to combine the most contemporary design with the tradition of leatherwork and elaborated wood. Replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy sources is the way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to stop global warming, and in Andreu World, 100% of the energy we consume comes from renewable sources. Taking measures to reduce the offset of CO2 generated in each of the phases of a product's life cycle has become an essential part of our strategic plan, and the static design of Casta is a manifesto of the balanced use of energy and materials as a symbol of neutrality in the carbon footprint. This is the image created by artificial intelligence that shows the strength of the new biothermopolymer material, a material that comes from natural origin, is recyclable, is biodegradable, and it's compostable. It is a plastic that is not plastic. The TÜV bio-based label with 4 stars guaranteed its biological and natural origin, and we have been the first company in our industry to use a biothermopolymer in a product like the Nuez Lounge Bio. This lounge chair, designed by Patricio Urquiola, is probably the most sustainable one that has been designed and manufactured so far, and it is a declaration of intent to achieve the circularity of the design and its production system. No glue is used in the assembly of the different components so that it can be easily taken apart if it is necessary to repair or reupholster. In addition to the Nuez Lounge Bio shell, all the interior parts are made up of pure eco thermopolymer, the upholstery uses our Circular One sustainable fabric, and the base is made up of 100% FSC wood, fulfilling the eco-design principles to become a manifesto for circularity and sustainability. All the plastics material we use is 100% recycled and 100% recyclable. All is pure eco. We have developed a 100% recycled material taking advantage of thermopolymer leftovers and industrial waste, which offers the same performance and is 100% recyclable when its life cycle has ended. This ensures that we have seriously set out to be responsible with all materials and also with plastics. Thinking that the bottle of water we just drank can be turned into fabric for the cushion of the chair we are sitting is already a reality. And this is key for the future, considering that during the last 10 years, more plastic has been manufactured worldwide than in the entire history of humanity. The sail chair, designed by Pier Giorgio Cazzaniga, is made in one piece, is stackable, can be used both for indoor and outdoor use, and it is manufactured with the most advanced injection technology of 100% recycled and recyclable pure eco thermopolymer. Andreu World is the first European company accredited with Level 3 certification. The Level certification is the equivalent of LEED Platinum in architecture, allowing a more open and transparent evaluation of the environmental and social impacts that originate in the manufacture of furniture. It is evaluate the product, the production, and the company from all points of view. We also have the Indoor Air Quality Seal, with safety and health as priority in interior design projects, since we spend almost 90% in closed spaces where pollution can be 100 times greater than outside. We strive to obtain international certifications that demonstrate that we meet the most demanding environmental, social, and quality standards. Liceo chair is a design from Pier Giorgio Cazzaniga that is made with ash wood and braided seat, and it is an example of craftsmanship work that combines the finest cabinet making with the most traditional upholstery techniques. Health comes first. Through design, we can and must evolve to create a better world, more sustainable and healthier. Our products are Green Health approved, which confirms that they are healthy for hospital environments. The Green Health Approved certification was created in 2020 from the Healthier Hospital Initiative in the USA, and the challenge is to contribute to improving the quality of interior spaces that today demand healthy, hygienic materials and easy-to-clean textiles. The collection we see in the picture is Oru Chair, designed by Patricio Urquiola, that, with a Japanese spirit, combines a unique work in the wood with a fine upholstery elaboration that make it especially comfortable. Health is not simply the absence of disease, but a complete state of physical, mental, and social well-being. We have always worked on the physical aspects, and the example of design Oru show a unique ergonomics with a singular design with its own personality. 10-year warranty. The image created by artificial intelligence from our Calma chair represents that stands the test of time is synonymous with quality. Making more durable products that can be easily repaired or recycled is a way to stop the massive generation of waste and its negative impact on the natural environment. The ability to last with character and its own identity over the years is an essential value in our timeless designs. At Andreu World, we continue working as we did when we started almost 70 years ago, building our furniture with the technical experience and the best master craftsmen and the same desire to make things to last. With the introduction of the 10-year warranty, we also warranty our commitment to sustainability, betting on a timeless design for the long term. Calma chair, designed by Benjamin Hubert, a hybrid chair for conference and work use, has been designed and thought according to the principles of circularity as shown in this scheme of the components that make it up, all of them produced with 100% sustainable materials. To facilitate a second life opportunities in our design so that they are repairable and can extend their use life is the objectives of our Planet Plan, with production operations closer to the markets. The circular economy requires products to be more durable, so when they reach the end of their life cycle, we don't have to abandon them, but rather easily rebuild from a second life. Those of us who live in the Mediterranean are natural optimists and want to believe that we can live in a balance with the environment. It has been a historical custom that wicker chairs were rewoven to prolong their use and that damaged table legs were repaired so that the product had a longer life, and to enjoy its use with economy of means. Tamara table, designed by Philippe Stark, is a perfect example of a product conceived to be absolutely circular and easy to repair to have the longest possible life cycle. It does not company philosophy. Our corporate culture rests on fundamental pillars such as quality, innovation, design, and sustainability that are now projected into the future with this circular design challenge, with the aim that the impact on the planet transcends our own purpose and make us work for an environment with an exemplary circular economy for all of our competition and for the design community in general. And that's all. Thank you and stay tuned.
Welcome everyone and thank you for joining us today. Our webinar is titled Design with Integrity, Ethics, Intellectual Property and the Role of Brands Today. I'm Cristina from Andreu World and I'll be guiding you through how design piracy impacts our industry, what it means for brands, and how we can protect creativity in an increasingly complex landscape. Let's start with a fundamental question. When does similarity become theft? This image provokes reflection. In design, inspiration walks a fine line with imitation. Recognizing this distinction is key to defending our work ethically and legally. There are multiple forms of infringement: plagiarism for profit, counterfeiting, which is criminal, and replicas that sometimes have limited authorization. We also see pirate publishers who aggressively market plagiarized designs, and even brand piracy, especially in countries where IP enforcement is weak. Design piracy is not a marginal issue. It accounts for up to 7% of global trade. Companies lose up to 300 billion euros annually, and the social cost includes 600,000 jobs lost each year. It's a global crisis affecting creativity and livelihoods. The European Union loses over 100 billion euros due to counterfeit goods. Asia Pacific is the main origin of such products, with significant effects in sectors like pharma and food. Spain alone loses over 44,000 jobs annually to this problem. Even the most iconic designs unsafe, Swatch watches, Dieter Rams user, or Anne Jacobsen chairs, have all been copied. These examples remind us how influential and vulnerable good design is. Andreu World has also been affected. Some of our most recognized pieces, like the nap chair, the reverse table, the smile chair, and the Oru chair, have been widely copied. Let's explore some of these in detail. Well, this is a clear case of imitation. The nap chair, originally by Patricia Urquiola, was replicated under different names by Leta Design. The similarities are undeniable and clearly violate intellectual property. The smile chair, too, has been subject to mimicry. Its elegant curves and structural lines have been reinterpreted by several producers, unfortunately in many cases without authorization. Well, in this case, a restaurant used copies of the Oru chair in their interiors. They even published this in the same press, unaware of and concerned that they were promoted an unlicensed replica. Well, here is the Oru chair again, this time listed on a mass retail site like AliExpress. It's a copy with no credit or license, and it damages both our brand and the ecosystem of legitimate design. Behind every design is a creator, a story, and a process. That's what a brand really represents. Protecting our brands means protecting the people and values behind our work. Our brand identity evolved from a symbol to a mission: manufacturing a better world. This is not just a slogan, it's a protected brand statement that reflects our values and our legacy. This is Nuedland's bio, a symbol of our innovation. It's not only sustainable, it's also protected. Every element, from the materials to the design, represents our commitment to authenticity. Nueland's bio is protected in multiple ways: design registration, brand trademarking, and copyright. We work globally to ensure our designers and innovations are safe. Today, we have over 215 registered designs and 60 trademarks across more than 20 countries. This scale allows us to maintain a strong global identity while defending our rights effectively. Beyond form, our materials are also protected. Biothermopolymer, pure eco, and circular one textiles represent years of research and are safeguarded just like our designs. Here are 5 essential tips for design protection. Register before revealing, monitor the market, use licenses, take legal action when necessary, and ensure global protection. For brand protection, it's critical to trademark all assets, watch for misuse, enforce rights, manage your online presence, and educate your teams to identify risks early. Finally, the future. AI. It's revolutionizing design, but it brings new IP challenges. Understand how AI works, clarify who owns the outcome, monitor results, and adapt your strategies. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I hope this webinar has shed light on why integrity, legal protection, and creativity must go hand in hand in design today. Enjoy World Industrial Design Day!
Now my pleasure to introduce to the stage Paula Llobet, Counselor for Tourism, Innovation and Investment Attraction. She holds degrees in Business Administration and Law from the University of Valencia, as well as Political Science and Public Administration from the Miguel Hernández University of Elche. She also holds a postgraduate degree in International Cooperation with over 20 years of experience in the design and management of public policies, as well as local, national and European programs and projects. She has served as Head of Strategic Projects for the Valencian Innovation Agency, and since 2023, she's the Counselor for Tourism, Innovation and Investment Attraction at the Valencia City Council. Paula, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and welcome. Welcome to Valencia. For us, it's a real honor to have you here. I think it's the first time you organize this in, I don't know, in Spain, not only Valencia, in Spain. So yeah, I think it's a really good election coming here to Valencia. You know, Valencia has been the capital of the design, but we are also an innovative city. We work every day with talent, with creativity. So for us, it's really an honor to have you here. For those of you who come outside Valencia, let me tell you that you are in the innovation hub, in the public innovation hub of the city. This is Valencia Innovation Capital. That is the strategy that we launched 1 year ago, because the objective is to become the technological hub, the innovation hub of all the Mediterranean area. This is La Dinera, that is related with ecosystem. We have here the universities, we have here the technological institutes, we have also the Association of Startups. Valencia has the best technological university in Spain. Universidad of Valencia is also in the top of the European ones, but we are also the city with more startups by inhabitant of Spain. We are also, the innovation ecosystem has been the one that grew more last year. So we are producing talent every day. And what the City Council wants is that this talent remain in the city. What we want is to give the opportunity to our students, to the young people, but also not that young, to develop the professional career here in Valencia. And that's why we have this public-private collaboration with a strategy where design is, of course, inside of the innovation strategy that we have. And also, what we are doing is trying to have the city as a big living lab. So we have approved an ordinance, a law in the City Council that makes really easy to prove any innovation in any place of the city. So we are working now with the design. We have a local design committee where we have representation of all the sector here in the city of Valencia, and we work with them in different programs. Now, you know, we were Green Capital in 2024. So one of the must of the city is that everything that we do, everything that we develop, our projects have the sustainability in the center of the projects. And now we are working with the design, with the innovation ecosystem in some interesting projects, like trying to have the public spaces nicer, of course, but also more sustainable and with the different technology that makes, you know, the noise that normally we do when you use the streets and the terrace and everything, well, better for the citizens. We have lots of projects that I can tell you now, but I think that the important thing is now to say that here we have the talent. We work really close with the university, but also with the School of Arts of Valencia. We have different projects with the project, and what we want in Valencia is to turn design to be an economical value. I mean, we want also to do business. We want also to help the sector to do business and really create an impact both in the people, but also in the economy. I think both of them are really important. So this event is, of course, an opportunity to everyone and to understand that design is more than something beautiful, you know, that is really important in lots of the areas of the city. And for us, as an administration, and of course, in the different services, as a transversal way, we think that can give this add value to the work that we done and the services that we give to the citizens. It opens the door for direct interaction between academic institutions, but also, as I say, business, creators, and what we want is, you know, that all this talent can come and return to the city, adding value to the services that we give. Right now, Valencia is living in a positive and really important moment, I think, because we have important companies that are coming to the city, and what we are trying to do is to make things easy. We have a soft landing program, so any company, design company that wants to come to Valencia and wants to have here, you know, a delegation, they have this place, La Harinera, in the 3rd floor. We have place to facilitate to them, so the first months that they need to know the ecosystem, to know the universities, to know the business they can do in the city, they can do it in a public space where they can interact with all the actors of the ecosystem, also with the administration. They have free place to work, and like a mentoring program where they have, you know, all Invest in Valencia people that can work with them directly and trying to introduce them in an easy way so they get in love to Valencia and they decide to invest here in Valencia. For us, this is really important, and it has to be accompanied with other policies like bureaucracy. We try to have less bureaucracy. We have now less time when you want to make business and you need a license. Well, we have reduced the time a lot in the last 2 years. So, I mean, for us, we want to be one more of the ecosystem. We really believe in the companies, you know, that create employment, and that what we have to do is just to put things easy. So please, anyone who has any project that want to invest in the south of Europe, here is your city and here is your place, and you have a team ready to help you to do it quick. And also, as I said before, with the ordinance of sandbox, we can help you that innovation, get it to the street, try it, test it in a real environment, so you can have the feedback of the citizens and you can go to market faster and, you know, have good results after the testing that you can do in Valencia. From Valencia Innovation Capital, we have different tools to work with the innovation ecosystem, where design is, of course, inside. And what I say always is, please follow us, because there are a lot of different tools. I don't have time to say everything, but follow us in the webpage, in Instagram, in all the Twitter, where we put all the different tools that we have. We have like grants, we have also seeds, seeds grants. Yeah, we help, you know, the entrepreneurs that want to develop a new company and need, you know, this first support. We have this program where we give them some money to start, but also we mentor them in the legal, financial, and all the different issues that can be interest for them. We also have other programs that give like 100,000 euros for develop innovation in different fields, and one of them is design. So yeah, all these tools are for you. And just, well, get in touch with the team, fantastic team that we have here in Valencia Innovation Capital, so they can, tell you how to participate with us. And there are a lot of things, as I said before, that I think that some sectors don't see the value that maybe design can give to the work they do every day. And it's for us also a challenge to put you in contact with all these sectors. So as we are developing projects in mobility, in public space, but in any tourism, you know, in all the different fields that we work as a city, it's really important that we can create these links between design and all these sectors, so this add value that you can give to them, they can understand them, and they can use you, you know, to arrive to the people. I mean, now we are trying to be a more resilient city. You know, you have the DANA, we have the DANA in October, so we are trying to make some steps to be more resilient to future natural disasters that we can have at the city. It's really important how to communicate to the people. It's really important how we can train the people. And for that, also, the way we arrive them, they understand the message, is also really important, you know, how we design the communication we are going to do in this type of programs. So, well, thank you very much for the opportunity of having this event here in Valencia. I hope it's the first one of more. You know, you have the city, and in this case, Valencia Innovation Capital, working hard to have this role in the world as a vanguard, as a future city, as a city that believes in the talent, in the creativity, as a way of going forward. So, yeah, we will be really happy to continue this relation. And for all of you, anyone that has any company that want to come to do business, here is the place. But also any idea that you have, you know, to make a better city, and that we can work together from the City Council, we will be really happy to receive you and to integrate all this knowledge to the work that we have every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paula. I really like how you linked design, innovation, economy, sustainability. Valencia is World Design Capital, is Innovation Capital, is European Green Capital, and it's also a World Capital of Talent. And I think this is something we have to push hard and keep these people here. So let's continue with our second session of the program, where we will be discussing ethics in the design industry. We'll begin with a constructive look at the ethical debate in design by Quique Correcher. Quique is a graphic designer and strategic consultant, where he is the founder and partner of the studio Filmax since 1992, a member of the Designers Association of Valencia and the advisory board of the Design Impact Observatory. He also serves as Riyadh's delegate to BETA, the Bureau of European Design Association, and he's member of the local design council of the city of Valencia, and a trustee also of the Design Foundation of the region of Valencia. Former president of the Association of Designers of the region of Valencia, he has been co-director of the International Typography Congress of Valencia and the World Design Policy Conference held in Valencia in 2022. Please join me in welcoming Quique to the stage. Quique, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Xavi. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, here and online. It was really interesting, everything so far. When I was approached to talk to you today at this event, I thought, well, I'm not a philosopher or a specialist in ethics. My work as a designer is not especially focused on social or environmental issues. And I'm not an example of anything. Of course, ethics concerns each and every one of us. But then I thought, I can call myself a design activist, as maybe pretty much most of you here today. As I've been advocating for design maybe for 30 years now, mainly here in Valencia through my association, ADCV, but also at the national level with READ, READ, and in European forums through BETA, the European organization, and finally to a global audience thanks to the WDO and the opportunity that we had with Valencia World Design Capital 2022. So that means that for 30 years, more or less, I've been talking a lot, writing a lot, having lots of conversations, listening to a lot of people and reading a lot about how to promote design, how to raise awareness about design, and how to defend our profession. I must say that after all this time, being part of this beautiful global conversation, in the last years I've been starting to ask myself some questions about the way we talk about design. The things we say. Are we just repeating some mantras? Can we prove all that we say? Is it working? Is it helping? It's not that I think that we're completely wrong, but we have to admit one thing. We are always complaining, and rightly so, because we don't get the public opinion to understand the importance of design, because politicians don't listen to us, because design doesn't get a seat at the table. It's inevitable to wonder if we're being critical enough with what we tell ourselves and with what we tell what we tell others about design. Let's face it. We know that design discourse is full of dilemmas and contradictions. We've heard a lot of them here today. Whether you consider it to be science made of rational methodologies or an art, an expression of our times and a cultural product, whether you evaluate its usefulness or its aesthetics, you get a completely different conclusions. And that's just the beginning. So this is the place from where I'm going to talk to you today. So to make things clear, when I talk about the design discourse, I mean a system of thought, knowledge, and communication made of concepts, definitions, narratives, attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs that we all share and use as a community to explain ourselves to ourselves and to the world. It's more than just words. We all contribute to this discourse from schools, organizations, media, academy, the profession, etc. Okay, and what about ethics? The way we... Okay, I don't have the... Okay, that's the one. Can I pass the... Oh, okay, this, yes, one, thank you. Okay. I was saying, what about ethics? The way we develop and use this design discourse has many ethical implications, but mostly in two ways. On one hand, there's the problem with narrative. I know the subject is too big for this morning, I know, but I want to bring it here just to be sure that it's on the table. The current history of design has been handed to us with almost no changes since the aftermath of the World War III. And it's imbued with a Eurocentric, ethnocentric, patriarchal view that places design as a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution with all its ideological components. Of course, we're not consciously supporting those values, but the original narrative is there, untouched. And this, I think, is kind of hard for non-Western cultures, or even for women, to fit into that vision of design. I'm not discovering anything new. The design scholarship community is completely aware of this problem, and some really valuable contributions have been made in the last decades, proposing global histories and diverse visions. But let's be honest, all those contributions have been unable to replace the existing discourse. And that is unfair and unethical because it perpetuates a storytelling that excludes most human beings. So that's one of our unfinished businesses. On the other hand, and that's what I will talk about today, there's the very concept of design, the definition of what we do. And that's absolutely fundamental when trying to map our ethical responsibility. The narrative I mentioned before puts design in a tight relationship with technology, mechanization, and the material culture. While at the same time, design, is a very abstract, hard to grasp, complex concept. There's a famous phrase by John Hesketh. This one is very good. Design is to design a design to produce a design. Let it sink. This sentence shows how the word design has developed a nice polysemy. To be precise, a metonymic polysemy. Sorry for the strange words. But let me explain. Metonymy is the transfer of meaning of a word by close association or relationship. Design is originally a mental process. You conceive in your mind something that may exist in the future, but that's invisible. Then you draw something, and everyone will say, that's a design, because they can see it, and that's the first metonymy or transfer of meaning. Then you add some instructions and plans, you get a project, and that's the next meaning of design. If that project ends up being a real object, like a chair, that anyone can touch and use, that will become the ultimate meaning of design. So here we have another dilemma with the design discourse that has huge implications in ethics. What is design then? I find this to be the weakest point in our discourse of design, one that's right in front of our eyes, yet we don't see it. Think of any manifestation of this design culture. A museum, an exhibition, a book, a documentary, a magazine, design awards. What do you see? Exactly, objects. And you may say, what's wrong with that? Well, that design is not there at all. Design happened way before that artifact was there. We're used to equating design and objects. But by doing so, we are confusing design and manufacture. The modern production system is a very, very complex one, made up of what Karl Marx called relations of production, along with the productive forces. Design is just one of the many agents participating in this network of unequal relationships. The fact that design comes first creates a false sensation of power. But designers are just workers inside this system, at least in most cases. Anyway, design's goal is not to manufacture artifacts, but to propose possible and feasible realities for the future. And this is relevant because we are at the verge of a collapse because of the production system. Why is this important? Because if we believe that everything is designed and that designers are the ones responsible for the way all human creations are made and behave, then we are guilty of all the problems of humanity. And that thinking pattern led us to Victor Papanek saying more than 50 years ago in what is considered one of the most read design books in the world, that there are professions more harmful than design, but only a few of them. And that statement is really hard to manage in terms of responsibility. And it's certainly creating an ethical anxiety in the design community. So let's go for some more funny words. There are roughly two approaches to ethics. Okay? The ontological and teleological. The ontological means based on our duty as designers, regardless of the possible consequences of what we do. Teleological means we are judging actions based on their outcomes. Both have their pros and their cons. It's very important to consider the consequences of our acts in a teleological way. Of course, but it's also important to notice that you can never be totally aware of those outcomes. Then it's good to have moral principles and universals through a deontology, like don't lie or don't harm others. But sometimes these too can have unwanted consequences. The teleological approach can lead, for example, to the utilitarianism of the 18th century, while the deontological approach can lead to what is called instrumental rationality. Not good. So we need a good combination of both. We need to have a deontological code to start talking, of course, as we have done in Riyadh, but immediately you need to start thinking about the consequences of your acts and the responsibility you may have regarding those outcomes. And this is going to bring conflicts, as we've seen this morning. Of course, designers have their responsibility. We all have our responsibility. The idea of responsibility is central to ethics. And we can probably trace back this principle to Aristotle or Cicero, but it was best put by Stan Lee in the Spider-Man comics. Okay, with great power comes great responsibility. Jesus said it before this morning, early in the morning. This means that our responsibility, our capacity to respond, to answer for our deeds, depends on our relative power, our possibilities to exercise our free will. So what kind of power do we have as designers? What kind of freedom do we have? What do we answer these questions? We need more thinkers. We need more thinkers. That's why we created the social design distinctions at the Design Foundation. We didn't want more heroes and prizes. We wanted to create a network of thinkers to help us navigate this ocean of dilemmas. Thanks to one of the two persons honored this year, Hilary Cottam, I discovered this concept. The capability approach, proposed some years ago by Amartya Sen, winner of the Nobel Prize for Economics, and also developed by philosopher Martha Nussbaum. Very roughly, the idea is that if you want to help a group of people, a community, a region, you need to focus on what people want to be and do, and their real capabilities, what they are able to be and do, instead of focusing, for example, on communities, commodities, resources, wealth, etc. Then I listened to Manolo Baños' brilliant and inspiring speech. Manolo Baños is the other person recognized by our distinctions, who gave us a great example of this capability approach as a tool for ethical dilemmas. He told us a story, a beautiful story, about when he was working with a community of stone crafters in Kenya. The stone they use is extracted from the bottom of an open-air quarry manually, and it's hauled to the edge of the quarry on the shoulders of the townspeople. He was struck by the enormous number of local people involved in the process, so he came up with a brilliant idea. They will buy a cheap motor that will raise the stone out to the outside of the quarry via a cable, and then they will also use that same motor to cut the stone into smaller pieces. Then the manager of the cooperative took a few seconds to think and finally answered him. There is no other industry here than the quarry. If we do that, what you propose, many people will be left without work, and then how will they live? I think that the capability approach is a great addition to the way we think as designers. Design is about helping people achieve their goals. So Amartya Sen says that if we want to help a group of people achieve their wellness or overcome their problems, we must be aware of their capabilities. I say that we, as designers, should be conscious of what we are able to be and do to help people be and do what they want, be and do. I know it's like a tongue twister. In other words, instead of trying to understand the power of design, we can try to find our capabilities as designers. When I was writing this, I remembered about the Observatory of the Impact of Design, a project of ADCB. There are two people here from the observatory, where we've been working hard to be critical of our own beliefs about the design discourse. Our last project was an anthropological research with the help of 30 Valencian organizations to define and understand the tactical and strategic uses of design in the real world. The result was a confirmation of the existence of at least these 9 patterns. These 9 patterns of use of standards that offer real opportunities for companies to benefit from the powers of design and successfully attain their objectives. The first one is about differentiation, the second about positioning, the third about problem solving, the fourth about innovation, the fifth about adapting to different contexts, the sixth about excellence, the seventh about bringing order, the eighth about integrating new challenges, and the ninth about being an example. So, here's an experiment. Would we be able to formulate 9 ethical beacons to understand what designers can do to behave ethically? So, here's my 2 cents. First one. Design can help people choose the things and actions that are beneficial and avoid those who can be harmful. This is differentiation. Second, design can help create identities that are open to diversity and avoid exclusion and inequalities. Third, design can help people overcome unexpected and unwanted situations. 4, design can help people find new ways to improve their lives. 5, design can help emphasize with different views, contexts, and cultures. 6, design can help people get the most out of themselves. Excellence. 7, design can help people find meaning and coherence in their lives. 8, design can help people integrate new social challenges, visions, and purposes. And finally, 9, design can help people be contagious about their will for a better world. So this is it. This is not a manifesto. This is my way to start a conversation and an invitation to move forward and build together a new design discourse in which every person can feel at home. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much for those insights, Kika. There's certainly a lot that we can take away from your discourse, and especially the link between ethics and capability. We hope to expand on that during our next roundtable discussion, which aims to address how design plays a key role in the sustainable transformation of productive sectors. This roundtable brings together voices from the business world, as well as the industrial design sector, to discuss collaboration, ethical innovation, circularity, and social value. How are companies integrating the values of responsible design into their processes, products, and strategic decisions? A panel discussion moderated once again by Anakshu will follow a presentation by Sonia Manchanda, who also joins us today from India. Sonia is a designer, entrepreneur, and educator, and founder of Spread Design, a design ecosystem leading impactful projects in infrastructure, sustainability, and social change. Through initiatives like Design Barn, Design Farm, and Dreamin', adopted by the UN, she champions frugal and fabulous design. Deeply committed to people and planet-centered models, she advocates design as a transformative force. Sonia is a board member who promotes excellence, entrepreneurial spirit, and collaboration across policy, industry, and academia to expand design's reach and impact. Please join me in welcoming Sonia and Anakshu to the stage.
Yeah, yeah. Should I go there? Should I go ahead? Good afternoon. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, WDO. Thank you, everyone, for being here for this very important moment in this discussion. Our three prompts today that we have are responsibility, and it's really about our capacity and capability to respond not just to creating markets, but massive challenges that we face today and tomorrow. And about impact, I think first before we talk about positive impact, we need to think a little bit about reducing negative impact through transparency and greater accountability. And when we talk about sustainability, it's not just about using materials that cause less harm, but actually going beyond, looking at circularity. And I'd like to add a fourth prompt here. And that fourth prompt would be regeneration. About actually actively thinking about, given today we have access to so many new technologies, we have policy, we have frameworks, how might we actually be able to create new materials, innovate ethically, to be able to heal? And on that note, I don't know if you know what those are. Does anybody know what those are? Spoons. So these are actually edible spoons. And these are spoons made of millet, which is a forgotten grain. And we had a problem in 2017 of farmers' suicides in the state of Karnataka. And there was nothing that one could do about it. And the government decided to encourage the subsistence farmers, which is the lowest level of farmers, to grow millets. And when the millets were finally produced, there wasn't a market. Nobody knew what these were. And we worked with the government to actually create a market for millets. And we've seen that from 2017 to now, we've been able to go from what's millet to let's millet, which is a movement we started. So it was a mindset shift for the consumer, for the industry, for the government, for the UN, who declared 2023 as a year of millets, for our Prime Minister, who today actually has said that we will lead the world in the production of millets. And it's a $15 to $20 billion industry that is being created, maybe $1 trillion opportunity for sustainable food solutions in the world. So it's possible, it's just in the way we think. As you mentioned earlier, it's in the way we think about things. Fundamentally, if we shift that, we can shift a lot of things. So maybe we should start first with looking at the fact that we have a beautiful, resourceful planet. And maybe we should look at how we do not want to convert all of the resource that we have. I mean, look at it. We have this amazing planet, amazingly resourceful. Let us refuse to convert resource into refuse. Can we start to make just that small commitment? And create new resource, create new materials, regenerate, look at combining all the various technologies that is possible today to be able to create new resources. Some of the frameworks that we have limit our thinking. Some of the frameworks we've committed to. For instance, if you look at design thinking as a framework, it has a limitation within the idea of desirability. It looks at individual wants and needs. It excludes society. It does not look at inclusion. And, you know, harm to society, harm to the environment, are all externalities that we can live with. In today's day and age, we are questioning some of those frameworks. We are looking at maybe responsible innovation and enveloping all of that. So we've got the frame, we need new frameworks, new ways of thinking that industry requires to be able to see that change. As an example, it's a beautiful example, we have tons of floral waste in our country filling up our rivers. And industry has now decided to convert these into incense sticks. We use flowers every day, we use incense sticks every day, and we create consciousness through products such as this. And in our everyday, we remind ourselves that it's possible to actually, refuse to create refuse. And maybe we need to go back a little bit, maybe we need to go a bit back to first principles thinking and learn from nature. What does nature do? A little bird built a nest near a house, really, really tiny, and really low because it was breezy, and it made me think, what happens when we don't have ecosystems thinking, when we are not thinking regeneratively, when we are not thinking in those ways, we are actually damaging the entire system. This little bird has a chip in its brain, and it knows it needs to build that nest, and it uses refuse to build it. You break that system, can it even be fixed? If we think from our egos, we think maybe, yeah, we can fix it. We can fix everything, but it cannot be fixed. So we have to think about what we are damaging here. It doesn't know what else to do. It's just going to not be able to build that nest anymore. So can we think about destroying with grace, even ways of thinking? Can we preserve with intention, and can we create with awareness? Every time we create, can we create with a certain level of awareness to be able to renew? Another area, our indigenous cultures, our Eastern, Western cultures, there is just so much there. There is so much tacit knowledge that we have within us. Can we tap back into that? These, for instance, are living root bridges, a great example of regenerative design built by a tribe in the northeast of India. It is living infrastructure, right? So, can we look at the wisdom of the past? For instance, even the millets that we revisited were actually before we were foragers, before we were farmers. And millets is what we used to eat. Then agriculture came in and it became industrialized, and we went for wheat. And we are now, this place itself was a flour mill. So, but actually we were just foragers. So it's naturally gluten-free. It has all these health benefits. There is a lot of wisdom in the past. Can we co-create? Can we have intergenerational community? Can we look at interbeing? Can we look at 7-generation thinking? We were working with a royal family who's been working on, erstwhile royal family with good intentions, working on sustaining craft. And this person said that we patronized this work. We need to be better patrons and better producers. We patronize this work because it needs to go on. And so can we look at 7-generation thinking and not just think for tomorrow? And our children will value that. They think like that. They're far more aware than we were, and they're far more conscious. So the long path thinking is something we need to think about. And what is the future of design? It is about us being able to have individual agency, personal choices. It's about rejuvenating our places. Look at this place, and what a beautiful job it's doing now. It's about looking at the planet and looking at triple regeneration. So we reduce environment impact, radically rethink material systems and processes, be holistic and humanistic. This is an example, and how we can do this collectively. There was conversations earlier about how do you bring everybody onto the table, and how do you look at all the actors and bring them together. So this is one of our projects. It is the most popular tourist destination in India. It's Goa. Has anybody been to Goa? Super, okay. Hope to see more of you there. And when the tourists come in, they
suddenly feel very free and very bohemian, and it was an erstwhile nudist colony, so you see litter on the beaches. So this is an installation made with many, many plastic bottles littered on the beach. It's called the Carpet of Joy. It's a positive message to tell people not to litter our beaches. The entire airport has become a message. All across the airport, we have installations, we call that experience design, and we have installations that create conversation, that make you think, that tell you about how you can be a better citizen even for a few days when you come to our place. And how we reached here. This was tough. We had to actually work during COVID online with the largest airport services provider in the world, the Goa government, a private investor who's actually has an engineer mindset. So why would you do all of this? But you said, you have to tell them, you can be the place that creates a hurrah. You can be the place which is the most loved airport in the world. And now in already 2 years, they are one amongst the Skytrack's top experience design airports. So it's about, sort of getting everyone together, mapping all the stakeholders or all the actors, looking at what they want and what is their vision, what is their dream, to create a shared dream. And therefore, to think like that, we've had to, for our geography, when we work on large projects like working with industry, working with universities, working with airports, we've created our own frameworks. This, for instance, is the design sense framework, which says, let's use design as a way to sense the shifts, to derive authentic intent and create lasting creative impact. So we've created our own language to be able to not make some of the mistakes we've seen made elsewhere in the world. And we have these lenses of the 7 senses. We have a certain path that you take to be able to actually go from authentic intent to creative impact. And so there is possibility. We can renew. This, for instance, is a Hermes bat made with mushroom-based material. So, we can go, we can renew, we can go beyond industrial to sustainability, to circularity, to regeneration, maybe looking at restoring and revitalizing. And we can be better ancestors. This, for instance, is a beautiful project which I recently saw in this film called Grow, where somebody set up a plant, Michael Smith, where he's actually able to take waste and convert it into biochar, into pure water, into electricity. And we need more such experiments. We need to come together to experiment more, to create more. And what would we call that form of design? We also need labels in the world, so defining design, and then what is this kind of design? Is it responsible design? Is it human-centered design? What is this design? What do we want to call it? We need to think a little bit about what do we want to call this kind of design in the future, where we take greater responsibility. So my daughter said something to me which was quite fascinating. She said, "Ma, why do human beings discover and then destroy?" She heard it in the Meg. It's not an original thought, but she said it made her think. So I ask you, can we discover? Can we be better inventors? And then, can we then design? What is that design called? I don't care what you call it. But can we just not destroy? Can we just, discover and then design? Thank you.
So for this last panel, I would like to thank you for your patience all day long, and also the people who are watching us. And as we said before, we had 3 legs. One was education, second was profession, and this third one is the industry. Normally the naughty ones, supposedly the naughty ones. So we have Benjamin Wilson from Australia, relocated in Germany, is that right? And representing, I would say, if they ask me for, because I was asking people to give specific examples. So if I was asked of an ethic brand, Brown comes to mind. And why? Because they make pieces to replace if things get broken still. I mean, I've been having brown since I was a little girl. So we are lucky to have Benjamin Wilson. And I also have to say that as a journalist, I had the pleasure of interviewing Dieter Rams, who was a key designer for Brown. And the idea of Brown is, as you all know, useful, simple, therefore understandable, and lasting, right? Built to last, which is something that we've been talking about this morning. Then we have Ana Segovia from Odos Design. Her partner in Odos Design, Luis Calabuch, if I'm not mistaken, was the first member of the World Design Organization in Spain, of Spain. So, Odos Design is a collaborative design practice. They do graphic design, they do industrial design, they do art direction as, you know, design practice of the 21st century. We also have Jesus Linares, that's already been presented, and you know, he is a pioneer in circular design, in certified B Corp, in cradle to cradle, in carbon neutral, and CEO, and and CEO of Andreu World, our host. And finally, we have Sonia Manchanda, that you've already listened to her, and she's an educator, founder of a Spread, Design for Social Change, a designer of that, and a defender of collaboration in between the industry and the academics. So, in order to keep more or less, I'm not sure we can do this, but the times, I will try to start straight to the point. What makes a product ethical, and what makes a factory or a firm ethical? Maybe you, Benjamin.
You want to start with me? What makes a factory ethical? The right intentions is where I would begin if I look at what Andreu World, as well as Brown's early days of making choices that lead to a certain type of product with intent. I think setting up a factory with the intent of keeping it clean. What goes in stays in, and then what comes out is also a high quality product. The idea is of having a good intent when setting up infrastructure to make something is a very, very important factor.
To use very important intent, because yes, in Spanish we say hell is full of good intentions. So what's next then?
Authentic intent of doing the right thing. Again, when the brothers Brown during the 50s and to 1955, your birth year, they made a very strategic choice to define a certain type of company that was going to make better products for millions.
So what, just since I have you, Benjamin, what makes an ethical product rather than a factory? Intentions as well, or?
It's put me on the spot. The idea of ethical intent when it comes to making a product. The choice of why you're making a product is important.
The reason.
Good design, the reason behind it should be to solve a problem. And that's what the brothers Brown wanted to do. They wanted to make great products that served everyday needs. Not designing for a museum or not designing for lovely conferences for people in black shirts. They wanted to create better products for millions. And that's, again, the intent. That's the...
And how important is for millions?
For millions, that's, again, those of you that might not know Bauhaus. Prady mentioned the Bauhaus, 1919. I'd like to talk a lot more about the Ulm school, HFG Ulm, which is sort of, I think, the love child of some Bauhaus professors. And their intent was, again, good design should be for the millions. It should be for everybody, not just for a few elite people. It should be accessible. It should be understandable. It should be clear. And that's what laid the foundation for the new beginning that Brown happened when Brown kicked off in the early 50s. That idea of moving through the world with intent. With the Germans call it have a Haltung. So it's a German. Those of you who know the word German, the language German, Haltung is a very important word in German. It's about having a position on something, having a way of seeing the world, a belief system, set of principles, values, morals. And if you move through the world with Haltung, that's again close to ethics and being ethical, because you're moving through the world with a certain intent and a certain belief system. That's what made making those products so unique at that time. They did it with such intent and with a very specific Haltung that even the cleaning person, the guy in the factory, the person supplying the materials, they all understood that common understanding of making better products for millions.
Anna, do you design for millions?
For millions? No. I would love to do that. I'm not a factory, but I'm a designer. So when we work for companies, we have the responsibility to use our ethic values from the very beginning of the process. Because maybe our proposals influence the financial decisions. I don't know, but we should encourage to obtain that. And we have to think about many things of the process, but sometimes the money or all these kind of things, we are not involved in that part. But if we design something that think about that, maybe...
So from your designer point of view, but talking about industry, talking about production, what makes an ethical product? A product that you're proud of, basically, no?
Yes, because it has my values. I mean, even I'm changing many things in my daily life. I think that we have to think not only using recycled materials, because you have to think that sometimes the process at the company is not true. No? They don't believe about that. So for me, ethic is that you have to think about all the process of the product. I mean, from all the people that is going to be involved and touch it, and even to thinking about the life circle. I mean, from the one who is going to make it to the one who's going to use it, and how it's going to, when you have to destroy it, not destroy it, it's broken, and it would be
repair it or
repair it, because I think it. Somebody said before, durable, repairable, and accessible. For me, these three words would be important for an ethical product.
Jesus.
I think as a company, in general, as a designer, probably the best thing we can do, and more than ever now, is this call to action is a reality. I feel we should have some kind of sense of urgency in the sense of change for better. And the first thing is to have a positive impact. Positive impact, we can say in the planet, or we can say in the society. That means everything. That means not only the elements, the raw materials that you are choosing, that is very important. That means what are you covering, how are you covering this need from the market, all the manufacturing processes and all the supply chain, including people involved, from suppliers and your own teams and the people that is transmitting this product to the market. Then realistically, this has been, I think, always important to be ethic. But now I think more than ever is a must. In the same sense, it's an opportunity because always business, ethic, money, principles, it's all related. It's clear that in a business you must survive because if you have the best idea but it's not sustainable economically speaking, you are deaf. You will stop your discussion, you will stop your life, we can say, professionally speaking, no? In this sense. Then you need to survive. But you can do it with a positive impact. That's ethic today, and it's more than sustainability. It's how you treat the peers, how you do everything. That's for me, it's a real opportunity. And for the companies, for the professionals, in my opinion, because of the circumstances that Pradi explained very well about the citizens in the world, the 7,000 million we have in the world, that in 2050 will be 10,000 millions, then we don't need to start discussing in politics about climate change and these things. It's just common sense. We will need 2 or 3 planets, you mentioned before, for these consumers. Then we need to rechange everything. Then we are facing the best moment in our history as designers and professionals than ever. because now it's a must. And this is good, I think, that approach this opportunity from the ethic point of view, because this is another of the pillars, because everything that you need to do in order to lead or to be an example or to be a reference and to give really positive solutions and positive impact in the planet must be based in ethics. If not, it's not going to be.
Pedro was saying this morning that he was optimistic because ethics started being talked about in the industry and in the design world in the 60s and 70s, and it's improving and getting better, which is basically what you are saying now. Now, how does a company like Andreu World starts? It's not Brown. Brown started from moment one, started with these aims, no? Andreu was transformed when you arrived there, basically, right? How do you choose how to start the path to being more ethical, to being more transparent, to being more sustainable, to being more socially sustainable, and so on and so forth? How do you start?
It's clear that any company in the world and any professional in the world, any designer in the world, the aim should be, and this is common sense as well, to have designs forever, no? That means classics. You can create your lighting, your car, your clothing, your shoes, your chairs, forever. And this is what Brown is, Dieter Rams and Brown and Benjamin, it's a good example, no? Of, but this is a reference. This is the dream for everybody, and this is the
But it proves it's possible. It proves it's possible.
No, it proves it's possible, and this is should be the intention, and this is our intention always, no? Trying to have like classicals. It's not easy sometimes, but at least try. That's mandatory. The other thing is really, when I started in Andreu World, I was 33 years old. Before I accepted the job, as a managing director, I asked the founder to say, okay, I want to see the factories. I would like to speak with the people. And then I had the chance to speak with different technicians. And it was good to see something that I see before in Procter & Gamble when I started when I was 23 years old. And this is a sense of ownership. That's very important when you have in your team a sense of ownership, that the people feel that this product that they are doing, any product, is not your product, consumer, it's not the product of the company, it's their product. This is, for a managing director, this is gold. Then I see this talent, this value, and I have been working this close to 25 years, even to empower the employees in the company. This is something that was part of this philosophy as well, and that's mandatory. Then ethics starts in how you deal with your suppliers. Ethics starts in how you deal with your customers. Ethics starts in how you deal with your employees. And then that's mandatory. And we try, we fail sometimes, it's true, because I fail, the same that you fail in business, and you do things that you believe in, and you fail, you lose money, really. We sometimes fail applying the ethic. But for me, in the professional and in the human life, it's not so important if you fail or not. It's how you react. That's for me the more important thing. And then when you fail and you recognize that you make a mistake, then we should learn from it and redo something. And this is what we are doing. I love it, the discussion before, when they say that you can change the world about the small things. Yeah. I fully agree 100%, because we apply the continuous improvement, and realistically, I think there's no other way to be happy, in the sense that be focused in the present and do anything you do now the best manner you can do it, and apply this philosophy to the whole company and try to transmit it to the whole people, because one people is nothing, then is the whole team thinking the same manner, enjoying this present, this moment, and doing these small things that accumulated, you can do really a big thing.
Thank you. For Sonia, I have a very specific question. How to be a better ancestor?
So, if we operate from, and I'm going to build on what Jesus was saying, if we operate from a fear mindset, we make mistakes. Whereas actually as human beings, we are blessed with tremendous imagination. Through imagination, when we try to solve problems and we try to make things better in every small way, even what he was talking about within his organization, articulate and say, this is what we want to do. And in that is embedded the desire to make life better across, for your suppliers, for people working with you, for your customers, and you articulate that, and as leaders, if you do that and everybody else follows, then you make better ancestors. So if you don't operate out of fear, I think fear is the big killer, and that's where we as designers come in. When we come in, and that is why design, I believe, really is the new strategy. Because if you hire consultants, they will tell you what you want to hear, and whereas as designers, we can not only come up with ideas, with radical ideas, but we can make those ideas fly. That's what we're good at. We can put it out there for you, we can test it out, and we can see whether it works, and we can push you, and we can be that catalyst, to help you be a better ancestor. I think that is our role going forward in the future.
Benjamin, why did you choose to try to work at Brown?
I was a young Australian designer, and the problem with Australia, it's a long way away from the place where I believe design was born. And where a type of design is practiced, like in Germany, very reduced to the essentials, take away the superfluous, focus on what matters most.
But that was already in your mind.
That was in my mind. I wanted to go and discover and learn and really get knee-deep into that culture of doing a certain type of design.
You didn't want to be a designer star or
No,
things that...
the complete opposite.
But that existed.
It existed, but I've never been a fan, and one of my professors told me a long time, he was a professor of Mark Newson. Nothing against Mark, he's a great guy, but he's a superstar designer guy. And that was for us as students, sort of, is that what the world needs? Does the world need one or two people who can do design? Or does the world need more people who understand what design is and how it can be used in the everyday? That's what the world needs more of, and that's what I'm sort of always been passionate about.
Would you say it was perhaps a reaction to that attitude?
No, it was just being